Oh, okay. All right. Okay, good morning, everyone. We'll go ahead and get started on the budget retreat, and great to have everybody with us. Do we have speakers this morning?
We do have one.
Yes,
Okay.
Mayor, we have one, and she knows the rules, so I'm not going to read them. Sharon Barbosa Crane.
Distinct as the instructions were. So thank you so very much, Mayor and Council, City Manager Hillman and staff, Sharon Barbosa Crane, 2608 Allen-a-Dale, Irving. And I'm speaking on behalf of the South Irving Task Force this morning regarding items that are priorities for us that we're concentrating on this year and next fiscal year. And some of them have budgetary implications, so this is the appropriate venue to call your attention to them again. And I do have copies of these that I'd like to distribute to each council member, and one for City Manager Hillman, if you don't mind, and one for Ms. Jennings as well. You received these sometime back in an email as an attachment, and thank you to those council members who contacted us and who discussed some of these things with us. We certainly appreciate it, and we hope that you will take these seriously. Some of these already have had work begun on them, so you will recognize that as you hear them. And we would appreciate if you could provide a way that we can get an update on these things. You don't need to, contact every single person, I know, but if you just provide us a way that we can have an update on these items, we would appreciate it. And I'm just going to read these to you, and I'm not going to discuss each one of them with you. Some of you, as I said, will be aware of what these are. And these are items that we consider to be of significant importance to the entire city, not just South Irving, and we thank you for your willingness to listen to our concerns. We would like you to address issues in the following: providing a domestic violence shelter for Irving, providing a non-congregate shelter for the homeless in Irving, adding neighborhood recreation opportunities, putting the East Library building back in full public service, addressing certain police-related activities, working on 2 specific Southeast Irving issues, and increasing commercial opportunities for South Irving. And you can read these discussions yourself, and please do have internal discussions about these, if you will, and how that we might make these things happen. We stand ready as a group and as individuals to help the city in any way possible to implement these things. If it means work, if it means supporting the way that you construct your tax rates and their application, whatever that is. We don't have any preference to how you do these things. If you have partnerships you want to engage in, whatever it is that you do that brings these things together and brings the people together to make them happen, we're happy for it. In conclusion, I want to say thank you, especially to our Parks Department and for the progress that's being made out on the Southwest Park Recreation area, and to the other things and other improvements, and thank you to you all that you will see the wisdom in financing these things. But they're great benefits, and we want to thank Joe Moses and his aquatics director for the nice send-off for Center Pool last Saturday too. And we thank you. And also, and lastly, I will say that regarding police matters, these are matters of concern that we have brought up in the past, and they continue to be of concern to residents, and there are ways, there are administrative and practical issues in certain ways, and the chief has been very helpful in discussing them and has offered to come to a meeting and to take all the questions that he can get and respond to them, and so I wanted you all to know that. Again, thank you for the opportunity to be here, and I hope you have a real productive session.
Okay, the next item is agenda overview. Chris, are you gonna?
Oh, there we go.
There you go.
There we go. Good morning, Mayor and Council. It is good to be with you. Welcome to the fiscal year 2025 budget retreat. You have in front of you in two very small little books the city manager's recommended budget for fiscal year 24-25. What that represents is a lot of feedback from you as a council relative to what your priorities are. Also, a lot of great hard work from our departments and from our budget team over the last 5-6 months in putting together this budget. Right up front, I want to say a couple of quick thank yous. First of all, thank you to you and the council, to all of you in the council for spending time with us last May in our May budget retreat as we've gone through all of our different work session items relative to our future in focus, our tax rate update. We've had a number of discussions relative to the budget in A and F as well. And what you're going to see, Mayor and Council, there really is not, hopefully I don't believe, any surprises relative to what you see in front of you and what we've already talked about. But what we want to do is to be able to go through in detail the city manager's recommended budget for your consideration. And you will then be adopting that budget next month before the fiscal year begins in October. Again, right up front, a couple of quick thank yous in addition to, again, you as a council for your feedback and input and your policy direction. I'd like to again thank the department directors for going through in detail their budgets. They have their staff members as well in their departments that work very hard to go through each of those detailed line items that their budgets are made up of. But most importantly, I really would like to thank our budget team. If I could have our budget team stand up. Where is our budget team? Are they here? Oh, they're in the back. If we could have, this is our crack budget team, or as Brett calls them, these are our budgeteers. They do a great job. I just want to say thank you to the great job that they do. It's a lot of hard work. There's a lot of late days, or long days, late nights, long weekends. And about a week and a half, 2 weeks ago, well, about 2 weeks ago, this room that you see right here in our work session room was the production studio for the entire budget book, all the budget books. And we literally blew up the printers trying to print all of those budget books. Because what you have in front of you, Mayor and Council, is an extensive detail of exactly how we propose to have the taxpayers' dollars spent in the services that they are asking you as a council to prioritize. I would respectfully submit, I think you could go to any other city in the Metroplex, if not even in the state, and in very few places in this country, that you would see the type of detail that is in the budget books in front of you. I have asked all of our department directors that as they go through their line items, that they have descriptions for each and every line item of what and how and why they are proposing to spend the dollars that they are looking to spend. That is extraordinary detail. And that is what we look at each and every year when we sit down with our departments and go through line item by line item, what they're requesting, whether that line item went up, whether that line item went down. Here in the city, we work with a performance-based, zero-based budgeting process. Most of our expenses, because we're a service organization, are based upon personnel. We provide public safety services, we provide parks and recreation services, library services. The overwhelming majority of our costs are all personnel. So those costs are continuously baked in, and we are going to be able to address our employee needs in this budget, as you'll see, and we'll be walking through in a minute. But all of those details are there. So if you have a question as to, in professional services and whatever department it might be, what makes up those professional services and how many dollars are going to be used relative to that $100,000 in professional services, you're going to see that broken out in the descriptions so you know and understand exactly what those dollars are proposed to be spent. Fernando, if you would, please, could you pull up number B2 up here? It's the budget goals. Mayor and Council, back in May, I had identified a number of different budget goals that I wanted to address relative to the city manager's proposed budget. And Mayor and Council, this was the slide that we presented back in May. I'm happy to report that each one of these budget goals has been looked at and is included and has been achieved in the city manager's proposed budget. You approved this, you said, please move forward with this, and that's what we have been focused in on for these last 5 to 6 months. Right up front, we wanted to ensure that we had a structurally balanced budget. The dollars that we have coming in equal and match the dollars that we have going out. We do not deficit spend in this city. We make sure that if we have the dollars for those operational costs, we use them, but if we don't, we decrease our expenses. We are not using fund balance to fund our basic operations. We simply don't do that. We also wanted to continue to fund our existing employee needs. We've been able to do that as well in the budget. And we're going to be walking through in detail all of these components over the next several hours and pretty much through the rest of the day. We were able to fund our steps for public safety. We were able to fund our steps for general government. We were able to fund the market increases that we are anticipating that we'll get the final numbers when we do our survey in November and December. We'll be able to fund that. We have it at 5%. In years past, we've done that at 3.5%. We've seen some pretty significant increases in our market variability relative to our public safety analysis. And last year, we budgeted 3.5. We ended up much higher than that. And that's why the first $2 million in this year's budget needs to be set aside to ensure that we have those ongoing dollars to pay for the market increases, that we did not have the budget dollars directly assessed in this fiscal year for next year. We did not need to increase our budget this year to cover that. We use vacancy savings to cover that, but we have to now bake that into our ongoing base budget from here on out. We've been able to do that. We were able to absorb that. That was $2 million. We're also able to do a COLA for our general government employees at 1.5%. We have absorbed the increases of the 80th percentile and the civil service budget, as I mentioned, and we are maintaining what we still know and understand to be the 80th percentile for this fiscal year. We'll be able to look at our public safety from our market analysis in November. And for our general government employees, we usually go out about every 3 to 4 years for a market analysis. But by providing the COLA, we feel that we'll be able to continue to keep up with a good chunk of what our competitors are doing in other cities relative to any market adjustments. Continue our robust infrastructure and CIP investments. As you know, we've had some significant investments in our roads, in our MDU, in our water, and in our sewer, even in our solid waste. We are continuing to do so. You as a council have identified as a priority the directive to take care of what we already have, and that's what we're doing. We're continuing to take care from an infrastructure investment with significant investments in all of those capital facilities. Fund anticipated increases, operational increases for Center, Mustang, and Lee. As you know, we're in the process of reconstructing Lee right now. We just, as was mentioned by Ms. Barbosa Crane, that we are beginning our project work on Center, and we are finalizing our design and engineering for Mustang. As we received feedback from you as a council relative to Mustang, the original design and our original cost estimates were based on a facility of 75,000 square feet, based upon the feedback from council of ensuring that we have the adequate space and the adequate services that you as a council believe that our residents are going to be looking for. As you remember and recall from our last update from our architects and engineers, that center is now estimated at about 120 plus thousand square feet. So it has more than increased by more than 50%. what you're going to see in here, what we anticipated initially being a $1.5 million set aside for the operational increases in cost for Center, Mustang, and Lee, we've now increased that to 1.7. What we want to do is ensure that we have the dollars necessary, already set aside now, baked into our base operational budget, to be able to pay for the staffing, the operational costs for these new centers, and we want to do that this year. I think that's very important. We are very good as a city in doing that. We've done that with our fire stations. We need to continue to do that with our parks and rec, so that way, when these centers open, you already have the budget dollars set aside, and the staffing and the operational dollars will be there to open those centers up at full capacity immediately. We also want to ensure that we prioritize parks and recreation, as well as the City Hall capital funds. Specifically for City Hall, you as a council have already authorized dollars set aside in non-bond CIP for City Hall. What we have yet to finalize, and Orlando and Pat are doing a great job now of working with our consultant Komatsu to finalize those plans for how we're going to look at doing some updates here to the City Hall facility, specifically dollars set aside to move a couple of departments over into the second floor of the Huffman building, doing some other modifications here within this building, giving ourselves a little bit more elbow room for what we need in this facility, and providing a much more positive, engaging, and supportive physical environment for our employees. One of the other components that we were looking at was Parks and Rec, specifically what we were looking at from a property purchase over for some additional park space. As I've talked with a number of you, we're in the process, and Philip is in the process of working with the airport to finalize the appraisals for the land out on the 161. We have received our appraisal back. We are waiting to hear back from the airport on their appraisal. Our appraisal is significantly higher than what we had anticipated, and we're going to be walking through with council over the next several months as we get those final details of what the airport's appraisal is going to be, how we would want to proceed then once we get those final numbers. But I will tell you now, it is a very significantly higher number than what we had anticipated, and we will have to strategically talk through that. Economic development strategy and strategic property purchases. We are going to continue to do that. We have the dollars set aside for those types of purchases, whether it's in the commercial corridor here in the Heritage District, and continuing with our grants and other improvements to ensure that from an economic development strategy perspective, we have dollars set aside for some strategic property purchase. Focus on diversion program and rehabilitation program. This budget includes $450,000 set aside for the diversion program that you as a council have been talking about over the last several meetings. Once we get those contracts finalized, we've been talking with Housing Forward, and we do have the dollars in there if that's what council would like to eventually finalize. And we also have additional dollars for a program that staff will be putting together in a proposal for an RFP that we're looking to get out at the beginning of this next calendar year for some additional diversion program services relative to ensuring that those that are on the verge of potentially being homeless have an opportunity to receive some strategic assistance from what we would be looking for is a strategic partner here in the city to help do that. Focus, future and focus operational increases, litter control. We have the $400,000+ set aside for additional litter control in both the MDU and in the general fund to help increase our litter pickup over and above what TxDOT does on their right-of-ways, as well as additional increases in litter abatement in our own storm drainage, as well as on our own streets. Code enforcement enhancements, we'll be talking a little bit about that relative to multifamily inspections. Library service enhancements, we have those dollars in there for what council has authorized to move forward on some of the changes relative to our checkout system. And a number of other future and focus opportunities. You have that in section Q. What we were able to fund, Mayor and Council, I will tell you, we are not able to fund a lot of those future and focus and other supplemental requests simply because we did not have the dollars to do so. That does not in any way undermine the importance or significance of many of those future and focus and supplemental requests. I would have really tried and wanted to include many of them We simply did not have the dollars to do so. What I believe we are seeing is a slowing down of some of our revenues. We did get in our sales tax revenues for last month. They are actually below what we had estimated. Fortunately for the year, we're anticipating still above budget. But even for this last month, our last month's collection, we were below with some negative adjustments that were provided over to us from the state. So right now, we're beginning to see a little bit of a slowdown. This budget does anticipate that, and we want to make sure that we are appropriately conservative in our estimates. We will always try to reasonably overestimate our expenses and reasonably underestimate our revenues. So we always maintain a structurally balanced budget. But what I do see, and I think what we're all seeing, is we are seeing a beginning of a slowdown. Whether that becomes a recession, we do not know. What the Fed does with the rates and how they are going to attempt to get to the soft landing, as we continuously hear about in the news, we'll just have to wait to see. But what we are seeing here in Irving is our increases in sales tax are definitely slowing down. We have not seen decreases, but our increases are definitely diminishing. And I think that's going to be a continual trend, potentially, through this next fiscal year. So we have anticipated that. Brett and his team are superb at anticipating those dollars, whether it's on sales tax or even property tax. And so we are very well benefited by his expertise and his team's expertise in helping to prognosticate what those dollars could be. And if for some reason, just like we had in COVID, if for some reason we have a very significant and serious impact, we will make adjustments in our budget as needed. And as you may recall, back in COVID, when we got hit and slammed halfway through our fiscal year, we cut our revenues by $8 million. We ended up losing about $6 million in revenue based upon what we had anticipated. So even during that time, based upon our operational cuts, we still had a surplus of $2-some-odd million just based upon those cuts. So we have the ability to move and move quickly if we need to. But right up front, that is based upon very conservative estimates, and that's the way we like to operate within our budget. Mayor and Council, what you see here in front of you is the agenda that we're going to be walking through. I'll just quickly go through that, and then we're going to have each of our presenters come up, just walk in detail through what we have here. Again, most of this you have already seen and we have already discussed. We just wanted to make sure we highlight it again and walk through it in the city manager's recommended budget. Up next after myself, we're going to have the general fund overview. We'll go through the revenues and expenditures, the tax rate, significant changes, so you can see a list of what went up or what went down relative to those significant changes. Unfortunately, more went up than went down, but that is the general trend of what we see, especially with our inflationary costs. The capital improvement projects and the debt service that we have in the general fund. We'll then get into our compensation and benefits. Again, we are maintaining our commitment to our employees to ensure that we remain competitive with our recruitment and retention. We'll walk through the staffing plan and operations for Mustang Center in Lee. As I mentioned, that's now $1.7 million. We want to make sure that you as a council have a good, thorough understanding of what we anticipate and answer any questions you may have relative to that. We'll walk through our special events grant program that council has requested, and we have a proposal in front of council on how to walk through that proposal and the dollars that we have set aside in the budget to be able to pay for that. We'll have Shane come up and walk through the multifamily inspections, revenues, and expenditures. There is an enhancement there, but that would also be with a proposed increase in our multifamily rates to be able to pay for those new inspection opportunities. Dan's going to come up and talk about our pavement management assessment. We'll talk about in detail again the litter control and the investments that we're going to be making in litter. We'll then walk through our enterprise funds with water and sewer, our MDU, and our solid waste. We'll then walk, and those will be the operations, the debt service, and the capital projects. We'll walk through the internal service funds from fleet information and our building improvement overview. We have millions of dollars that we are setting aside in one-time dollars to be able to pay for those different capital improvements. Economic development, Philip will stand up and walk you through our economic development funds, as well as the music factory and our tax increment financing with Brent. The cost of municipal services benchmark will show you how we compare to our sister cities all through the Metroplex. what our tax rates are, what our utility rates are, and all that added up, and you will see how we compare to, from a cost of service perspective, to all of our other cities in the Metroplex. We'll walk through the community budget input. We'll go through the future and focus funding requests, what was included, not included, that's just in queue. Section R, there are no presentations here. This is the catch-all that we have in case there's anything that we missed as staff that you as a council would like to talk about. These are our 5 strategic focus areas. So that way, if there's any discussion points that we missed, we wanted to make sure that we had an agenda item on there that would cover that so you could be able to talk about that. And then you do have some council action in front of you. From a budget perspective, you will need to set the top tier or the max rate that you will identify as your property tax rate. You're not setting the property tax rate, but you're going to say, here is the ceiling or here's the max that we will set it at. It will either be at this or below, and you will set that final rate next month. And then you do have the council action on an ordinance that is calling a special election for the collective bargaining initiative that will be in front of voters in November. So with that, I would like to begin our budget discussion and invite up Brett, or Shannon. Thank you, Shannon.
Good morning, Shannon Phillips, Budget Manager. Again, I'd like to piggyback off the City Manager and thank Council and the Department Directors and their budget staff for all their input in the budget. I always do my little privilege Oscar thank you speech, but I'm not going to do that today. But because I always forget somebody when I think about it afterwards. So I just want to thank everybody from, again, Council to the officer who had to bring the books twice. I'll be presenting our revenues and expenditures. We'll discuss the budget process. We'll discuss the change from the last fiscal year. We'll look at fiscal year 25 proposed, and then we'll look at fiscal year 24, our current fiscal year, and wrap up. Our budget process, we had our budget kickoff in March. That's where the departments get their budget documents and they begin working on their budget submittals. And those are usually due back to the budget office in 30 days. We had our budget and strategic planning meeting in May. That's where we get our policy direction from council. The city manager, he goes through his line item reviews through June and July, reviewing every department's line item budget. We had 2 public hearings in June. That's where it gives people the opportunity to provide feedback on the budget. We got our certified tax roll from DCAD on July 25th, and that's the basis for the revenue for this budget. Today, we're at budget retreat. I say this is the playoff season. We have 2 public hearings coming up on the budget and the tax rate. That's August the 29th and September the 5th. And then we have our budget Super Bowl, a budget adoption on September the 12th. Change from the prior fiscal year, the revenues. For fiscal 23-24, the adopted budget, our property tax revenues were a little over $136 million. For property tax revenues for fiscal year 25, that tax valuation came in at $42.03 billion, and that was projected to generate about $243.9 million, all of which does not get to go to the general fund. After we take out our economic development incentives, about 16.5, our TIF and our PID allocations for about 15.1, our interest and sinking, that's our debt service, 55.6, the POB interest on our pension obligation bonds for 10.5, add back in some penalties and interest, that gives us the available property tax M&O revenue for operations for fiscal year 25 of about $146.5 million. So comparing that to our fiscal year 24 adopted property taxes of the 136.2, we've got a change in available property tax revenue of $10.3 million. Looking at our other sales tax revenue, other revenues, we have our sales tax revenue. That's up about $3.3 million. Our interest income is slightly up, not as high as it's been in the past, Other revenues, which includes our franchise fees, our other zoning and development fees, fines and permits and charges for service, those are up about 1.8. I do want to point out that we did implement 2 consolidated fee reviews for the last 2 fiscal years, so that's contributing to some of this increase. Our net change in our cost of service allocation, this is the funds that come from the other different funds for the general fund services. We had a reduction in our Williams Square Plaza allocation. Last year, we funded a full-time position and with a vehicle, and so this is the one-time reduction for the vehicle. So our change in general fund revenues is $16.4 million. Looking at our expenditures, of course, as Chris just mentioned, you know, we are a service city. The majority of our expenditures are for employees, so our compensation adjustments for the change from last year are $8.5 million. Just to remind you, last year these were almost $18 million when we transitioned everyone to the 80th percentile. So as Chris mentioned, our steps and our markets are funded. That's 1.9. The additional civil service market adjustment from last year, we budgeted 3.5%, but it came in a little over 5, which equates to about this $2 million. So we're carrying that forward into this fiscal year. We have the 1.5% COLA for our general government employees and the benefits that go along with that. That's 1.2. We have our 5% market adjustment and the related benefits. That's almost 5.4. We are projecting a 2% health insurance premium increase. That's $400,000. Our vacancy savings, we usually account for about 1.5% vacancy savings on staffing. We increased those because of we've been running a little bit higher, so we increased those in the budget this year. Our pensions all saw a decrease except for SBP, and those amounts are shown right there. So our total compensation adjustments are $8.5 million. Changes from fiscal year of expenditures continued. Our operations just to provide service are increasing about $2.1 million. The major drivers are structure and equipment maintenance. That's for our building and facilities and paving materials, and the equipment maintenance is for our motor vehicle. Outside services, which I'll get to that one in a minute, and then our claims and insurance, we put a 9% increase in there to continue to fund our claims and premiums on the property and casualty side. The miscellaneous and capital are showing reductions. Those are for one-time purchases in fiscal year 24. Oops. Going back to the outside services breakout, that's we have additional monies for elections. We figured out that elections are really expensive, and so we increased the budget for elections and probably need to do it again. DCAD, our contract, they do our property valuations and our tax collections. As you may have known, the Appraisal Review Board used to be appointed, but now it's done by an election, so they're passing that cost off onto their member cities. We've got some pre-employment screenings and medical contracts that is increasing about $191,000. We got our biohazardous cleaning and our Axon body camera contracts. We got some recruiting and some advertising in the police and lab testing in police. Our increase in our transportational summit, and then just other increases make up the $921,000 in outside services. Our other financing uses, these are our transfers out. They're going up about $4.1 million. The big ones are the transfers to the Building Repair and Replacement Fund, transfer to the IT Internal Services Fund. IT Internal Services is funded solely from a transfer from the general fund. So again, any increases for their staff and operations, that also increases that transfer. We also put some dollars in to partially cover the SAFER personnel. We got that grant for those firefighters, but it's not a full grant, so we make sure we got those dollars set aside to continue funding those personnel. And then our Let's Play Irving for the 1.6 million. That gets us to our total adjusted operating budgets of 14.8. So we had about 1.6 million left over to fund some of our future and focus needs, and this is just a little bit shy of what you saw at the May meeting, but we've got 2 new personnel, full-time, and our 6 seasonal positions for our Let's Play Irving. We funded some personnel reclasses, some of the one-time requests that are totaling about almost 1.1 million. We got our homeless diversion, our ADA compliance, the litter mowing and landscaping, our tactical medic program, innovation programming, and our employee recognition platform, and that gets us to the 16.4 million, and so that presents us with a structurally balanced budget. Oh, and yes, and you do have the one-pager in your binder as well after this presentation.
Yeah, so that
you can-
is, Mayor and Council, we present a one-pager to you each and every year. You just saw 6 slides that summarized that one-pager. That one-pager is, as Shannon said, in your binder.
It's in your big binder, too.
That way you know, here are the dollars that we have coming in that are over and above what we had last year. Fortunately, again, we're going up. But then you can see, here's how each one of those new dollars is then being used in the general fund and what it's going to be used to pay for. So that way you know and understand exactly how those dollars are coming in and where they're going out and what those focus areas are. Most of that, as you know and can see, is in our personnel.
Questions?
I got one.
Sure. Dennis?
Just for clarification, so basically, there's no extra money to do anything extra. Is that correct?
We have spent, let me say it differently. My recommended budget has used every dollar. Over and above the basic increases for our personnel and some of those other basic transfers, we had $1.6 million left for expansion and increase. That's not a lot of money. And that's why it's a very tight year. We just did not, unfortunately, have a lot of dollars left over after taking care of the basics. So we had 1.6 million left.
Okay. One other question too.
To
I
spread
noticed-
across, again, sorry, to spread across the entire general fund. That's what we had.
Okay. The summit expense, I saw was 81,000. Do we have a revenue? Is the revenue from the summit shown in here anywhere?
Yes, it would be in the revenues. I don't know if that increased, but it's as part of our general fund revenues.
Okay, but it's not broken down.
This is just the increases or decreases. So are we anticipating an
okay.
increase in any revenue from the transportation summit? I don't believe we're anticipating any increase. I can't remember, but.
Chris?
Brett's looking it up.
Chris, if I may, we will have a report next TNR. They'll finalize all the numbers, and we'll have a number at that point. But it looks pretty good. Our summit was sold out, but we'll find out the true revenue neutral or benefit to the city in our next TNR meeting on the 29th.
Okay. And it was a great summit, by the way.
And Councilor Webb, we do have it on page 7 of 8 on the general fund revenues in Book 1. It's broken down as a separate line item about halfway down the page. We are budgeting $100,000 as a revenue for a transportation summit.
Al?
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. On the recruitment and retention staff, you've got the COLA, and then you've got the 5% civil service market adjustment. Is that included in it, or is that on top of it? So am I looking at 6.5, or am I looking at 5, period?
It's included in there. Just the 1.5 for the general government and 5 for civil service.
Put both together.
But it's in the, okay, that's what I
Yes.
wanted to hear. Okay.
Brad?
Probably an overall comment, this could go at the beginning or end, but I mean, I think it's good for each resident to understand this, because y'all have heard me before, but, you know, the tax value of homes are significantly being increased, businesses, a variety of these things, we're all paying a lot more. And inflation is real. Fuel costs have gone up the last few years. Inflation has gone crazy, and so it really eats the budget where there's not a lot of room, you know. If we want to keep the current tax rate, which we do, you know, a lot of people would like to go down because they're seeing what they're paying go up, but so is the city, unfortunately. And so, you know, I think it's what happens nationally definitely affects us. What happens statewide definitely affects us. And so, you know, it's it's hard as a resident sometimes, even for me, to see, okay, why am I paying more every year? And I think the people's personal budgets are getting tighter because they're not getting these kind of raises. So, but it's the same for the city. It's just, you know, it's a good comment because most of the money is spoken for, and we're not going to adjourn here right now, but we're going to go through the whole budget. But I mean, there's not a lot of extra wiggle room, and we're talking about essentials. We're talking about key priorities, in my opinion. So it's something people need to keep on their mind. Inflation is real. You know, I think population increases in Texas are real, which causes scarcity of housing and a variety of these things. So, you know, we're always trying to be smart about our future growth and making sure we have the correct balance. But, yeah, I don't know, Chris, what the future will hold for next year as far as the economy or whatever. I hope things go better, but we're really hemmed in with our increased expenses. Let me just put it that way, even with increased revenues, to deliver the same services is going to cost a lot more this year. And so to do it with the tax rate being flat, and then I know we're going to talk about it in a little bit, but also increasing the senior and disabled homestead exemption by $5,000 it's something at least. So, you know, I think, again, we won't adjourn right now, but we're pretty hemmed in, and definitely appreciate the effort because it's really, I always kind of laugh, like the budget group back there, they get done when we pass the budget typically, and then the next day get up and start the next one. So it's a year-round process. There's no rest. There's no vacation for several months, hopefully at least. And so anyway, it's a lot of work, but I just don't see a lot of room here.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, there's games that can be played every year, and you see other cities do it. You look at Dallas, they're looking at a $38 million shortfall, and there, you know, headlines yesterday, jobs at stake. They're looking at, you know, eliminating 541 jobs, you know, but then they're also trying to do a tax reduction. And I think we're always better off to pay a steady hand where we keep our people employed. We make sure that they're making a decent salary. If we work, you know, it took us several years to get to the 80th percentile. And you know, and in doing that, we've been able to. We also have been trying to include the COLAs every year so that we have everybody taken care of. So our number one expense and where we really spend our dollars is our people. And so you want to make sure that they're taken care of well, and that they have the things that they need. The one thing that I think this year maybe we get a chance to talk about it a little bit is, and you know, you get somewhat disillusioned when you go to things. I was at the other night at the unveiling of the what we potentially want to do at Mustang, and there were more people. You know, they want more. We want it. You know, this don't put this in there because I want this. So you already have competing interests. One saying, we want outdoor basketball courts instead of indoor basketball courts. We want more ping pong tables. We want a cricket field. We want to tear the building down and have this. No, we don't want to tear the building down because we want to add that. And it's one of those things that when you look at those of us that have been around here for a long time, in 2006 is when we tried to look at how can we have a senior facility in the north part of our city? And we're looking at 2 years before we actually get that done. So you're looking at a basically a 30-year process from when the budget, when we talked about this and thought we needed it, and we had a demand then. And it's taken us 30 years to actually get it up and running. And to Chris's credit, we really are kind of out on the point, because we have our other cities that are saying, why don't we have an indoor swimming facility like Epic, and why don't we have these things? And really, we had to get past and stay at a level that I'm very proud of by not upping and downing and moving around our tax rate and saying, number one, we've got to take care of our people. We get to the 80th percentile, we've gotten there, and we'll maintain that. One of the things that's been not put off, but hadn't had the dollars to really address is our parks. And so if you really look, and I know Chris is working on this, I'd asked him to go back and look at each of these departments, like how much money have we spent in parks, and are we spending in the last few years? How much have we spent in police, fire, all those different groups, so that the public really understands the dollars that we put into these things. It's not to say we put too much in one or not enough in another, but the reality of it is to look at a 5 to 10 year window and see how much money we've actually spent in these areas. And then also, I think this year we're going to have to take a real good hard look, because this economy is going to, you're seeing it, whether it's a county or whether it's other cities, they're scrambling for dollars. We are not scrambling for dollars, because we don't go play that up and down game. We play it across the field, and people don't see the shock as bad, whether it's our water rates, whether it's our sewer rates, whether it's our sanitation, whatever it is, we try to maintain a level of that. But I think in the next year, we're going to have to really take a good hard look at the amenity portions that we provide across the city, because I think we're not going to be able to continue to spend the dollars that everybody's expecting. I don't think we're going to be able to build as many things or equip as many things, because there's still some basic things that we need to address. And I think one of those basic things was this senior facility and recreational facility in the north. I think the next thing we really need to take a hardcore look at is in 5, where we have no facilities at all. So while people in one part of the city that have 4 or 5 rec centers, and we have spent a lot of money on parks, and we have a senior facility, and we have a youth facility, we have the PAL program, we have a lot of, in one area, we cannot continue to just look at one area. We've got to start looking at some of these other places. And I think the first step was this Mustang, which took 30 years to get in the northern sector. And I think this is the other thing that we've got to really take a hardcore look at, is those facilities that we build, and then the maintenance of it, because the maintenance is what's killing us. It's really crazy, and I'll get off on this tangent later on, but this whole trash thing is ridiculous. I mean, the amount of money that's being spent, I know personally, of the check that I write to my homeowners association, a good share of it is spent for 3 people to pick up garbage in just in our neighborhood. So it's hundreds of thousands of dollars is being spent in just picking up trash in 2 or 3 neighborhoods. But then when the rest of the city sees that, they want the same quality. Well, that means we've got to pay for it a separate way. So to really do what we do in the Valley Ranch area and the Las Colinas area would probably cost the city between $5 and $10 million to do the same thing in the rest of the city. So that would give you an idea of what it would, what we would have to raise the tax rate, 4 cents to do that. So I think that's unrealistic. But I do think what we need to do, and I've said this before, and I really, after Dennis asked the question the other day and the state kind of blew us off, that we need to fine. $2,500. That truck's going down the road and there's garbage coming out of it, $2,500. They don't tie that mattress on there and it flies off, $2,500. I mean, it blows my mind this morning coming down 114, all the trash that was there that wasn't there yesterday when I came down 114. I mean, it's crazy. And it's basically not our residents, it's people driving through the community. So anyway, I'll get off that tangent, but I do really think, Chris, you know, when you look at what few dollars we have, one of the things we're really looking at is landscaping and trash. And so if there is a way for us to recoup that, you know, and I know the state's going to say you can only charge what it costs you to do this and all that rigmarole, but then I also believe that then if they're saying basically it's our responsibility, well then what we do is we throw it back in the road. They can come pick it up out of the road. But anyway, I'm off again. That thing just drives me crazy about that whole issue, and really it's the image of our city that I'm concerned about, because we have 114, 183, you know, like 161, you can tell exactly where they maintain theirs, landscape, nice and everything, and then the state section that's ours, you got crap all over the place. I mean, it's ridiculous. So, and then the people, they see that and they just, well, everybody else is throwing it out, so I will too. I mean, it becomes a habit. And so as I look at the expenditure, I think, you know, Chris, I know we got a tight budget. We're always going to have a tight budget because we don't overinflate and we don't play the ups and downs of raising the tax rate and lowering the tax rate. But when I look at what we're looking at, the mowing and the littering and some of that stuff, there's causes besides our residents that are creating it. So, but a great budget. I always appreciate it. I like the one pager so I can understand it. So when we get through all this, it'll make even more sense. And thank you guys for what you do. I know it's a tedious job and it's difficult today more than ever because they're not doing well with how they project their numbers. They're all over the board, right? You know, and you guys are trying to second guess them, and you know, formulas that you've used in the past are not necessarily as easy. So you got to fudge a little here and there based upon information you've learned and different things that they now do or don't do. So thank you very much for all you do. Chris.
Thanks, Mayor. And I appreciate your and the council's thoughts. This is a year of us slowing things up, trying to see what we may have coming at us. As I was just mentioning to Kyle, and y'all will see here in a few minutes, even on our capital side, this year because of our aquatics and rec investments, our general fund was 140 million, 142, somewhere around there. Next year is 28. It's just time for us to just slow this up. We've been very fortunate as a city over these last several years to be able to do a lot of different things. We were able to fund, I think, 62 or 63 future and focus items this current fiscal year. Next year, we just don't have the dollars, unfortunately, to do so. We'll see how things play out. Hopefully, the next year, if we don't get a deep recession that some people are anticipating we'll see how that plays out. But it's important for us to be fiscally prudent. And I believe that the budget that you have in front of you is one that is prudent and effective. It's expensive because what we are doing is very expensive to do, unfortunately. And in as much as the residents are seeing the increases, so are we as a city. And again, most of our expenses are personnel. We're a service organization. You're reading in the paper about some of the challenges that some of our good neighboring cities are having. One neighboring city has a $38 million deficit. Another neighboring city, just about our size, a little bit bigger, is not able to do any of their merit increases for their employees. They're just doing a one-time disbursement for their employees, and that's it. They're not doing anything else, just a one-time disbursement, not ongoing. It's just one time, and it's not going to be there next year for the employees. Again, here in the city, we're still, I think, very fortunate to be able to move forward and maintain what we've been able to do over the last several years. I hope to continue to do that in the years to come. We'll just have to see how the economy plays out. But we have, and when you have $1.6 million left to do your service expansions in the general fund, you are very limited. But again, it's a very prudent and fiscally responsible budget. And if another pandemic or a meteor or whoever or whatever may happen comes in, we'll be prepared for it, and we'll do what we have to do. But thank you. Shannon, you have more coming up?
Yes. Okay, our fiscal year 25 staples, our recruitment and retention of our staff. Again, we got the 1.5% COLA for general government, our 5% for our civil service, and all positions are funded at the 80th percentile. We do have some insurance premium increases. We got a 2% for our health insurance, 9% for our property and casualty. We have included our inflation and supply chain pressures and funded some of our future and focus needs. Our Medicaid personnel funding, last year we put some money aside for Medicaid as a transfer to non-bond CIP, and that was to purchase some one-time gear and equipment. This year we're funding the personnel. I believe that's 9 positions. We have funding set aside again for the Mustang Center in Lee. We have some potential collective bargaining costs included. We are proposing to maintain the tax rate at the 0.5891 per 100 taxable value. Again, you'll hear more about that after this presentation. And we are presenting a structural balance budget. Looking at the general fund, and there was a revision on this page. I passed them out earlier on the valuation. The certified roll from last year at adoption was $38.9 billion, and the adjusted value as of July is $39.04 billion. Our sales tax is projected to be above our current estimate by 4.2%. Again, we are factoring in the inflation on that growth, and then the increased revenue sharing with the business on the DFW airport property on the roads between Valley View and County Line roads. Other revenues are also projected to be above budget, about 7.7%. We got some franchise fee increases, our fees and permits increases, and then, of course, our interest income. We expected maybe 1 or 2 rate reductions in this fiscal year, but that didn't happen. This is our general fund revenues. We're at $305.9 million. As you can see, our property taxes and our sales tax are our 2 largest property tax sources. We also have the other revenue sources broken out as well. So where does the money go? 53% or $162.9 million goes to our public safety. That's our police and fire. 27% or $82.1 million goes to our general government. That does include our non-departmental, which is our citywide expenses of $45.8 million, and we'll go in those a little bit detail in a few slides. We have our public works make up 10% or $29.2 million, and then we've got our recreation and libraries, again, 10% or $31.7 million. Our top 2 general fund revenue sources, as I mentioned on the previous slide, are our property taxes at 48% or $146.5 million. Our sales tax is 32%. This is another slide that I corrected and put at your stations. $97.8 million of total. These two revenues total 80% of our general fund revenues at $244.3 million. Property tax for the tax year 25 certified value that we got on July 25th. It came in at $42.03 billion. Again, you'll hear more about our property tax in the next presentation. This is a $3 billion increase from the prior year. $493 million of that is new construction, or 1.2% increase, and then an overall total increase of 7.75%. Our property tax rate is broken out into 2 components. We have our M&O, which funds our operations, at 73%. We're maintaining the 42.94. And our debt service is at 27%, again, maintaining the 0.1597. The property tax rate is made up of several entities. You have your county, you have the city, and then you have the school district. The city portion is $151 a month, or a little over $1,800 for the year. Again, this is based on an average single-family taxable home value of $306,927 with a 20% homestead exemption. Sales tax, this is our second largest general fund source. We do have a diversified sales tax collection mix. We are anticipating inflation in this revenue growth, and again, the growth from the revenue sharing agreement with the DFW airport properties. This is our sales tax allocation. It's 8.25 cents. 1 cent goes to DART, and 1 cent goes to the city, and that is about 108.7 million. The remaining 6.25% cents goes to the state of Texas, and that's 679.4 million.
Shannon, this is one of my favorite slides.
Sore subject.
Can I emphasize the $679.4 million that goes to the state?
Yep.
Who has a $34 billion surplus? Who is not limiting themselves on the revenue they have coming in?
Right.
Who is limiting us on the revenue we have coming in? Who is, and I've said this before, and I promise I'll probably say it again, who has the tax and spend problem? It is not us as a city. It is the state. This is only sales tax. It does not include gas tax, does not include licensing, does not include registration, does not include court fees, nothing, just sales tax. What have our residents received from the state for $680 million this year is the question all of us as residents should be asking the state. We are a donor city. Hands down, we are a donor city. And Mayor and Council, I can guarantee you, in the state budget, you would not be able to go to the state budget and find a line item by line item detail of exactly how every dollar is spent at the state. They wouldn't have it. We are transparent, we are frugal, we are efficient, and we are sending just in sales tax $680 million to the state. What have we gotten for our $680 million bucks? Is a question we all need to be asking as residents.
Dennis?
Yeah, I got a question back on slide 12. Can you explain the revenue sharing with the DFW airport properties?
You want to get that one? So we have an agreement with DFW, or the cities that own DFW, Dallas, Fort Worth, that any revenue generated on the property, property tax, sales tax, even municipal court fees, is a shared, is a split, three-way split. We keep 1/3, and they get 2/3 of it. So as we've seen growth in all those warehouse properties, they're not only getting 2/3 of the sales tax, of the property tax, they're also getting 2/3 of the sales tax generated out of those warehouses. And so there's some large distribution warehouses that are generating a lot of sales tax for us, and we're shipping it back out to them, to Dallas and Fort Worth as part of that revenue sharing agreement.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that gets lost in the shuffle sometimes because people see the number of what we get in, but they don't see what we have to give back.
What it would be.
To your point, that and that's another whole can of worms.
Hey, Brad, I'm gonna put you on the spot. What's the revenue sharing amount this year, roughly, in millions? It's around 11, isn't it?
Yeah, 12.
$12 million.
Yeah, we'll see that as part of the economic development budget. We actually count for that in our economic development incentives fund, where we pay that out to DFW Airport annually.
So again, it's difficult to explain this to the residents because they see this big number. They don't see what comes out that we don't get to keep. Brad?
Well, I'll give my abridged version today because we got a long day, but I think this slide is good. It's $680 million. Sales tax alone, registration fees, gas tax fees, variety of these things flow to the state. But I was wondering if we could if we can ever get like the comptroller or somebody in, because the governor has made some really good comments about Texas being a donor state to the nation. You're not getting back your money. I mean, this would pay for about our whole budget almost, you know, and our budget's climbing. Without inflation, it might have, but I think it's important because the city, you get a sense of, you see a fire truck, you see a police vehicle, you drive on a road,
Walk on a sidewalk.
you walk on a sidewalk, go to a park, go to a library, all the variety of things that our residents love. But the state, you know, they do provide judges and some state highways, and they don't clean them up, but they do provide some highways. And so I would like to see a real analysis of this because, as I've said before, I'm going to say again, like in 3 years, unelected people have doubled the value of my house roughly. And so you go up 10% a year. And this phantom tax you get on something I didn't pay for, a home you'd like to stay in, is highly unfair for residents. And we get a lot of rhetoric, but I don't see any relief to me personally. And that system, based on alleged fair market value, is broken because you have no elected official who's there to review your values or whatever. And that, to me, that's extremely unreasonable. And if you look at the state, the year I looked at it, the state probably has dozens upon dozens of buckets of revenue. We have several buckets, probably 3 or 4 or something like this in reality. The state's buckets are wide, and actually the state gets a significant percentage of the federal taxes we pay back too. So what I also pay in income tax, also a lot of that goes back to the state. If you look at one of their buckets, that's a big component of that bucket amongst many other sources of revenue. And so, you know, I think that the state should have some mind on maybe returning some state revenue back to the cities that send it in, just like the federal government returns some money back to Texas. And so, you know, I think I don't hold out high hopes necessarily, but I would like to highlight this issue maybe at A&F or have some separate presentations even at work sessions so people can understand where we are on taxes. I mean, I think, you know, we've complained that we're, you know, the 8th or 9th highest state in property tax revenue in the country. Well, for the state sales tax portion, the year I measured it, we were number 2 in the country, sandwiched between blue California and blue New York. And so it is a massive state sales tax portion. And my understanding, I'm going to ask a semi-rhetorical question, they're not capped. So if sales tax went crazy in one year, that revenue doesn't end for the resident, like saying, well, we turned off sales tax, so, you know, this is great, you can buy more, and encourage you to buy more. It never turns off. And no matter what the increase in sales tax, you pay it. You see a highlight on property tax, and again, I don't feel the relief myself personally, but you see a highlight on property tax because my understanding is, again, semi-rhetorical, the states, of their many sources of revenue, property tax is not one of them. So it's an easy thing to critique, and with all the critiques being said, to me, that system is still broken to base it on a fair market value. And you can even see with our increases, with inflation and with cost of service, we're still having an issue to meet our demands. And so I think the state is a good piece to the puzzle. A lot of this money would actually defray the property tax if it were to come back. We've talked a lot about DART. That's a significant penny that I continue to say, we do not get 110 million or 108 million in services, not even close. I think that's just about police and fire combined or thereabouts. And you see those services, you know, we're expanding fire stations and apparatus as we should. And we're going to talk about police later, but you know, we've also had our water department. That's absolutely essential for water and wastewater. And so I'd like to take a look at, you know, what are we getting from the state? You know, what is our portion? And taking a look at that, because I've looked at their budget too, and their budget is very challenging to read and fully understand it. And so, and I just don't see a lot of aid coming to the cities with gas taxes generated on our roads. You'd think a proportion might come back to fix those roads or whatever. I mean, Dallas is our neighbor and friend. I don't think they need to cut their budget. Now, I'm not in their seat, but their roads could use some help over there, so. But I would like to see if we have interest in a little bit of a deeper dive. I'm certainly willing to participate in that too, but I think the fact that we are such a donor city from all sources of revenue, or maybe we're not, you know, maybe when we get to the analysis, we'll see all the state benefits we're being provided. I don't feel like that's going to come to fruition, but I think, you know, if the state wants to hold the line, that's one place, because then we really probably could look at what we're doing for our resident. But as it is now, with giving up $680 million sales tax generated in Irving, Texas, you know, that's significant. And we're hoping for more. We're hoping to increase our business. We're hoping to continue to develop Irving and have a good economy where people are able to spend money. And, you know, I guess there's no cap on it, what we would send in, even if it would increase 5% in a year of sales tax. Do the voters have to go out and vote on that? So to me, that's an important piece of the conversation if we're talking about caps, is like, wouldn't the state sales tax cap, wouldn't that be great for a resident? And then you could just start spending, you know, without paying tax on items, particularly at the end of the year. We're starting the school year. Imagine if we just didn't have one day. Imagine if we had a bunch of days. So, and I think you'd see a boost to the economy, a pretty immediate boost. So anyway, I said that was the abridged version. I don't know if that's true, but I do think we need to look at that because it is a real issue.
Mark, I had a question about on slide 10, the 5% civil service market adjustment. Which employees does that apply to?
That's public safety,
That's
police
for our
and fire.
police and fire.
Police and fire uniformed,
Okay, thanks.
and so police, non-uniformed is covered under the general government.
All right, thank you. And then on slide 11, I mean, you mentioned, Shannon, the funding for Medicaid. That's, you know, the mayor, thank you for talking about the lack of some of these amenities in District 5. And having Medicaid in District 5, that's very important. Of course, that's a public safety consideration, having that ambulance service available there. So I'm very glad that we're funding that. And that's something that, you know, we're talking about how tight the budget is and how, you know, maybe things aren't looking so great for the future. There's anticipations of economic decline and what that's going to mean for us for future budgets. And so, and I just want to mention too that the economic development, which we're going to talk about later, is extremely important. We need to focus obviously on continued economic development and also, you know, residential development here in the city, because we want to maintain our tax rate. We have to have these additional revenues coming in to fund the things that are necessary for the city. And so that's something that we need to be aware of as we're going through this process, to think that we're just going to keep it the way it is now and hope maybe there's going to be economic increase later on that's going to increase our revenues. So maybe we'll have some more additional money coming into the future. I don't think that's an adequate way of looking at it. we need to be more focused on actually doing things that we can in the city that's going to increase businesses to come here so that we can actually bring in the tax revenue, not just because we want more money, but as we're seeing now, and as Chris is talking about, we don't actually have the revenues that are to pay for some of these things that are really important things for the city. So if we're not going to increase the tax rate, then we do need to focus on economic development and growth, and it's very important. And then with respect to District 5, we don't have these amenities as we're talking about, but it does have a lot of these businesses there, and we need to really see what we can do to promote those businesses, make things easier for them so we can encourage more to come in and for their expansion. It's really essential for the city. Thank you.
Chris?
Thanks, Mayor. Shannon, could you please go back to, and Mayor, this gets to your point, slide 4 real fast. These are those deductions that we were just talking about. When our residents see their property taxes and our businesses see their property taxes, we're bringing in the $243 million, but immediately we take out dollars for our economic development incentives, which does include the revenue share over at DFW. Another large portion of that is going to be one particular company that we have, in essence, a Freeport agreement with. That is going to be taking up another large portion of that. Then you get the TIF and the PIDs that we take out, and those dollars are going for debt service for some of those, especially our 3 little PIDs. And in the TIF, we use that for our economic development components, our interest in sinking at $55 million, and our pension obligations. So in addition to, again, what we are paying for as a city and our contributions to TMRS, SBP, and to the firefighters' pension fund, we also have this debt service on our pension obligation bonds that we were able to finance that debt at a much lower rate. And we're saving overall about $125 million over 25 years. So we have that debt as well. So in the end, we have $146 million coming into the general fund to help pay for all the basic services. Your police and fire are $163 million. So every dime of property tax that we collect from businesses, which is about 70% of all of our property tax collections, and 30% from our residential. Every dime doesn't even cover our police and fire services. And you can take that 243, not even the 146, but the 243, multiply that by 2.75, and that's what we send in just sales tax to the state. Almost 3 times as much money that we collect in property tax, we send to the state in sales tax. And to Brad, your point earlier, this is the first state, I've worked in 3. This is the first state that I've worked in that there is not a dime of dollars that come back from the state for any of the gas or the license or the registration fees from the owners of those vehicles and the users of those gas stations using our roads. Not a dime. And we are investing our other 1 cent into DART, in mass transit, to help take more people off those roads. And we don't get a dime from the state. They don't share. It really is an extraordinary situation, and why, again, we are very prudent and fiscal with what we do.
Okay, Mark.
Yeah, hearing, Chris and Rick and Brad, everybody talking about that, yeah, it's a really bad deal. It's very frustrating. And we talk about it here, and really would like to see what our representatives covering the city of Irving are doing to address these situations, because that's we can talk about it a lot, but we don't have a vote. And so I agree with Brad, hearing people come in and tell us what's going on, and speaking to our reps to see what they're doing to try to change the situation. That'd be very, very important exercise to get into.
I think the real thing that comes out of this, guys, is if we could figure out a way to educate the residents. Some of these slides, I think, do a pretty good job of it, because the reality of it is that, I'll get myself in real trouble, so let's not go that direction. But the people that are elected to represent us down in Austin really need to understand this like we understand it. If they don't understand how much money we're giving, and they sit there and, and it's all about, well, the cities are the bad guy. They're charging too much, so the state's gonna put the thumb on the cities to try to fix the problem, when the reality of it is, if you look at your tax bill, as I do, the amount I pay the city, I pay more than that to my homeowners association, my flood control district, which takes care of my drainage and my trash pickup and open space being mowed, that the city doesn't have to, which is fine. I'm not opposed to any of that. But the point being that they don't understand that we can't continue to squeeze this thing down when the reality of what they're trying to cap us on doesn't get us where we need to go. I mean, Chris just said it. If you take our police budget and our fire budget and add them together, the property tax doesn't even come close. But that's public safety, and that's our number one thing we should be worried about. And it is the number one thing that we're spending money on. But the reality of the people at the state, they don't get it. And so I think, unfortunately, as long as you have our residents electing people who also don't get it to go down and represent us, we're not getting anywhere. So I think it's gonna have to come to us educating. And so maybe these type of things, this sounds really terrible, but like before every one of our council meetings, maybe this one with the state and us, that's what's on the screen. And then maybe the next one is a breakdown of what a homeowner pays in a $130,000 home, what they pay a year to the city. And that, what example there did not include the $50,000 reduction if you were 65 or older or disabled. So that number would even come down more. But maybe we've got to promote this to where it's in our spectrum. It's when they turn on our TV, it's on our stations. It branded into them that they see the dollars and cents of it, and the reality of, here's what we collect in sales tax, but here's what we pay for public safety. And again, it's not picking on public safety, because both public safety entities that we have could use more money. They all could always have more, but we can only operate with the dollars that we have. And so, I don't know, to everybody's point, I think, to me, the real issue becomes we got to educate the populace of the residents to make sure that they elect the representative that's going to go to Austin and carry the message. Al?
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I think we all have a sense of where we are. My concern is when we come out with, and we've done a really excellent job of communicating to our citizenry, but what concerns me now, how do we, and it's not educating only, Mayor, it's really painting the picture bleakly, and it can't just be numbers, because people glass over when you give them the numbers that we deal with. And so we're heading into somewhat of maybe it's going to be a perfect storm between the recession that we've been in for a while, nobody wants to admit it. The second part is, what happens if COVID hits us again, or some other kind of major pandemic, because it's the highest level it's been in the last 2 years right now in our hospitals. So what does that do to us? And I think at this point, I'm not talking about scare tactics, but I think we better be realistic on how we put things out. Not just positive, which is and I'm to blame, because, we all want to say what's all the good things that we're doing. Well, guess what? If we're not in a position to not only put the real view out there, then we're to blame. So I think, Mayor, you're right on. I think we all understand it. At the end of the day, I guess I really feel strong, and we all are talking, I think, at it and around it, is that we need to find a way to put the reality out there. Because at the end of the day, we're not only a donor city, we're a donor state. And just understand California, they're no longer, they say they're donor, but how many billions of dollars are they in debt? So at the end of the day, and we're not in our state. So that tells you why they're all well, not all, but a lot of them are moving here. So I really would urge us, and this is to you in particular, and your team, our team, Chris, we need to figure a way to paint the picture with reality of the moment and what we could be moving towards. Because if we continue to kind of toot our horn, which I think it's the right thing to be doing, there's got to be the corollary. And you work hard doing the numbers to try to give us reality. And everything that I've seen and I've been hearing, not just today here, but across the board, we're kind of getting ready for something to happen. We kind of don't know what that is. But if we don't get that out there and get a sense so that people are not surprised, because then it's on us. So, thank you.
All right, we'll let you get going again.
Okay. Did that one. I think I was at sales tax. Okay, sales tax year to date. Our collections as of July 2024, which represents our May sales, collections are at 71.1 million. That's 6.4%, 4.3 million above our budget projections, 1.95% or 1.6 million over our prior year collections. Our audit adjustments in prior period collections were a net positive, a little over 616,000. And then we've got our out-of-state internet collections of 767,843. Our mixed beverage collections are 11.05% or a little over 71,000 above our budget projections, and 14.11% or 88,442 above our prior year collections. And the sales tax budgets due, we have always budget sales tax conservatively because as it's been mentioned, sales tax is affected by the national economy. This is our sales tax allocation by fund. Just as with the property tax, the money that comes in, all of it doesn't go to the general fund. So all of our sales and mixed beverage tax that comes in, we got a portion that goes to the Economic Development Incentive Fund, our Entertainment Venue Fund, the EV Fund for the Brookfield, and then our Convention Center Hotel Fund. This is our sales tax top 10 industries by fiscal year. Again, we have a diversified mix of sales tax categories. Our top three are our retail trade, our wholesale trade, and information. And just for some background information, retail trade, that's the businesses to wholesale. So that's the consumer going to Walmart or Tom Thumb. We have our wholesale trade, that's the business to business or governments and institutions. And then we have our information, that's our gathering and maintaining information for others. And as you can see, those have been fairly steady over the last 5 years, even through the pandemic. We saw during the pandemic that even though consumers weren't going through to the brick and mortar institutions, they were actually shopping online. Online shopping increased. Our sales tax top 10 year over year. Again, the top three are highlighted, and most of them, those three have shown an increase except for our retail trade. Again, that's where the business to the household consumer, and it's down by 3.6 million from 2022. And so you can see those inflationary pressures from inflation and interest rates now affecting consumer household shopping activities. Other revenues account for 20% or 61.6 million of our general fund revenue. Again, these are our franchise fees, fines, fees, permits, and other charges for services. And some of those increases are due to our implemented fees, and we did our citywide consolidated fee review. Again, our increases in interest income due to the Federal Reserve rate hikes, and interest income is projected at the 4.95% rate. Moving on to our expenditures, these are our expenditures by service type. Again, you can see that we are structurally balanced at 300.5 $305.9 million. As you can see, police and fire make up 53% of our general fund expenditures, and then non-departmental is another large portion of our general government, as I mentioned on a previous slide. And non-departmental, the main two transactions that happen in non-departmental that make up this $45.8 million is our transfers to either the funds for our vehicle replacement, to non-bond, to the Heritage Center debt service, our building repair and replacement, and our economic development incentives, and then funding our IT internal service fund. We've got our liability insurance here, utilities, outside services. This is where we have our annual audit, our alarm monitoring, our legal and actuarial services. Our separation payments, that's when an employee leaves the city and we pay out their accrued time. And the 1.5% COLA is also recorded into non-departmental, and that's offset by our vacancy savings. We have our bank charges here, our fuel reserve, that's here, and then other supplies, legislative, travel, and memberships. Looking at the general fund expenditures by classification, again, this shows that salaries and benefits account for 70% of our general fund budget. This funds almost 2,000 positions. Looking at our current year revenue projected, we adopted our budget last year of revenue budget of $289.5 million. We're projecting $297.7 million, so this is about an $8.2 million above adopted budget, or a 2.8% increase. Again, these are numbers based on our June 2024 data. Our current year expenditures, again, the revenue growth, our vacancy and operational safety savings have funded our public safety market adjustment that was above budget, and then any inflated costs. Our current year expenditure, again, we were balanced last year at the $289.5 million. This year we're projecting $284.9 million, or a reduction of $4.6 million, or 1.6%. Again, this is based on our June 2024 data. The most of this savings is coming from our vacancy savings. We usually run about 100 vacancies a year. As of August the 1st, I think our actual number was 107. And the reason why non-departmental is not showing the savings is because that's where the vacancy savings are recorded, or budgeted, but the actual savings are in the individual departments. So at the end of the year, we'll true up non-departmental. In summary, again, we are showing some property tax and sales tax growth, maintaining our property tax rate, our competitive compensation investments. We are continuing to invest in economic development and community development initiatives. We will continue funding our capital improvement plan, our future and focus needs that we can. We do realize the uncertainty of the economy, that it impacts the budget, and the city manager's recommended budget is balanced, structurally balanced. And with that, I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Questions? Okay, we'll go to the tax rate. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Brett, now you're going to explain to this the no non-new, new non-new, voter approved non-new.
Sure. Yeah, talking about the tax rate, the first thing is our definitions page for the longtime people. You've seen this before, you'll see it again, but for the newcomers and people in the audience who are unfamiliar, when we're talking about the tax rate, the city's tax rate breaks down into two sections. The maintenance and operations rate, or M&O rate, is the portion that funds our general fund, pays for the majority of our expenditures for operations and maintenance. We also have an interest in sinking or debt service rate, and that is the portion of the tax rate that's allocated to pay the principal and interest on the general obligation bonds that we issue. some terms that have been introduced by the Texas legislature. We can bash on them some more. I have no problem with that. The no new revenue rate is the notional rate that provides the same amount of revenue on existing properties as the previous year. This is formerly known as the effective tax rate. We also have a voter approval rate, which is the rate above which we have to call an election of the city to vote to increase the tax rate above this amount. The rate is currently 3.5% above the no new revenue rate plus the current year's interest and sinking rate. They do allow us graciously to pay our debt off. So that is the modifier to the pure 3.5% increase. Prior to 2017, this was an 8% increase. We also have what is called an adjusted voter approval rate, and then we get credit for the previous 3 years if we have any unused increment prior to, by setting the tax rate, we can apply that to the adjusted rate for this year, and we'll get into that in a few minutes. So as Shannon mentioned, and as Chris has mentioned, our budget is based upon maintaining the total tax rate of 58.91 cents to fund our current operation level and our proposed increases in costs. We are also maintaining the split between our maintenance rate and our debt rate at 15.97 cents of that 58.91 going towards debt service. We have a goal of completing the 2021 bond program within 10 years. We are seeing rising costs in construction and materials, so we may not be able to get to every project that we wanted to at that time, but we'll have all the money spent for the most important projects. We also are seeing a reduced rate needed for pension bonds. We're using that to finance our Let's Play Irving capital projects sold in fiscal 23-24. Ask Teresa Adrian for pictures of me discussing that. So to summarize, the current year tax rate that we're in right now, fiscal 23-24, 58.91 with 42.94 going to maintenance and operations and 15.97 going to interest and sinking. We're proposing to maintain that for next year. And in the middle of this slide, you can see the various rates. The no new revenue rate, as calculated, would be 51.5828. The voter approval rate unadjusted is slightly below our proposed tax rate at 58.5392, but our adjusted voter approval rate is 62.1178. This is the rate that we could adopt up to without having to go to the voters for approval. So the proposed tax rate is 7.33 cents above the no new revenue rate and 0.37 cents above the unadjusted voter approval rate.
Brett, real fast, can
Yes.
you walk through, I've always mentioned before, the state's calculation on the no new revenue rate is a complete misnomer, given the complexity of our
Yes.
financial system. Can you just briefly walk through that, Brett?
So several years ago, I did a 10 to 12 page explanation of this. I could trot that out at some point for y'all if you really want to. But basically, what happens is when we have large TIF districts, we have one of the largest TIFs in the state as a percentage of our total value with TIF 1, the Las Colinas TIF, and we have 5 others on top of that. When those values get segregated out, that decreases the amount of money available for the general fund. And we also have the same thing with the economic development incentives. We have economic development incentives for DFW, and with some of our larger developers, that money is also unavailable for general fund. And so by having those pieces in place for the city, the amount of money going into fund the general fund decreases, and so that is not really taken into full account by the calculations of this rate. The tax rate set by the tax calculation set by the state is really a one size fits all. And if you are a small city in West Texas that does not have economic development, does not have tax increment financing, it works great. For a city our size, it's a 14-page form now to calculate all these rates. The way we do business and the way we've been operating over time is not taken into account fully. There are some sections that try to adjust for that, but it does not paint the full picture. And so that no new revenue rate does not yield the same amount we need to fund our government that we would generate from the prior year. And I'll show you the cost of this in a few slides, how much of a decrease in our general fund budget a no new revenue rate would cost us.
Also, I think the reason that we could potentially go up to the 61 is because we haven't been going up and down. We've maintained our level over the years, where that if we would have been playing the up and down game, we wouldn't have the capacity to go to the 62.
In sum, if you hear, Mayor and Council, that we need to go to the no new revenue rate, so therefore we're bringing in the same amount of money that we were last year, that simply is not accurate. If we were to go to that rate, we'd actually bringing in less money from the same sources based upon their formulaic approach to it. Again, it's a one-size-fits-all that just does not work. So as you talk to the residents, it's hard to explain, which I understand because it's very convoluted and complicated. Part of me thinks that's by design, very strategically by our good state reps. But in the end, if we were to adopt a no new revenue rate, that is not accurate. We would actually lose money.
Let me skip ahead a little bit. If we were to adopt the no new revenue rate, the amount of decrease we would need in the general fund is $24.88 million. So that's what the no new revenue rate would get us.
Yeah, and I think that it's always difficult, Chris, like you say, to explain, but when you pull out the TIFs and the reimbursement accounts, which is money we don't get, we got to give it back. I mean, it comes in, it's all pass-through money. They count that as income, and they don't realize that next year we got to pass it back through again. So that's gets us to this scenario of how they would figure it, because they don't take into account any of those things that we do. I don't know which one of you was first.
Brad was first.
Brad?
Well, you answered one question, Brett, thank you already, but the 25, well, almost 25 million, what % cut in services would that be, Chris?
Yeah, our general fund is, what was it again, our general fund?
About 250 million?
About 10%.
Yeah.
So, and I'm certainly not advocating to spend a lot more, but I think that rate is deceptive. It's not really a no new revenue, it's a less revenue rate, the way that they calculate it, number one. Number two, and I certainly don't advocate this, you see some candidates out there saying price controls, which is a horrible idea. But the revenue doesn't factor in the inflation or increased gas prices or other increased things that we have no control of that affect the revenue rate. But one of my questions, so 0.37 cents above the unadjusted voter approval rate. So but we don't have, we learned earlier elections are really expensive, so we'd rather not have that cost. And if the election were to pass, even by a smashing percentage, does the state reimburse us for the cost of that election that they've ordered?
No.
So that's an unfunded mandate, really, for us to keep pace. But can you explain that 0.37 a little bit better?
Sure. Be happy to go back through that.
You're not saying we have to go out for an election for this year?
No, we're not. What we're saying is with the adjusted voter approval rate, you can see here that that rate is 62.1178, and so that's the trigger. If we go above that, we have to go for an election.
In sum, if I may, Brett, you could raise your tax rate 3.21 cents, which we're not recommending, without having to go out to a voter approval on that.
Yeah, if 5 of us wanted to raise the taxes, we could go up to just under the 6.21. Brad, did you?
Thank you.
All right.
Mark?
Just in talking about the TIFs, because Brett is talking about, well, those are monies that are not going into the general fund, so that might be an impression that's a bad thing, but it's not a bad thing. The TIFs have been extremely valuable for the city as far as economic development in the urban center, especially Wells Fargo, Music Factory. And then that has brought in businesses that do pay in tax revenues. It's increased restaurants, and so we have sales tax revenue that comes in because of that. And there clearly is a net gain from having those TIFs there. So I just wanted to make that point, because I don't want to make it sound like, oh, the TIFs are like eating up general fund money, when there's actually a net benefit to the community for it.
I think the real challenge we have is that when we give our 1 penny to DART, we don't have it for economic development or other things, for parks, for fire, for police, for libraries, for economic development, for buying down the tax rate, all that stuff we forego. So the only thing that we can do as an incentive to bring businesses here is reduce the sales tax or the property tax, unless you have a TIF in place. And then if you have the TIF in place, you then have the dollars to remove from that TIF rather than, as I said, cut back your amenities and your needs of public safety, because you can't compete. So without the TIF in place up there, you wouldn't have the residential you have, because the TIF, one of the first things it did was La Valita, which has been very successful, and that started everything up there. And then the multifamily came in, right, wrong, or indifferent, it is what it is. And then you also had several other housing developments that came, single-family housing developments. And then that was the money that we used to buy the land to begin with, that help offset for the convention center and the entertainment venue and everything else. And then, as we always do, marrying those opportunities we have to use TIF dollars as well as hot tax and things of that nature, we were able to invest in those areas. And then, of course, when the entertainment venue came along, we not only saw it fit that we would produce more sales tax for DART by giving away our sales tax. So the money that's collected in sales tax in the entertainment venue is given back to the concessionaire so that they can do well, and so that that's my wife. They're coming to fix the bathtub. But my point is to your point, Mark. That was an economic tool that if we wouldn't have had, we wouldn't have what we have there today, which would then be eating into our tax base immensely.
I think the takeaway is that it's a one-size-fits-all calculation that was imposed upon us that makes us look bad, and that we are, that we have put these agreements in place with either the airport or developers over many years, and they are agreements we can't get out of easily, and so it penalizes us in terms of what they want to see as a no new revenue rate, which is a complete misnomer.
In Brett, on the no new revenue rate, does that also include the state's requirement that whatever is left currently under protest at DCAD is automatically baked into that, assuming that those protests will be successful? So that
Yes.
no new revenue rate is anticipating that hundreds of millions of dollars worth of valuation is going to be successfully protested. So it forces us to put that into the calculation, but about 80-ish, 85, what percentage usually is sustained.
Yes.
So,
And we factor that into our calculations. And then they also penalize us for having excess fund balance, which is what we need to maintain a
AAA bond rating.
AAA bond rating. So
It's
it
designed
works
to fail.
it's designed to work against us.
Yep, it's designed to fail and to be a speaking point against us. While the state, again, has a $34 billion surplus from our $680 million contribution.
All right.
I promise I won't say that again for the next 30 minutes.
Oh, well, I can pick up the slack. So just to go back to talk about the difference between the voter approval rate and the adjusted voter approval rate. What happened in 2022 is we were actually underneath the voter approval rate, and so we had an unused increment of just over 4 cents. And we were able to carry that forward into the next 3 years and use that as our adjusted rate. So this year and next year, we'll have this 4.1 cent adjustment. And if we continue to exceed the unadjusted rate each year, that will go away eventually. But for this year and next year, we have that as the differential between the voter approval rate and the adjusted voter approval rate. So we are getting credit for what we did in tax year 22, which is really fiscal year 22-23, or the year or prior year's budget. So that will go forward. You can see here in this handy little graph that they provide for us that if we had unused increment for up to 3 years, we could capture that and bank it. If we go above it, as we did in 22-23, we would not be penalized for using it. It would just give us a 0 on the calculations. So to break it down, this is how the money comes in from taxes, property taxes. Our taxable valuation of $42 billion. We haven't assumed, if we go with the proposed tax rate of 58.91, that will generate $247.6 million. We take off a percentage of uncollectible for the year at 98.5%, which leaves us with available revenue of $243,881,000. We've broken it out, as I said earlier, it's broken out into two categories. Operations and maintenance, 72.89%, and debt service at 27.11%. Let's focus on the bottom two numbers. Our total debt service for this year is going to be about $67 million. 55.6 goes towards capital project financing, and 10.5 million goes towards the pension obligation bonds that we issued in 21 and 22. So we're showing that separately, and in C4, I'll come back and really expound on that. But of the $178 million that goes to the general fund, 146 goes to general fund, 16.5 goes to economic development incentives, and 15 million goes into the TIF funds, and has to be spent within the TIF funds. So you can see that of that 178 million that is for maintenance and operations, our agreements with economic development incentives and with the creation of the TIFs limits the amount of general fund money that's available for the just general fund purposes at $146 million. Skipping ahead, we've already covered this chart. Just to point out that this year, 1 cent on the tax rate will generate $4.1 million in revenue. And we've talked about consequences of lowering the tax rate. It would reduce current programs and service levels if we had to go down to the known revenue rate. Looking at how we are this year compared to last year, according to DCAD, an average residential taxable value in the city of Irving is $306,927. That is calculated with a 20% homestead exemption and the new senior exemption. You can see here taking the senior exemption from $50,000 to $55,000, which was already approved by council back in June. That's already been baked into the cake. The average homeowner would see an increase in taxes of $160 a year under the proposed rate. And it goes up and down with the various other rates based upon the rates prescribed. The one thing I would note is that no, we've already talked about it, sorry. Both those new rates are baked in, and that rate had to be determined by council before July 1st for it to go into effect for this year. So that has already been voted on. Proposed budget. In conclusion, we're maintaining our total tax rate at $58.91. The allocation of operations and maintenance and debt service remain the same. We have shifted 18 cents of debt service from the pension obligation bond debt to service CIP debt service. That is a total of almost a half a cent since we sold pension bonds in 22-23. So that money is staying within the debt service to maintain our Let's Play Irving and other capital initiatives. And I will talk about that in 2 presentations. But we do recommend adopting 58.91 today as the rate not to be exceeded for the 24-25 budget. That is what the proposed budget is based on, and that is what we're moving forward with.
Kyle.
Yeah, Brad, I just want to congratulate you and your team on that pension obligation bond. We're starting to see some of the fruits of that because the contributions are starting to be lower on the city side. So the long-term benefits of that is going to be good for us in the long term if all things stay equal. So yes. Congratulations on that. That was a long, drawn-out thing that we did, but it was a good thing we did. So congratulations to everybody who was involved with that.
Thank you very much. It was a team effort, and it took a lot of effort.
And a lot of angst.
It's paying off now.
Yep. Right. Al.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Sinking funds, what's usually the duration when we do them, or is it various based upon the fund? 10 years, 25?
So
I don't think it's under 10, is it?
Well, we in general, we issued debt for about 20 years. General obligation debt, water and sewer debt, any of the other capital debt, 20 years. When we're doing the public safety complex, we structured that as 30-year debt just because of the size of the complex and how much we're going to be issuing to save money year over year. But if we're doing capital financing, say for fire trucks, even though they have a notional life of 10 years if they don't get ran into on the highways, we finance them over 5 years. So it varies, but we try to match the life of the asset with the life of the debt.
Great, because I was wondering on the characterization, so you did it. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, next, Shannon.
Actually, Brett, Mayor. if I
I'm
may.
sorry.
Oh, you're fine. On the pension obligations, again, I'll echo what has already been said. Brett, thank you very much to you, your team, and a shout out to Jeff Litchfield as well. Our previous CFO was also helping front and center in that. Not only are we seeing that rate go down, that we're able to move those dollars into our capital, we're also now seeing, and specifically over on the firefighter side, for this next year, because of that investment in those pension obligation bonds, the contribution for the firefighters is going down this next year. So they're going to be getting more money in their paychecks below, over and above what they're getting now because of this investment.
And we'll do a victory lap on that in section C4. A little more detail on that. But now I'm going to have Shannon come up and talk about the significant changes in this year's budget.
You get to come back.
I get to come back. Shannon Phillips, Budget Manager. I'll walk through the changes from last year to this year. We'll look over the city manager's budget priorities again, and then we'll walk through the changes by department. Again, these are the city manager's goals. He went through those in presentation B2 to adopt a structurally balanced budget, to make sure that our employees are taken care of, to continue with our robust infrastructure and CIP investment, our parks and aquatic center investments, and economic development investments. Significant changes from the prior year. These are citywide changes that happened in all the departments. The general government cost of living, 1.5%. The market for the civil service, police, and fire sworn officers, 5%. The health insurance premium, the 2% increase, the pension cost reductions, and then the fuel price per gallon. Last year, we budgeted $4.50 per gallon, and this year we're budgeting $3.80 per gallon. However, we did increase the number of gallons. So some of the departments that are heavy users, you will not really see that savings. Starting off with the fire department, other operational costs, again, they have the Medicaid funding. They had some position reclasses. We put some partial funding in to offset the safer positions, the market adjustment, collective bargaining, potential costs. And then we do have some one-time costs. These are either funded through the general fund or in other funds. We have our training and development application that's in the technology fund, the asset management application that's in the technology fund, the diesel exhaust and removal equipment upgrade that's in the non-bond CIP. We've got some fire apparatus of a pumper and a Pierce aerial that will be funded through a tax note. The Fire Station 11 fuel tank is in the vehicle replacement fund. And then they have some vehicle replacements of 3 Tahoes and an ambulance.
Shannon and Brett, can you please, Brett in particular would be a question for you. One of the challenges that we're seeing with our fire equipment is the turnaround time it takes from ordering to receiving the piece of equipment. It's been stretching out now from even 1.5 years to 2 years to sometimes 3.5, upwards of 4 years, which means we have to set dollars aside now in order to maintain our schedule. As you know, for a number of years, we were getting behind as a city. This is about 12, 15 years ago. And over the last 8 to 10 years, we've made some significant investments through council, your policy direction, to ensure that our vehicle replacement is on schedule. And our commitment is to maintain and ensure that we stay on schedule. The challenges with these turnaround times, we have to identify the dollars now that we would be spending usually in 2 or 3 years, fiscal years from now. And Brett, you've been able to identify those dollars and help through that process. Can you walk through that, please?
I don't know if identify is the right word, but one of the challenges is, like I said to Councilman Zapanta, if we're selling debt for 5 years for a piece of fire apparatus, we won't get it until at the end of the 3rd year at this point. And so we are spending money and incurring interest charges And as you know, we're in a very high interest rate environment. So we would anticipate interest costs to go down in the next couple of years. And so one of the things the fire truck vendors do is they offer us a discount if we pay up front. And what we're proposing to do is to forego that discount and pay for the truck when we get it in 3 years rather than now. And what we would do is we would set money aside from our fund balance reserve to obligate funds for that purchase. And then when the truck arrives, we would then issue tax notes or certificates of obligation to finance that. And it'd be the same revolving thing we've been doing we used to do with leases, now we're doing with tax notes. But we won't be paying penalty and interest on that purchase until we actually have a vehicle that's in service. And so that's the new structure we're going with this year's budget.
And what that ensures is that although it's going to be a little bit more expensive, it ensures we get in line and have that vehicle coming in when it needs to come in. And so that way we don't mess up or unstructure our current purchase program to make sure that we have our replacements in line and in place.
And I would say that our savings and interest payments would exceed the amount we get on that discount if we got the discount for paying up front. So,
Al?
That's a much more realistic way to look at the number and where you come out at the end. So I really appreciate what you're doing. Thank you.
Oh, Mark.
Thanks, Mayor. Maybe this is for the fire chief, but are we delaying the purchase of any fire equipment because of the delays? And could somebody talk about that? Thank you, Chief. I know there's difficulties in getting the equipment because of the backlog during COVID, but are we doing everything we can to try to get equipment as quickly as we can? Are we doing all options?
Victor Conley, Fire Chief, Councilman Cronin, we are not delaying, we're actually getting ahead of it instead of getting behind it. That's why we're going out. Some of them are as far as 54 months on ladder trucks. So we're not delaying anything. We're actually getting way ahead of it, getting in line, so when our turn comes, we're actually in the production line. Otherwise, we'd just keep backing up 4 or 5 years. So, yeah, we're staying ahead of it thanks to the funding that Brett's been able to find. And we're having bake sales and hot dog sales, too.
Okay, police, they have a new position, the mental health clinician. Other operational costs, they had some position reclasses, the civil service market adjustment at 5%. They have the tactical medic program. They have the Pro Laser 4 LiDARs. Some other one-time costs is using some of their seized funds, the narcotics funds, the covert trackers, the Axon helmet camera, motor rifles, the juvenile jail cell cameras, the red dot sight transition, hobble restraint devices, real-time crime center traffic cameras, and gas mask replacements. Other projects that were funded with some of the bond funds are the PD facility security upgrade, the collaborative software, and the jail door control replacement. And then more one-time from VERF, their replacements, a Chevrolet Capri, 12 Dodge Chargers, 2 vans, 2 Malibus, a Suburban, and 26 Tahoes. Moving on to Parks and Recreation, new positions. They have the 6 seasonal lifeguards and the 2 seasonal aquatic cashiers. Other operational costs, they had some position reclasses. There's additional funding for overtime for the July 4 events. Landscape maintenance for the Irving Boulevard, additional mowing and litter cycles for the TxDOT right-of-way, the special events grant program, which you'll hear about in a few presentations today. The Huffman Armed Security Services, this was previously funded in the CIP department budget. Other one-time, the Lee Pool start-up costs, these are in the non-bond CIP. The UV systems at the North Lake and Heritage Aquatic Centers is in non-bond CIP. The CFAC shade structure replacement is also in non-bond CIP. Williams Square security cameras, these are funded in the Williams Square Plaza Fund. We got the soccer complex security cameras in the bond funds, and then in the vehicle replacement fund, they're replacing 3 trailers. Moving to transportation, operational costs, they have the position reclasses. We have some paving materials increase, the transportation summit costs increase. One times the streets, milling and overlay, the Fugro restudy of roads in non-bond CIP. And then the VERF, we've got the Freightliner, the 5-6 yard dump, the backhoe New Holland, and the port compressor. For CIP, for one time, we got the ADA compliance. We got the Millennium Fountain security cameras that's funded through bond funds. We have the F-150 extended cab in the VERF. Generators are also in the bond funds. We have the Police Fire Training Academy in the bond funds, and then Fire Station 6 and 7 are in the bond funds. The City Attorney's Office have a new position for paralegal, and then some of their operational cost increases is the Westlaw Precision subscription. Human Resources, other operational costs, the medical and the occupational health services contract, one-time funding for the customer service campaign, and then the outside legal services for the 457 and the 401A plans. Code enforcement, there were some position reclasses, and then for the one time in the VERF for replacement, a F-250 regular cab. For financial services, we have some position reclasses. Again, the DCAG contracting increase, as I mentioned earlier in the first presentation, that the appraisal review board members used to be appointed, now they're elected. And so along with their just structural increases, they're passing that cost on to their member cities.
Can you believe that?
Municipal court, we had a position reclass, some one-time enhancements that they have, a prisoner transport van that's in the non-bond CIP, and then in the municipal court funds, courtroom number 3 conversion for flex use space, digital information boards, and then the Vercada camera system. In the library, one-time costs, the JSTOR database, office space expansion at the South Library, that's in the non-bond CIP, and then the library security camera upgrade that was funded in the current year on a budget adjustment in June with bond funds. For communications, they had some position reclasses, additional funding for the neighborhood grant program. One time is the ICTN van and equipment. The van will be purchased through VERF, and the PEG equipment will be, the equipment for the van will be through the PEG fund. Housing and redevelopment had a position reclass. The one-time are the homeless diversion and the placemaking initiatives that will be funded in TIF 2. Economic development, a one-time, and this is a retail center improvement program, and it will be funded in the Economic Development Incentive Fund. Inspection, they have under other operational costs, cross-training for combination inspectors. Non-departmental, we increase vacancy savings. This is where the 1.5% COLA benefits for general government is recorded. The 5% for the market for public safety, fire, and police is in their individual department budgets. There was a water rate increase for City Hall, and then City Hall improvements are in the non-bond CIP. The city secretary's costs, office, other operational costs is elections costs. The city manager's office, other operational costs are the city manager retirement benefits, the RISE program costs, the one-time, or the innovation programming, and the employee recognition platform.
Shanae, did we get any adjustment on that cost for the election? I know you were working on, because the first number was pretty high.
No, sir, we haven't. The first number is $500,000. So we will be paying $451,000 for the collective bargaining election. I have asked KO if we have a charter election to look into whether or not that we can pass on cost to any of the associations in the future for elections that they might have. Because I just think that that is an enormous amount of money. But, yes, no, they're not adjusting it.
Because I know you were talking to Dallas, they had some concerns too. with
Dallas
it,
has,
'cause
they're
they've raised
getting,
it pretty heavily.
they're doing a charter election, and theirs is 2.7 million.
2.7 million.
Yeah.
All right, I guess that's
Yeah,
what it costs
but
to have elections.
we have not, it's not been adjusted yet. We just caught the contract last night, and they didn't make any adjustments. So that's, we've been never paid more than $130,000
I know, that's
for
what,
an
we usually only
election.
pay 100 to 150 at the
Yeah,
most.
it's a ridiculous number.
County passing the money, their expenses down to us. All right, any other questions? Mark?
Yes, thank you. On slide 5, the reference to the fire costs, in particular, the collective bargaining potential costs. What's encapsulated in that?
Brett, did we do 500 or 750?
500,000.
500,000. We're setting aside $500,000. That's separate and in addition to what you're seeing from here on the election, but and potential anticipated costs in legal fees, contract development, resources for consultants. So we're setting the dollars aside just in case.
What was the basis for that estimation?
Right now, it's just an estimation. Most of that we think is going to be potentially legal and some outside consultants, but we really don't know quite yet. So we may need to make some adjustments.
Is that just an initial expense, or is that expected to be continual?
I think it would be a one-time expense. If the referendum passes, it would be a one-time expense to create this first contract, however long that contract would last. We would then likely see a similar cost whenever the end of that first contract would end. And it might be a little bit lower because we'd have an existing contract in place, but this is potentially a brand-new contract. We don't have anything in existence right now, and we're going to need some assistance in pulling that together.
Thank you.
Al?
Yeah, does that come out of the general fund or come out of their fund?
Our general fund.
Well, why don't we split it with them? They're asking for it.
I don't believe that is possible.
All right. Capital improvement.
Does it skip out?
Mayor and council, once again, Brett Starr, Chief Financial Officer. This is not the sexy presentation on capital improvements. That's Pat's. Mine is about the financing of it. So this is all about how we fund it, not what we're going to get.
This is the other side.
Yes, the very dry side. I'm sorry, but I'll try to make it entertaining. As we've covered before, 15.97 cents of the proposed tax rate is going towards interest and sinking. That's $66.1 million. We're breaking it out, 55.6 million going to general capital projects and 10.5 going to the pension obligation bonds. Reiterating the policy direction to maintain the tax rate at 15.97 to complete the bond program within 10 years of the bond election in 2021. This is the pension obligation debt service chart showing both the fire pension and the TMRS and SPP pensions combined. You can see that the last two, the TMRS and SPP, they pay off in 2024, and then we have the fire pension bonds pay off in 2047. These are partially funded from operating transfers from non-general funds that have a portion of the TMRS and SPP are paid into that. So of that 11.1 million, around 10.5 is actually paid by the debt service. In 2023, that was 2.97 cents on the tax rate. If you remember, we had maintained a 13-cent tax rate on the CIP. At that point, we added to it. Last year, it's 2.73, and projected for this year is 2.55. So you can see that decline coming. And here's my fun chart. This the orange shows the amount of the debt service going to pension obligation bonds as a ratio, and then the green to what we're funding for capital projects on top of that. And you can see that over time, that decreases incrementally until 2023, when it drops precipitously after the TMRS and SPP pension bonds are paid off. But that is all good news. That allows us to do some pretty extraordinary things with our capital program. One of the things that we work very closely with Hilltop Securities, our financial advisors, on is to update our debt capacity. The current assumptions that we have in place is that we will maintain the total debt service at 1597. We're looking at a 5% going down to a 3% average growth in the tax base. Even with the worst of the recession over a 10-year period, we never have gotten below 3% average tax growth. We're estimating 4% and 4.5% interest rates on future debt. However, the current rate that we received in July was lower still. We got 3.59 on the general obligation bonds and 3.64 on our certificates of obligation. So that shows we have capacity built into our model to weather, to fund additional projects or weather economic storms. As I mentioned earlier, for most projects, we issue 20-year debt. For the public safety centers, we have built that in as a 30-year debt. And for equipment financing, we do not go past 5 years. The debt capacity supports the proposed issuances in total of $30.15 million for this year that are funded from general property tax. Let's see. So the way we build the capital program is that the first allocation always comes to Road to the Future. At least $20 million will go towards major capital projects for roads and the milling and overlay and crack sealing and the maintenance programs that we put in place for the Road to the Future. We usually space out our large capital projects over time to afford them. In fiscal 23-24, we had the large allocation for Mustang Center and Lee Park's Fire Station number 8 construction and the gun range. We're going to take a breather this year, but next year we plan on building the police property and evidence building. And then fiscal years 28, 29, and 30 will see the bulk of the public safety joint training facility programmed in. If you think about this with the metaphor of the jar, where you start by filling it with large rocks and then you fill it in with smaller rocks and then sand. We're doing a lot of sand this year, but it's going to work out. One of the things that we are looking at is that we probably will not have enough money in bond capacity due to inflation to get to all the projects that were authorized by the voters. We can issue certificates of obligation for that. The last legislative session, they tried to limit what we could issue COs for, including city halls, but the most part of the infrastructure improvements, parks, streets, libraries, that sort of thing, those are still allowed to be financed by certificates of obligation. We can fill in the gaps as needed for some of these projects to finish out the bond program. Looking at it graphically, it usually will drop off last year, so there's not a lot of history on this, but I wanted to point out the $140 million in debt that we're doing this year for the Let's Play Irving and other projects. And the way we managed that is we didn't violate our total debt capacity, we just shifted it. So the next 3 years, 25, 26, and 27, we're going to have reduced bond sales in order to smooth out the debt service for the bonds we issued this year to build those recreational facilities and the gun range and the other projects that were included in last year's budget. What you're seeing here is in green, the 20-year debt, tax notes and COs being the equipment purchases. We've laddered in, working with Chief Harvey and Chief Conley, what their replacement schedule is for pumpers and ladders, and we've got those built into the debt service. And then you'll see in 2032, the dark green runs out, and we start getting into light green. And so that's notionally, we're going to maintain about a $60 million average annual debt issuance for general obligation bonds, but we're going to run out of authorization. So we'll either need to go out to the voters for a new authorization or backfill with certificates of obligation, which do not require voter approval to continue the program. And that went fast. So this is the debt curve. You can see here in blue and maroon, that's our existing debt. And we have a steeply declining debt curve so that we can layer in the green, which is our projected cost of new debt, so that we maintain on average a slightly increasing debt service paid for by increases in the property growth in property values. And looking at our outstanding debt that we're projecting for the end of this year, fiscal year, in a month and a half, totals of all debt, including water and sewer, MDU, entertainment venue, convention center, the PIDs, works out to 1.1 billion in debt outstanding, with $423 million in interest costs, for a total debt obligation as of this year at $1.5 billion. And you know, for years we were fighting to keep it under $1 billion, but it just when we issued the pension bonds, it blew right through that.
Yeah.
It was an existing expense we had on the books. We just refinanced it as debt.
Yeah, I trying to stand under $1 million was just a number there.
Yes.
And everybody thought, oh, we don't want to go over $1 billion, excuse me.
And with that,
Questions? Dennis?
Yeah, on your water and sewer debt, how much of that is our water
Not the pipeline and stuff?
pipeline and stuff? Yeah. From
it's a set amount from the Corps of Engineers, and it's paid out kind of like your mortgage. So the principal and interest changes, but it's under $1 million. It's like $875,000 a year. Yeah. Okay. Thanks. I was looking for you, Todd.
Okay.
Yeah, I
so
mean,
under $1 million.
when you look at all, I mean, this is the combined debt of everything. And you throw water and sewer in there with the fact that we run a different water and sewer than most people do too. Having the pipeline and the lake and everything is completely different than what most cities have. So again, we're different, and that's where that really gets me kind of cranked up, because we're doing things right. We built a lake, we built a pipeline, so our citizens have lower rates, but we've had to invest major capital in order to do that. And so if you look at it, it doesn't always add up, but at the end of the day, as you've seen it, I think it was one of our most recent meetings, we're at the bottom for what we're paying for our water and sewer. So I mean, it's paying off, but there's dollars that need to be spent up front in order to make that happen.
I'd also want to point out on the chart, the funding source, only the first two lines are funded from property tax. Every other debt service obligation is funded from user fees or identified revenues segregated for that purpose. And so only the general debt and the pension obligation bonds are funded from the property taxes.
Our debt on the water system is only about 20% of the overall budget, our debt payments every year. A lot of utilities are 40, 50% now, so we've been able to keep that down by cash funding a lot of projects in the past. So it's worked out really well.
Yeah, and I think I appreciate that, because I think sometimes we just see a number and we can't put it into perspective of what others' debt is in other cities and what their ratios are, and the fact that we're where we are. Al?
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I may have missed it, but is there an actual number you have on the gun range for police?
There is an actual number, I believe, or has it been?
Yeah, it's approximately 16.5 million, and we'll be bringing that to you for your approval on August 29th council agenda.
Good, okay, we'll deal with it then. Thank you.
Brad?
Yeah, I mean, it's not totally off topic since Dennis brought it up, but the water, if you look at our balance sheets, which we do, and it's beyond this, look at the assets we have on our balance sheets for the debts that we have is really an incredible job by the city and foresight, by our past generations, and then we're trying to carry that forward. But these other cities with this huge debt are reliant on either Dallas or some group co-op, and you've seen the headlines repeatedly of issues they've had with take or pay and a variety of things, dissatisfaction with their water systems. And we just plug right along, like improving ours and expanding and having and again, I'm not crazy about debt. I don't think anyone is. But with that said, for the assets on our books compared to our debt, it's pretty crazy, what we're able to do when you think about our infrastructure and what we've done and continue to have to do to expand. Sometimes our assets are expanding as we put in bigger pipes and as we grow, thinking about that. But just even our water pipeline, like you're saying, for that portion of the debt to be what it is, it's extremely low for the amount of assets that we've accumulated and are repairing and replacing, and getting bigger pumps and those variety of things. So they pay off big time in the long run because it does result in a lower water rate. And even though, you know, people feel the increases, if you look around the Metroplex, we're trying to be very mindful of where we are, and I think we've done a great job. And even with all that said, we've come up in our bond rating. So when we do borrow, it's going to cost less money in interest. And so I think those things are all very well managed and appreciated, certainly by us because we get to see it a lot. But, you know, as a resident, I don't think it's always entirely clear what's going on, but I could just say it's, with regard to everything, but even in particular water, it's been excellent management and thought, fiscal thought put into it.
Yeah, I think if you really, you know, if we were sitting around a boardroom and this was a company, we'd be talking about the fact that, look where we are with the assets that we have and how well they're maintained. I mean, prime example is what we have no control over, like the water treatment, the sanitation waste. They let it go till they had to spend billions of dollars to clean it up. And so now we've got these rate increases. Same way with the water, we're going to start seeing more and more increases there because they've let it go. But if you look at our system, we've replaced we're just finishing the carbon pump station, which means all of our pump stations have been done within the last 20, 25 years, and they're up to a standard. We're replacing pipes. So our residents, while they see an increase, it's because two other entities did not do what we're doing. And that is take care of their project and have their system at a level to where they didn't have to have those big hits. And so I don't care if we're talking about our streets, I don't care if we're talking about our water, I don't care if we're talking about, you know, Chief Conley just talked about the police equipment. We're on top of that again now, and you know, we continually try to smooth it out as best as possible so that the residents don't hit a big hit every time we got to catch up. And unless you're here long enough or you really take the time to understand this, you don't realize how well a job we do in every one of these departments. And and we spend money, and it's all calculated. It's all for a reason. It's all figured out on a long term. And so Brett figures out how to make the money work. Chris works with the departments to figure out how they can maintain a high standard. And I think we're very fortunate to have everything the way we do, and the debt that we have is minimal. I agree, Brad. And to have our water at the level, Dennis, like you said, is amazing. All right. Are we on overview?
In Mayor and Council, we do have an outside group, Holmes Murphy, here that will be part of this presentation, so we can invite them up. We can go through the next process. Thank you. Yeah, let's do the health insurance fund first, if that's
Let's
okay.
see. Do we want to take a quick break?
Yeah.
I should have done this half hour ago when I was running around. We'll take about a 10-minute break.
Okay.
Sinead, what time is lunch coming?
I don't know.
You don't have to deal with the lunch then.
Okay.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
I'm sorry.
So go, we got 6,
Okay.
that's pretty good.
Okay. So, good morning. Jill McAdams, Human Resources Director. We're here today to talk about the state of our health insurance fund. This is a very, very important benefit for our employees, and so we work with our consultants from Holmes Murphy to analyze the market versus what the state of our fund. So I'd like to introduce to you Sean Quinlan. She's our account executive with Holmes Murphy, and Ben Clark, he's our actuarial. So I'll turn it over to y'all.
Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you all for having us here. We're excited when Human Resources gets to talk about benefits. So our agenda for today is we're focusing really on kind of claims history, just really to tee you up for the big portion of the discussion, which is around our budget. Let's see, hang on, we're out of order. Just a second. Our slides are out of order. Right, our slides are out of order here, so I'm gonna, can you take me offline for just a quick second? 1 second. Okay.
So I think we're under tab D.
Yeah, it's version. We need to go to version 3.
Where's version 3?
D, I think. D, isn't it?
Yeah. 2, that's version 1. There it is. All right, now we're cooking.
Now we're cooking. Thank
know.
you.
Okay. Try that.
That's it.
All right.
That looks familiar. Okay. So our agenda really is to start, we're gonna start you off with a plan performance summary. We'll do a slide or two just on enrollment so that you know who's enrolled in the 3 medical plans that you offer and where those participants are enrolled. And then the next thing we'll do is a super high-level overview of what your cost drivers are as it relates to medical and pharmacy spend. And then that really just sets us up for the financial discussion, which will start with a year-over-year trend look so that you know how you've run historically. And then we will round that out with the upcoming projected budget. And then we'll turn it back over to Jill, who will talk through the rate plan for the upcoming plan year. So this first slide is a look at your enrollment summary. The pie chart to the left is a summary of the 3 different plans that you offer. So your the majority of your enrollment is in what we call the Blue Choice plan. And if you think about it in levels of deductible, that is our lowest deductible plan. So the bulk of your total participation is in that Blue Choice plan with about 47% of enrollment. And then you've got the next plan would be your Blue Quality plan. It has a slightly higher deductible and carries about 29% of the total enrollment. And then rounding out enrollment is the Blue Edge HSA. So that is your high deductible health plan that is attached to a health savings account. And that plan has about 24% of enrollment. The charts on the right side look at your distribution of enrollment. And we like to look year over year. It tells us if people are, making choices to enroll families differently year over year. And what we can tell here is that you have been fairly consistent over the most recent 3 years. So the bulk of your enrollment is based on employees who have employee-only coverage, so single coverage, they're covering themselves. And that number has hovered somewhere between 44 and about 45%. And then that green tier is your employee plus spouse enrollment, again, very consistent year over year. Employee plus children, or child or children, I should say, is that teal blue color, again, consistent. And then your family enrollment is at about 27% in the current plan year, and that also has been consistent year over year. So sometimes when you see those consistent patterns of enrollment, that pretty much indicates that you've got either a consistent population or your plans are centered to where, as you are hiring people or even bringing new people onto the plan, they're enrolling similarly year over year. The next slide looks at your generational segmentation, and most probably wonder why this is important. We look at your total population, so this is based on membership, so your employees and your covered dependents. And generational segmentation is extremely important. It tells the HR team where to direct their attention. For each of these different segments, there are different medical conditions or different pharmacy prescriptions, things that we're going to see in each of those populations. So it's helpful when we know how your population is made up. It helps us with targeting clinical programs and decisions based on the plan. Your alphas, which is that youngest group, average age there is about 5, and you've got 15% of your total population sitting in that segment. Gen Z, average age is about 18, and almost 25% of your population there. Millennials have, if that's your largest segment, and it's honestly the largest segment for most municipalities, are sitting in that millennial spot with an average age of about 33. And then Gen X, 22%, and then we still have baby boomers on the plan, which we love, and they're about 10% of our membership with an average age of 62. So this slide really looks into the, we're calling it metrics, but basically your medical and pharmacy costs are driven by inpatient spend, outpatient spend, and then pharmacy costs. There's a fourth bucket, but that fourth bucket is relatively small. It's professional services, and when you think about professional services, think about office visits to a primary care physician or a specialist provider, but those don't really drive your costs. Your costs are driven by the inpatient bucket, the outpatient bucket, and then pharmacy expenses. So we'll start in looking at your inpatient costs. You are currently spending about $105 on a per member per month basis. And if we compare that to the public entity benchmark, it sits at about $98 per member. So that's just to give you some relativity of how the city of Irving looks compared to other government or municipalities. And if we look at those costs on a year-over-year basis, your inpatient spend, which is the largest bucket of cost for you in totality, is actually down by almost 10% year-over-year. And that lower spend is really driven by you having a lesser paid amount per admit. So what we look at is year over year, how many admits did you have? And while your admits, the number of those admits increased slightly, the amount that you spent on each admit was less. So that drove that lower year over year total inpatient spend. The next bucket is your outpatient spend. Outpatient spend, think of everything that doesn't require an overnight stay in a hospital. So your labs, your diagnostics, your day surgeries. Those are the things that fall into outpatient care. Your outpatient spend is $116 on a per participating member per month. The benchmark is $142, so you're running below the benchmark. That's positive. And on a year-over-year basis, your outpatient spend is down by 18.6%. So very, very, very strong in the outpatient spend. The next two sections speak to pharmacy, and pharmacy has become a greater driver of total expense for all municipalities, for all commercial, so you don't feel like government entities are in a world of their own. Pharmacy costs are increasing across the board, and we break your pharmacy costs down into two different segments. One segment is traditional spend, and traditional would be what we would call non-specialty medications. So think about your maintenance medications, your lipid-lowering medications, diabetes medications. That traditional drug spend is sitting just above the benchmark at $87, and then on a year-over-year basis, we've seen your traditional drug spend increase at about 8.9%. If we compare that to what's happening in the specialty section, on specialty, you are also running above the benchmark, and you've had an increase of about 43% year over year. The driver of that specialty costs would be things like autoimmune medications. And really the culprit behind some of that is a lot of the direct marketing. If you're watching television, you're seeing ads for Humira or Stelara. Those medications are what drives the specialty spend. And an interesting factor that the HR team is aware of is that while specialty drives a large portion of your pharmacy spend, it's actually 49% of what you spend in all pharmaceuticals. It's less than 1% of the prescriptions issued. So a very small amount of medications accounting for a very large percent of your spend. And what I will say is that you have programs in place to manage that specialty drug utilization. So you have, you've heard about the GLPs, and those are medications that are really helpful in reducing conditions for folks who are struggling with diabetes. And so Ozempic is a very popular one. Just know that your plan has measures in place to manage the utilization of that particular medication. So at that point, I feel like we've talked about what's driving the plan, so we're going to turn it over to Ben, who will get us started on the financials.
Thank you, Shauna. Ben Clark, financial consultant. So I want to talk a little bit about how we put together the budget for next year, and we'll start there with how costs are increasing year over year. So this is a number we refer to as trend. We use trend rates measured from Siegel. They do a survey over 100 plus employers, about 8 million lives year over year, in order to determine what national trends are. And these are average increases in the cost of medical and pharmacy claims year over year on a per capita basis. And so the orange line you see there is the actual trend that we've had since 2019. It averages about 6.7% over that time. So to put that in perspective, you would expect your costs to double every 10 3/4 years. What we see, though, the blue line there is your actual claims cost for City of Irving, and we've remained relatively flat year over year since 2019, about $19 million in cost avoidance from that trend line from what we would expect over that time. So to put together the budget for next year, we have some assumptions that go into that. We're using claims data through June of 2024. July data very recently, earlier this week on Monday, became available. Medical, we're setting at the 50th percentile, pharmacy at the 50th percentile. And so what that is if we look over the past 3 years at what your average cost per member has been, we will then set that where we have 50% of those costs coming in, 50% of those months coming in below, 50% above, and that's our 50th percentile. Those are conservative estimates. What we'll see in just a moment is that both your medical and your pharmacy is trending below that 50th percentile currently. Medical trend for 2024 is estimated at 6.8%. RX is trending at 9.9%. That's a combination of the retail pharmacy and the specialty pharmacy. We have an illustrative stop-loss renewal currently at 7.9%. We're working on adjusting that to get that firm renewal. And our ASO fees, that is our administrative fees to pay for the plan, and our rebates are using the actual numbers that we're seeing right now. In particular, that pharmacy rebate is going up dramatically next year. And so to put this in perspective, your claims cost, your medical and pharmacy claims make up roughly 80% of your total cost. Your administrative fees and the premiums you pay for that stop-loss reinsurance make up roughly 12 to 15%. So looking back at where these claims are, the blue line you see on the screen, each point on that line is a rolling 12 average. So from January 18 through May 24, we're looking at about 48 years worth of rolling 12 averages. The orange line you see there is then a regression line that shows us the average trend over that time, and you can see how flat trend has remained for City of Irving, just increasing by about 0.1% over that time, on average year over year. The yellow line you see there is the trend that we are seeing just over the most recent 12 months, and that is coming down by about 6%. And so what we're doing by setting that percentile at the 50th percentile, we are inflating the current costs a little bit and then trending forward by the 6.8% to give us a nice conservative budget for next year, knowing that we have a better than average chance of coming in under budget. If I then trend adjust those past years up by that 0.1%, we can put everything on a dollar per dollar comparison to where we are in 2024. You'll see now that the blue line shows significant variability. That 50th percentile is set at $791. Our actual spend currently as of June is at $767, so just a little bit of a bump up to our starting point to then trend forward. Pharmacy is a little different conversation here. Now we see that historically we've trended at about 9.5%, very favorable compared to the historical trend of 9.9. In fact, over the most recent 12 months, we've again trended at 9.5%. So right now we're sitting at a trend that's very similar to our historical. You see that line oscillate, kind of undulate above and beyond trend. So again, when we adjust this to look at our coverage level, we are below that 50th percentile. We then set it at the 50th percentile, which is just a couple of percent up, in order to give us a conservative projection. So where our numbers come in. Our 23-24 budget is sitting there in the first column. Our general fund was at $26.4 million. Our total funds available, $44 million. Our total expenses down there at the bottom, $33.5, leaving an annual surplus of about $54 million when we include in that starting fund balance. Going into 23-24, again, our starting fund balance, $10.6, $44.1 million in funds available. Our total expenses come in at $29.767, leaving us an ending fund balance of about $14.3 million. Now, going into 24-25, we are suggesting an increase to the city's portion of the budget of 2%, an increase to the employees of 2%. Overall, that will take us to total funds of about $48 million, expenses at $32, leaving us with a small surplus of just under $1 million, $965,000 at the end of the year. The illustrative projection you see for 25-26 then, we assume an increase of 4.48%. That increase is found to eliminate the surplus at the end of that year, so we'll get back to a zero. You see that down there just above the yellow line. That 4.8% is only illustrative at this point, just to drive that surplus down to zero. That would put us at about $50 million, $50.67 for total funds available, $35.4 million for expenses. I'll pass it back to Jill.
Okay, so with the 2% rate increases, this is what the Blue Edge HSA, which is the least expensive plan for employees. This slide will depict what the city's cost is monthly and what the employees' cost is monthly, and then break out what the 2% increases will give, and then the difference in the premium for the employee. So that's the Blue Edge. This is the Blue Quality Plan, which is our middle-of-the-road plan. This is the $1,500 deductible. Same scenario. And then Blue Choice, which is our premium plan. Same basic breakdown here. for our retirees on the Blue Edge plan, and these are before the any credits or discounts are provided to them. This is before the rule of 80 or 90. The Blue Quality plan, again, before credits or discounts are provided. And then the Blue Choice plan. And just as a reminder, these are the discounts for the retirees that they may be eligible for. And with that, we'll be happy to take any questions.
Questions? Great information.
Thank you.
It's good to see where we're at in comparison. Al?
Yeah, Mayor, thank you. I guess I'm really trying to understand, because everything insurance-wise has been going up, and I'm not talking just health, obviously. And I saw the trend lines and I saw the numbers and all that. Can you and the team that you have here give us and I'm not saying this is going to be, in stamped that, yeah, you're going to be right. What do we really look like, what's coming on? Because we're still somewhat in a recession mode. So everything that I've ever seen, to include my own personal insurance, is up, not down.
So the trend I discussed earlier is mainly driven by the consumer price index. However, there's a lag of about 6 months to a year from when that consumer price index actually hits the trend for medical. The trend that we're seeing now, 6.7%, is down by 1/10 of a point from last year, but last year where we hit it, we were seeing the effect of COVID. When we saw at the end of 2023, we had a big hike in the consumer price index that drove it up. We're seeing it start to cool off a little bit. What you're referring to with your personal insurance largely has to do with property and casualty. In property and casualty, there have been large losses that have been taken over the last few years that's driving a lot of that. In healthcare, what we see is that the mix of inflation in the market with utilization, with new therapies coming to market, is driving that cost. In addition, at the beginning of 2024, hospital systems renegotiated their contracts with medical claims carriers, which helped to also increase some of that. However, the work that's been done with Holmes Murphy and the city of Irving has helped to keep that trend flat for the city, which is overall reducing the cost of your healthcare expenditure year over year.
And let me ask the other tangential question is pharmaceuticals. And we're hearing a lot about, well, we got to cut it back, or no, we've got all this new type of healthcare products that are, coming through the pharmaceutical. And I'm talking across the board, not just one or two. Any thoughts on that?
So we mentioned retail pharmacy versus specialty pharmacy earlier. Specialty actually trends at about 13.4%. And that's largely the increase that you're seeing. Specialty drugs are drugs which require special handling. So these are refrigerated drugs. They are single manufacturer drugs where the manufacturer owns a patent. Those drugs are what are currently driving the cost. The other inflation in costs that we've seen is due to these GLP-1 drugs. Many of those are brand name. They're not specialty drugs anymore. We've seen about a 329% increase from January 22 until today. However, we are seeing those costs level off. That is, we've saturated the number of people who can take those drugs, and so the inflation we saw would have occurred in the prior 2 years and is no longer affecting the plan. So while we do have very expensive drug therapies that are coming to market, in particular these gene therapies are coming over $1 million per dose, we're not feeling a lot of that on the part of City of Irving. We're simply trending ahead at what we would expect. We're not seeing big increases due to the usage of those drugs within your population.
The other piece that I would add to that, if you think about what's happening with pharmacy, we are seeing your pharmacy costs escalate, but what's happening on the back end of that is some of those medications that are driving your pharmacy expenses up are in turn reducing your medical expense. And so that's why when Ben is looking at your trend, you're not seeing like this huge spike across the board. You're seeing it on the pharmacy side, but what you're seeing on medical is kind of the reverse. So basically, those medications, which are costing you a little bit more, they are effective in reducing medical costs on the other side. And that's really what we want. We want to make sure that people have access to the right drugs for the condition that they have, and we have management programs in place to prevent people from going to the doctor to request a prescription because they saw an ad on television. So the plan is managing that expense to you, which manages manages utilization overall.
Chris?
Thanks, Mayor. Thank you for the great information and great presentation. Just as a note, really more for our employees. Again, this is a 2% increase on the premiums that the employees are paying. And that is going to range on an annual basis from about $8 to $9 a year up to about $150 a year, depending on which plan and whether you're an individual or a family. A 1.5% COLA on the general government side is going to be based upon an increase on their annual salary. So a $60,000 annual salary would then see a $900 increase per year in that. So just sometimes there's some confusion if I'm getting a 1.5% COLA, but yet I have a 2% increase in my healthcare premiums. Just want to make sure, and we'll get that information out to our employees so they know and understand exactly what they see here.
Kyle?
Yeah, Chris, I'd like to have come back to one of the committees or a work session to report on an update on the health clinic. Just kind of give us, we started that a couple of years ago, just kind of get an idea, utilization, cost, maybe what level of employees using it, what the benefits and challenges are with that. I think a good update would be good.
Yeah.
Thanks, sir.
As part of that, I've had a couple people had told Sinead to remind me of it. On the Blue Cross Blue Shield negotiations, where are we at in that process? We're a couple months down there.
So they have a pending agreement that is in place for, I think right now, the next October, so through October. And what we suspect will happen is they will work, I know we're being recorded, but I believe, as your consultant, I'm saying, I believe they will work through it. It is a mutually beneficial relationship between Blue Cross Blue Shield and Baylor. So I think they will do the right thing. And what we are advising all of our clients is to let the process work itself out. You have a partnership with Blue Cross, and the job of Blue Cross is to make sure that they are controlling what you spend. Your cost is determined by two things: the price, so how much you pay for it, and how much of it, the services and goods that you use. Blue Cross's responsibility is to manage the price portion of that, and then you work with your HR team in Holmes Murphy to help manage utilization. So I would just say stay the course. I wouldn't worry at this point. All roads look good now. The fact that they came to a decision to work out something so that no one was left disjointed for this period of time tells me that they are working towards a decision.
Yeah, I think a lot of it is some of the employees that, they just having it down there, they can get in and out and do things, and some of them that have chronic issues that they have to deal with, they have their doctors and everything locally, and if it's going to change, that just kind of upends their world.
Yep, very fair, and just know that you run a self-funded plan, so should something go awry with this decision, we would make sure that your employees are left whole. There's transition of care plans in place behind the scenes, so no employee would be left without care attached to what they were receiving before.
Okay. And you can probably get an update on that too, since it's negotiated through October, that we can, as part of your update, Kyle.
Yeah, we'll be happy to do that.
All right. Thank you. Brett, you said we had one more we wanted to.
Yes, Mayor. Due to some time constraints for some of the staff, we'd like to jump ahead to item I for litter control. And then, as you saw, the lunch is being prepared behind us. So I think that one presentation we can then break for lunch.
Okay. Sounds good. We started on this earlier today.
Mayor, Council, my name is Walt Thomas, City Engineer. I'll be presenting along with the Parks and Recreation Department with Chuck Majors. The overview, the MDU, we'll look at our litter control, our part, what we have currently and what we're looking for as a proposed litter control. And then Parks will also be presenting on their litter abatement and mowing. So looking at our current MDU litter control, we have two supervisors in the MDU. One of the supervisors is over the environmental compliance group, along with the current litter control that we have. So we have 5 full-time litter control that both takes care of the street corridors and our drainage. What we're looking for, this is our proposed MDU litter control organization. We're asking for a new supervisor, so we'll have 3 supervisors. 1 supervisor will be just dedicated to litter control. We'll have 2 teams, one for the street corridor group, and then 1 team for the drainage in the channels per se. And we're proposing or asking for 3 maintenance workers and equipment for that drainage group. That equipment will be the pickup, dump trucks, and a skid steer, wheeled skid steer that can go over concrete. The MDU street, I was going to go to look at each of the teams. This is the street corridor team. There's 3 routes. I'll be showing those routes in our street corridors. Each route would be completed every, so we have 3 routes. It'll be 3 weeks worth of routes that will be completed. So it'll be every 3 weeks rotation. And also we'll be taking care of any of the as-needed litter pickup that we have the calls in. We had 92 of those a couple years ago, and that seems to be the trend right now, about that number. And currently our tonnage that we've been collecting with just this group, both the streets and the drainage, is 380,000 pounds of trash. So here's our corridors. I'll break down each of the corridors. So our blue corridor is going to be down our Irving Boulevard, Willow Creek Drive, Beltline. Those are the big ones. Got Valley View on there. So you'll see here it's more of our central part of the city. We have a green corridor route, and that's mainly down on our south end that we'll be taking care of. And then the one way over here to get the Esters Road, that's further to the west. And then our red corridor, this is, we have the Valley View, and then a lot of the routes are over to the west side. So again, each of those colors once a week will be taken care of. Moving on to our drainage team. This is where we're adding the supervisor, but we're also adding the 3 maintenance workers. That heavy equipment operator, we've been using the operations skid steer. This litter group will have a skid steer and have that operation or heavy equipment operator that can work on both the corridor and the drainage. We're looking this drainage group. There's 4 specific areas that we need to be mindful of or trash pickup. One is that Ken West debris collectors. We have those baskets up there just south of 635. We have the West Irving Creek. That's at the end of West Irving Creek, south of Oakdale. We have a Rustdale channel baskets. Those are to help with the Lake Vilbig, keeping the trash out of that. We have the Lively Park collector. And then all through the Lake Vilbig neighborhoods, we have these screens on the inlets that we have to maintain and clean. So we're looking at something less than the 380,000 pounds. So I'm not sure what we're looking for. Not sure if it's going to be double with the team being doubled, but I think it will be varied more than anything. Being in the drainage, it might be a little bit heavier, it might be a little bit lighter, but we won't be able to go through those drainage as fast as the street corridors. And then also we have the shopping cart abatement, where we collect those shopping carts and return them back to the stores. Here is a drainage waterways. We kind of broke it up. We have 23 linear miles of channel cleaning. So what's in blue, those are our big projects. Those are our concrete, like our Delaware Creek that we finished, also West Irving Creek. So some of our big channels, we're looking at a quarterly, going through each of those in a quarterly basis, pretty much running down with a pickup and going down those channels. Yellow, biannually, and those are that area down on the southeast part of the city. And then the green will be picking up those projects. Those are on an annual basis. Some of them are heavily wooded, so we're just going to be looking at those on an annual basis. And with that, I'll turn it over to Chuck Majors.
Chuck Majors, Park Operations Manager. The Parks and Recreation Department oversees a contract for maintaining TxDOT right-of-ways that include 635, Loop 12, and 183 and 114. 635 from Beltline to the Elm Fork of the Trinity River. It's 153.77 acres. Currently, we're mowing 3 cycles a year, and litter control is 12 cycles a year, or once per month. Typically, mowing for 3 cycles, we would mow in May or early June. We'd probably mow again in July, and then the last mowing would occur in November or early December. We went out to bid in May, and we got a new contract, and their cost for litter control was $25 an acre, and then the mowing cost is $90 an acre. And TxDOT's reimbursement is $15.37, and for mowing it's $67.54. Increasing the frequencies for litter control and mowing, basically doubling it, you can see the cost for that, and it's obviously an increase. One of the things that keep in mind is that TxDOT's reimbursement does not change. It's going to still be for the 12 and 3. With the litter control, we're going to be going twice a month for litter control. Mowing, we would increase it three additional times, and that also decreased the cost by $3 per acre with our new contract. Again, we would probably start mowing in May because we'd let the bluebonnets form their seed head before we mow them. Yeah. And then we'd mow again in June and July. We would probably skip August, and then we'd pick up mowing again in September, October, and November, which would complete the 6 mowings. Loop 12, Loop 12 is from the Elm Fork of the Trinity River to the West Fork of the Trinity River. It's 63.88 acres. And this is the breakdown of cost for the current frequencies, and you can see the annual city cost difference, or the different cost difference to the city is $11,686. The increased frequencies, again, it's increasing. The TxDOT does not change their reimbursements, and the city cost difference is $46,947. 183 from County Line Road to East Grawweiler Road, it's 89.46 acres. And this is the current frequencies with a difference to the city of 16,365. And then increasing those frequencies, you can see the cost difference, $65,747. State Highway 114 is from Beltline to Spur 482. It's 83.21 acres, no, 89.46 acres, I'm sorry. This frequency does not change. It's always been done at 6 mowings and 6 litter control cycles, and Las Colinas Association reimbursement is 100%. So to compare the two different maintenance cycles, I've added the entire acreage for 635, 183, and Loop 12. Did not include 114. It's 307.11 acres. And you can see the difference to the city for each scenario. Basically, if we went with the 24 litter control cycles and 6 mowing cycles, it's around $170,000 increase to us. And with that, that's my last slide.
So the total is 225,000? Is that what you've added in there, Chris?
Plus, then you're adding in the MDU. That's, the 225 is on the general fund side. And then the MDU with those additional crews, if council approves it to manage those storm drainage areas, that's going to be additional dollars. And
I'm trying to get a total number here. I'm confused. That's why I was trying to, whether it's MDU or a general fund or what's our out of pocket to clean it up.
Yeah, well, can you please remind me what the total supplemental was for?
I have that, Chris.
Oh,
I have
what?
that. It's
Thank you.
$807,000 for the supplemental for those little.
So you're over $1 million.
That's what I was thinking, because I'm looking at these numbers and it's 35,000, 50,000, 220, and I know we're close to $1 million. That's why I'm trying to figure out where the other 700 and some thousand dollars is. And do we think that'll do it? We're going to try it.
It's an improvement. It's an improvement.
John.
Thank you, Chris. Not really a question about the budget. One comment and one other comment on the budget. The first one is not on the budget, but it is on litter control. I would encourage on the TxDOT litter control, our contractor should do a litter control cycle right before a mowing cycle occurs. I've had residents who work on cleaning up around the right-of-ways complain to me that our current contractor, I don't know if it's a new contractor that we'd be working with, they either don't coordinate or it's just bad enough that it doesn't matter if they coordinate, but there's shredded trash all over the right-of-way every time they mow. So having some litter abatement before the mowing happens would definitely help.
No, that's in the specification, and we do not want confetti out there, and that's what happened, so.
Okay, perfect. And then the other one, regarding the budget, I said this when we were having these discussions earlier this year, I'll say it again. If we're going to spend $1 million on abating trash, my preference would be to spend that on personnel in the police department to aggressively go after people that are littering. And at least we get some money back that way, and we earn a reputation for, if you're gonna litter in Irving, get ready to pay. So that's my 2 cents on that, but I'm not gonna let the good be the enemy of the perfect, or other way around. I'm not gonna let the perfect be the enemy of the good.
Al? Just a question about, and I'm going to talk about Ken West in particular, because I'm sure besides picking up litter and mowing, you're always probably having to encounter removal of brush or overgrowth, and that's the Ken West one in particular. Is that handled with you all automatically, or is that a separate activity?
The MDU group will be maintaining that, cleaning those baskets out and cleaning out. We don't go through that drainage area unless it's an obstruction of the hydraulics. So that's a wetlands area. So that's the keys. We're kind of looking to see what the need is.
Yeah, because there's other discussions that we've had on the drainage as it comes into, and to the Hackberry Country Club in particular, golf side. But it's a more general question. Are you actually having to clear brush and overgrowth as part of that activity? And I'm kind of curious how much effort and cost of what this whole thing is running us.
Well, I'm going to defer to Walt, but we do clean the trash and debris and weeds when they're out of the waterway, out of the public right of way, Corps of Engineer.
Right.
But we do trim and keep them clean as required. And it's on a case-by-case basis. But now with this course, with the MDU crew, we go out there and we do look at all our channels and we maintain them.
That's what I
Weed
thought.
abatement as well.
All right, thanks.
And a little clarification on that 800,000. That was a one-time cost, and our ongoing cost is about 425,000 for MDU. So I just wanted to make sure that was not misinterpreted. It's going to be 800,000 for MDU.
Good.
Ongoing.
But that includes the
Thank you.
equipment.
What'd you say, Chris?
It includes the equipment, and then the ongoing cost will include the depreciation value of that equipment. So we purchase it for $400,000, and then each year afterwards we'll have $40,000, assuming a 10-year depreciation cycle, that will be sent over from the MDU to the fleet fund to be able to replace that.
To replacement cost.
Yes.
Mark?
Yeah, I have a question starting with slide 6. So looking at the corridors, you can see that they're in central and south Irving. Why are there no corridors in the north?
Did we pay?
Well, the LCA Association, so there's the North Gate, tends to be that dividing line there, and their corridors, even in the right-of-ways, the mowing is not by the parks.
Okay.
In those areas.
And that continues up to Valley Ranch and all the way to the north? The Las Colinas Association maintains that all the way to Valley Ranch?
I don't know, the city doesn't. I think there's a Valley Ranch a group that does it, association.
The two master POAs maintain those separately.
So yeah, they pay for it themselves?
Yes, sir.
$1.8 million for mowing, right-of-ways, irrigating, and picking up trash.
Okay. And then I had a question about the waterways. So let's see, looking, I guess that's slide 11? Yeah. So I met the other day with some folks from the Terraces, that development on Las Colinas Boulevard, and also with Decurd about that waterway through there. And there was some discussion about the city cleaning that trash capture, or whatever you call that device there. Is the city doing that? I mean, there's different waterways that are identified here, but is the city doing more other waterways too?
Well, we look at if it's a private drainage area, the city does not have that responsibility. We do have agreements on some of our developments where the city is outlined what we maintain, But the terraces, as I recall, that's a private drainage area from 161 to the, I think Irving Boulevard, or not Irving, but the Las Colinas Boulevard.
And that drains into Lake Carolyn, does it not?
From the terraces?
Yeah.
Goes right into I think the D-Curd, they maintain those ponds in between, in the median there at the,
Okay.
I think that's where the dividing line is between D-Curd and that private
And then from those
drainage.
ponds, it goes to Lake Carolyn.
Correct, I think so.
Right. And, and so if it's privately owned waterway, the city doesn't do anything with it? DECR doesn't do anything with it?
Unless we have an agreement to enter and take care of that, we just don't have that, that understanding or that right to be in those, that drainage area if it's private.
Okay.
And we've been trying to be more clarify that on our plats going forward, what's private and what's public, so that it's clear what we do and what we can't do.
That's another thing, I guess, like the associations have that responsibility. Some of them are too small, like the terraces, to actually handle that responsibility, which is another issue. It's beyond the scope of the discussion today, but it is, that is a real problem there, where a developer, Hines, puts together this development. They don't adequately account for what needs to be done to handle that drainage. They sell out these lots to other people and then really leave them and the city with the mess. And we have to take care of it, and that's another issue too. But
Yeah, I think that, you know, that's always been one of my pet peeves when we talk about these subdivisions, say, well, we're gonna maintain the streets and we're gonna do this and we're gonna do that. And then all of a sudden, they get broke up or tore up or something, I mean, and then they come back to the city and it's like, well, the reason the streets are not as wide as we would expect, or the reason they don't have curbs is because they're the responsibility of the HOA, and of course, none of them really do a reserve analysis, or, you know, realistically, when you buy a house in any of those, you should ask for a reserve analysis of the assets that the association is maintaining. For example, we have two, well, I shouldn't say we, in Valley Ranch, there's two subdivisions where they got walls falling down, and of course, they want the association to pay them, but when the developer came in, it was specific in the deed restrictions that the wall maintenance and repair was part of the assessments that were collected. Of course, they never collected enough for a, you know, a $50,000, $60,000 wall falling down behind one person's house, or $400,000 or $500,000 linear amount. So that's always been one of my real concerns when developers come in, to your point, they come in and they do the subdivision, and then they sell the lots, and then at the end of the day, they both made their money, and then the homeowner's like, okay, what did I buy? 10 years down the road, they found out what they bought.
and then the homeowners don't have the financial
don't
wherewithal to
have
handle all of it, and so that becomes the city's responsibility. And then you look like at a
Well, it
budget
really
where we are
doesn't
now,
become-
and where's
that's-
that capacity?
And that's where the problem lies. Does it really become the cities? Because it wasn't appropriately put in because they were gonna maintain it. If we were gonna maintain it, we would have had it widened or lined or something of that nature. And so that's always where the problem comes in, and that's where the bridge, which one was it? Up Parkside, I mean, which basically is a prime example where we, you know, millions of dollars, but again, to the point, it's runoff coming in from the airport, and then it runs through that little area that no man's land, and then it goes into Hackberry Creek, which the DCRD's got a dredge that sits there on a regular basis and picks it up. So between the airport and the dredge at DCRD, there's a no man's land that should have been, realistically, when the land was, it should have been either annexed into DCRD or it should have been built to our standards for maintenance. But when 5 council members decide it's okay, it's okay. I'm looking at Chris.
Let the record officially show, I was not here during the Parkside approval.
I was just, he was agreeing with me up until that point, and then he just had that deer in the headlights, but.
Well, I mean, so when we look at these developments in the future, I mean,
Oh, yeah.
we need to be very clear about that, because, yeah, we're not talking about a budget surplus here to be able to just handle things as they come down the pike like that, so.
Well, that's expensive. I mean, it ends up costing us $500,000-600,000 a year just to prevent anything major. Chris, you want to jump in on this?
This is, especially on Parkside East and West, the city even created PIDs up there. The PIDs paid for a lot of the amenities over and above the basic infrastructure. Some of the basic infrastructure, and it's easy to look back and, have 20/20 hindsight. But those types of improvements should have been included in the PIDs as well. The basic public infrastructure improvements in order to help make the land a little bit more developable. That's where the city should have come in and helped with those basic infrastructure improvements with the more lifestyle amenities, it really reserved for the cost on the developer. And I think some of that we did roads, et cetera, up there, but some of those other amenities, I think, should have been prioritized second or third based upon some of these storm drain issues, Mary, to your very point. And we should have collected the assessments when the homes were sold and not continued with it, but that's a whole nother issue.
We learned from that one.
Another hour later today.
That, hopefully that there'll be somebody with institutional knowledge in 10 or 15 years when somebody else tries to do this.
That'll be Philip, because he was one that we sent up the middle on 3 to help fix all that. Thank you, Philip, for doing a great job. Yes.
Okay, any other questions?
I got one.
Sure, I'm
So,
sorry, Dennis.
Any plans to take the TxDOT lady at the summit up on her words about looking at our maintenance agreement? She said she would talk to us about it, so.
Councilman, Dan and I have a meeting with her scheduled within the next month and a half. She gave us several dates this morning, and we'll be setting that meeting up.
I'll let you two handle that. I won't get in the middle like I did the last one.
Yeah, okay. You gonna take the sheet with y'all to shore? Yes. Okay.
All right, no further questions? Thanks, guys, appreciate it. We'll go ahead and break for lunch. Okay. I think we got everybody back around the table. We'll go ahead and get back on track a little bit. Brett, do we want to go up to the, back to D and pick up on the steps and merit, and then we'll move on to E?
Mayor, Shannon really covered all the slides for D in her presentation, so I think we can safely skip it unless you want to really dig into the details.
I saw it very nicely done, and I just wanted to make sure everybody else.
Shannon, can you come back up here, please? Let's do more of these.
So we'll go ahead and move on to E, which is a staffing plan and operation plan for the Mustang Center and Lee Park facilities. Joe.
Good afternoon, sir. Mayor, council staff, Joe Moses, and I get to entertain you right after lunch. So hopefully everybody will stay awake. We're going to talk a little bit about the staffing and operation plan for Mustang Center Park and Lee. Going to give you a quick overview of the process that we went through. Back in April of 23, we brought in Barry Dunn. They did us a feasibility study on the facilities. And then in June of 23, it was when we initiated the Let's Play Irving plan. Barry Dunn, when they presented their results of their feasibility study back in February of 2024, since then there's been some changes in the design of the facilities, specifically Mustang has gotten quite a bit larger. And there's also some staff reorganization that we need to make because our aquatic division, especially the year-round aquatic division, is basically doubling in size. Our staff went and we looked at the performer that Barry Dunn did. We made some adjustments to that to assist with the long-term budgeting and forecasting for the operation of these facilities. Just to give you an update where we are, the Lee Park pool construction is in progress. We anticipate that pool to be open and functioning by next summer of 2025. The Center Park Natatorium, we're in the design and engineering phases of that. We estimate it to be open by the summer of 26. We're a little bit behind on the center with the design and phasing of the Mustang facility, and we estimate that facility to be open and operating in early of 27. Talking about the Barry Dunn Performer, one of the issues with the Barry Dunn Performer was they utilized entry-level salary when they were giving us operational forecasts for staff. Here in Irving, we have staff members that are well into the salary table that have been here for a number of years. So there's a difference in what they're being paid and what Barry Dunn estimated entry-level salaries to be paid. They didn't anticipate COLAs from the time of their presentation until the time that the facility would be open. They also did not include anything covering the 80 percentile adjustment of staff. They did not include any of the reorganization that we're going to have to do in our staffing to accommodate for all the additional facilities. And then they did not include funding for the Mustang for the programming of the facility, and also some of the furniture and fixtures for Lee Parks were some of the things that they left out in their performance. So here we have a side-by-side comparison of the Barry Dunn Performa and then the one that staff made adjustments to. And then it shows that, their revenue expenditures were a little bit higher than what we felt the revenue should be. On our operational expenditures here at Center Park, we were fairly close, but it does show that there's a difference in the delta. They estimated that their operating delta would be $568,000. We're saying that the delta is going to be closer to $630,000. Mustang is where you see the larger difference. They estimated a $586,000 delta. We're closer to $896,000 delta. And again, a lot of that accommodates for the size of Mustang, which we'll cover here in a second. When Barry Dunn did their Performa, Mustang was estimated to be around 73,000 square feet, as you can see. The design that we're working on right now, that we're presenting the operational cost on, is a facility that's closer to 126,000 square feet. The table here shows where the additional square footage came in. When we were talking with council, the direction that we had was this was a one-time opportunity to do this. We wanted to make sure that we had adequate space for our senior programming and also a facility that made a statement, and we feel that we were able to accommodate that. But again, that came with additional square footage and additional operational costs. Some of the staffing adjustments that we're going to have to make, as I mentioned, our aquatic division, we're doubling the size of year-round facilities that we're having. So we want to reclass the aquatic supervisor to an aquatic manager, reclass the 2 aquatic coordinators to aquatic supervisors, so we'll have one north and south. We're also going to do a little cleaning up in some of the titles with our existing positions. So we want to reclass 4 full-time head guards to 4 full-time aquatic specialist positions, reclass 6 part-time pool supervisors to part-time head lifeguard positions, and then a title change on 5 seasonal pool supervisors to 5 seasonal aquatic specialists. And here is a rendering of what the facility potentially is going to look like up at Mustang. And as you can see, it's quite larger than the 70,000 square feet we originally started. Any questions?
Al? Yeah, thanks, Joe. I thought you tried to handle the ping pong master very well the other night.
Thank you, sir.
You know what? If a lesson is learned on this, I really think that because of what you're having to live with Barry Dunn, I think, is that correct, Barry Dunn?
Yes, sir.
It's one thing to show it to us and show it to some of the, almost before you take it out and show it to what I saw and the mayor saw on Tuesday night, because that started with, I think, 4 or 5 months ago when you showed it the first time up there. And I think the staff and you did the right thing with the second iteration, the revised version, because some of the comments that I got, you fixed it without even, whether you heard it or not from some of the input on the first go-around. But I guess if I had anything to say, it's one thing for the architects, engineers to give us their renderings, et cetera. I'd be careful before we show it until your staff and then we get a chance to get a feel for where we're going with all of this. Because we may have not had to deal with some of this quote-unquote difference in numbers and things like that. Just my comments, okay?
Yes, sir.
Brad? Quick comment. So it may be worked in the budget, but on the north side, I've mentioned this before, but north side of the Mustang property is kind of a bit of a swamp up there, and so we're gonna have to deal with drainage and those variety of things. I think kind of where we're envisioning maybe parking lot or whatever, maybe a retention pond up there or something, but it's even at this time of year, it's still kind of swampy.
They're addressing all of those issues in the design of the facility. Matter of fact, last meeting, we were talking about that, and they showed us some of their approaches to address the drainage out there.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Mark?
Yeah, so looking at the numbers, Joe, starting at slide 5, the operational deficit is really big. And, when we were on the bond commission, we looked at these other rec centers and such. They're operating actually in the black. So
there's, looking at other cities across the board, there's a couple things. When they say operating in the black, a lot of times they don't have the true cost of those operation facilities. They may not account for all of their staffing, and also may depend on what they're charging for the uses of their facilities. Just about every recreation facility that I know of outside, I think Arlington and LZ Odom, maybe in Keller Point, maybe the only facilities that I know of that are somewhat in the black. And I know they continue to struggle with that, but every other city is subsidized some way, shape, or form.
Yeah, but these are very large operational expenses. And I think that we do have to look at the funding structure And looking at how you compared the deltas here, you know, the numbers went up for expenditures, but nothing went up for revenue.
Yes.
So if you're gonna be talking about increasing the cost, then I think we have to look at increasing the revenue as well to offset that, instead of just absorbing the delta there.
Yes, we will be bringing forward a presentation on our pricing structure, and at that time, if council's direction is to increase the fees for recreational services, then we will do so.
Yeah, I think we have to. I mean, otherwise, this is just a really big expense for the city to take on, and obviously the city's going to be doing this, and the tax revenues generally need to help pay for that. But then the people that are actually using it, I mean, they're the ones that should be bearing more of that burden than just all the taxpayers in general. So when you're talking how many millions of dollars here, I mean, so it's a huge deficit that I think that has to be addressed when we're looking at our budget. So I'm looking forward to that conversation.
Yes, sir.
Other comments? Chris?
Thanks, Mayor. Thanks, Joe, appreciate it.
Yes, sir.
And Mark, I hear you and I understand. There's definitely going to be an operational deficit, but I do believe that there is going to be and needs to be a good discussion on what those fees should and could be, and to see where those dollars can come in, to have those users pay for it. But we also want to try and balance that with affordability and accessibility to the facility itself. Where that balance is, we'll be happy to talk through with council on how that's going to play out. Mayor and council, again, this is the operational side. On the capital side, we're still finalizing that final development relative to engineering and design. It has gotten bigger, as we have discussed. The original budget that we had for the capital is not going to be enough to cover it. Orlando and team and Pat and Mike are putting all that together, but we're going to have an increase in that capital cost. We don't know exactly what that is yet, but it will definitely be north of $10 million, and it could be even higher than that. We will have the dollars to be able to do that, but we're going to have to find that final design, make sure y'all are comfortable with it, and we'll get you those cost estimates of what we're anticipating. But it will go up from what we have had.
Al? You know, Mark, you got me thinking about something. You know, if you were to compare, Joe, and maybe you can do it right off the top of your head, the other areas that we have, our parks, swimming pools, et cetera, utilization, what I saw and what we know Mustang's going to bring, and I've seen it up at Cimarron, the utilization numbers are much higher.
Correct.
Than you see down south. And so going to what your comment is, I think we have an opportunity to really maybe take a look at what we saw, if I'm not mistaken, South Lake or Grapevine, I forget when we took the tour, which one of those two, where they actually, no, it was South Lake. It was actually a kind of a, I don't know if I want to call it the club card type of thing going on, to where people were paying for the certain facilities that they were going to use. I mean, there's going to be ways to skin the cat if that's the case, because I predict, not just because I know the area, but there's going to be a lot more utilization, going to be a lot more people using it. They're using now this facility we have.
Yes.
And so I think that's the real key difference. And so if you look at the numbers, I'll guarantee you that the utilization number is going to outweigh any of the other locations. Yeah. So that's just kind of where I'm coming at it.
And I can tell you on our revenue projections, we were somewhat conservative on that. We didn't want to put a number out there that was unrealistic. And to your point, this is the first facility of this kind that we've built. Out and particularly in that area, what we've seen at Mustang, it is a high usage facility. So all indications are that this facility will be used at a high rate. I don't think there's any services out in Cypress Waters. We're anticipating some of those folks with the market study to utilize this facility. All of those folks would pay non-resident fees, which is a higher rate for their services. So there are things that we're anticipating as well that will lend to this and hopefully shrink the operational cost, the delta.
Kyle?
Yeah, we just need to be cognizant of somebody that sat through some of these fee changes that we've done in parks. There can be a lot of political fallout and pushback when you start looking at some of those rates, because the expectations and the conditions we've built into our residences, they expect these things to be part of a city amenity and part of living here where they pay their taxes. So when we start to do that fee structure and revenue structure, we need to make sure we get out in front of that as quick as we can and figure out how we're gonna do that, because there will be, especially down on the center side, if we look at changing and raising some of those rates, there will be some pushback.
Yeah, I think when we get to the point, we've talked about this before, where, because and it's always a tough thing to do, because the residents feel, okay, it's in our city, we should get it for nothing because we're doing it. But the reality of it is, even when we raise the fees for fields and stuff like that, people rent them and then they re-rent them. And so we really need to figure out a way to, because, so I always say this is the toughest thing to do, and that is to realize the value of what you have. I mean, we're going through this at DART. They're talking about, should they raise the rate to $3 a day or should they lower it to $2.50 a day? And I always say, if you believe in your product, you should go to $3. And to make that comparison, when was the last time the toll road reduced their revenue, their amount? When was the last time the airport reduced their parking rate? If you believe in your product and you have a good product, you should charge for what it's worth. Now, there's going to be people that won't use it because of that, but at the same time, we can go and see exactly what you said, Al, over in Grapevine and the other places we were at. This is what it cost a family to be there, and this is going to be the same caliber of a facility as that. Now, you're going to get pushback from people, to your point, Kyle, but at the same time, this is kind of, we're entering into a new arena here. And we can either be like we were with the golf course and just kind of let it putz alone on its own, and then eventually when it really gets in trouble, you got to dump a bunch of money into it. Or you can say, look, here's the value of being here. I mean, you've got people down the street paying $350 to $500 a month to be at the new fitness facility. This facility is going to have the track, it's going to have the pool, it's going to have the pickleball, it's going to have the workout equipment. And I'm not saying we should be anywhere near that number, but I'm just saying you have to kind of look around it. You also, what you pay just going up the street to Capel for their indoor facility is 3 times what you would pay anywhere here in the city to use one of our facilities. And I can tell you that the way kids are, young people, I shouldn't say kids, young people, they'll be wanting, the people that live in here will want to show it off to their friends that live up there, and so they're going to come here. That's because I know the neighbor kids in my neighborhood, they go to the one in Capel because that's the nicer one. So they're going to eventually be bringing people in as well. To your point, Joe, about we have to charge a difference, and they do charge a difference. If you're from outside the city, you pay more than from inside. So I know it's going to be Kyle, I think you're 100% right. It's going to be a tough decision and a tough discussion because you guys have tried to do it with ball fields, you've tried to do it with rec centers and everything else in the parks group. But the reality of it is we can't, and again, this is why I'm so frustrated about the full penny to DART. We don't have any other excess sources like Capel and Grand Prairie and others to give 0.25% to their aquatic center or to their rec program or to those type of things. So realistically, we have to make these things work because we don't have the financial dollars to not make it work right. So your point, Mark, yes, it's going to be expensive, but it's also brought us up to where these other cities have been 10, 15 years ago. Now, the good news is theirs are 10, 15 years old, so ours is going to be nice and bright and shiny and got all the new stuff in it. But so we're ahead of the game that way, but it is going to be a tough thing, I think, to your points, but we need to figure out how to generate. Otherwise, the other thing is if you don't charge accordingly, you just have to charge accordingly. Otherwise it doesn't work. Brad.
Yeah, I agree, Kyle. I think we'll need to get way out ahead of publishing and over communicating information because the residents, we definitely heard, hey, we like these new ones, and you can point to Plano or Grand Prairie or a variety of other places. but it's got to be that kind of a model. It's not going to be, well, we get these and then it's just always free or whatever, because those places charge. That's how they're able to do and maintain those facilities and value those facilities. And so, you know, it's definitely going to be a balancing, and for sure the North centers, it seems like to me, even looking back 10 years, 12 years, they've been 99% full. And probably subsidizing some of our other places, but to the point the mayor made earlier, I mean, I appreciate the expansion. I think it's needed. It's gonna be crazy full, to the point where I'll be calling you because there's too much traffic outside gate 2 up there. But, so I think it's gonna be good. It's overdue, and it's something, and thank you to Kyle, by the way, for many, many years ago undertaking, looking at the parks and rec map, looking at equity, looking at doing things for all of our residents. And obviously Chris had to put this out of his magic hat or whatever to be able to do these things. But I think it's good, but I do think as we've gotten bigger and we're a bigger city, we need to be in reality, and we'll have to communicate about it, you know. But I think gone are the days of some of the wealthy donors when things were smaller. And, you know, I look back, I was just laughing, like when I played baseball, there was no care of the fields, there was no watering. You were lucky to get a local business to give you a T-shirt. Yep. No uniforms, no nothing, like, and you wear whatever hat you had. And so it's a different ball game, literally, pun intended, nowadays for the expense of these things, and I get it, but there's also, you know, there is a cost to these facilities. When my kids would have parties, you know, they'd have them at Plano or whatever, they weren't free, even if you are a resident. And so, again, it's a balancing act, because we do want our residents to enjoy these facilities, and they're going to all be magnificent, and I think bring us forward. But we also, like the mayor says, you have to value your assets too, and make sure that people value them as well and take care of them, because we want these things to last, and it's, I think, going to be a really good investment. But I agree with you, Al. I predict it'll be full constantly. Yep. So, I mean, you see all of our other parks and facilities up north. I mean, are the statistics still similar or the same as they've been?
Yes, sir.
So they're overflowing, it seems like.
Well, I think also we don't want to get lost in the shuffle of this one, what we're doing down in the other center as well. That's going to be a huge asset to that area as well. Great pool, great work, great facilities. We just spent, what, $3-4 million remodeling that and putting in new exercise equipment and stuff. And so, and this is actually, that actually is going to make that building more functional, the way it's going to be set up, where you come in the bottom instead of the top, and how that all connects together. I think that's going to also be super busy as well, because I think both these facilities, just having the amenities that they have as far as the indoor pool, the workout facilities, the meeting rooms, those type of things, I think they're both going to be big-time users. And I mean, we can talk to employees that take their kids and their grandkids to these other cities and see what they pay to go to places. I was talking to, I think it was Jennifer the other day, and her daughter and another one went to a indoor water facility, and it was like $24 a person, you know, and then the food and everything cost you like $75-80 to get out of there by the time. And that's not a big water park. That's just what we're talking about. And then you go down to Epic, I'm not quite sure, but I'm sure it's pretty good price. So I'm excited to have these two in our community. It's something I wish we could have done it, you know, 15, 20 years ago when we really wanted to do it, but we waited for the money, and now we're going to have a good product.
Yes, sir. All right.
Special Event Grants Program.
See, yeah,
And this is what we put in because people don't like the idea that we raise the prices. So basically what happens is we decide that we need to, here's what these things need to cost, but nobody wants to pay them, so we're gonna put a grants program in. So we'll pay you, you can get a grant from us now to make up the difference.
Yes, sir. I'm going to give you an update on the special event grant program that we have here. The grant program was designed to provide assistance for special event marketing that takes place here in the city. That provides, it's for local nonprofits seeking to enhance their special events for the community, supporting growth, fostering a strong local economy, and serving a public interest.
You did an excellent job of saying what I said very poorly.
Applicants must be Irving-based nonprofits, have a non-discriminatory policy in place. The hosted events must comply with our special event ordinance 33B. We think it's very important that we're compliant with the ordinance that we have in place. Possess a special event permit, serve a public purpose, and be located within the city of Irving. Just talking a little bit about 33B, back in February of 2022, the city adopted Chapter 33B of the Civil Code and criminal ordinances regulating special events here in Irving. It basically centralized the process of getting the permit and the application process. The applicants had to submit things like a detailed plan, coordinator information, event details, schedule, logistics, layout, their parking plan, use of alcohol, amplified music. So all of these things would be submitted to our police department, who is in charge of overseeing the permitting process here in the city. So it's very important that whoever applies for a grant is compliant with 33B. Just in 33B, they do a great job of defining what a special event is. Here's a list of some items there, and it contains of one or more of these items: closing of a public street or public access or a driveway, blocking or restricting public property, sales of merchandise, food, or beverages on public property as a secondary use, installation of a stage, trailer, vans, portable buildings, grandstands, bleachers, any of those types of structures, placement of the portable toilets, and then also placement of temporary or no parking signs or oversized, directional oversized signs or identification signs or banners that are over public right-of-way, and also our favorite, fireworks. So any combination of those is something that pretty much defines you as a special event. So what we'll do is they will submit their marketing plan, and their plan will be, there's a weighted score given to the applicants, and it'll be based on their marketing and advertising, the credibility and their experience, their targeted audience, consistency with the city core values and visions, the depth of community support, the availability to the public to their event, and then also we want to look at the impact on city operational assets and facilities. We have a lot of events and things going on. We want to make sure that it doesn't put a strain on our resources that we have. The overall grant program is a $50,000 grant program contingent on approval from council. The individual grants will start from $500 up to not to exceed $7,500. The grants are accepted, the applications are accepted on the first come, first served basis up until as long as the funds remain. Grants are paid out 50%, approved grants will be paid out 50% pre-event and then 50% post-event. A grant will be funded, so an applicant can get one grant per year. An organization cannot get multiple grants. And then also, just because you get a grant one year, that does not guarantee that you will receive that grant the next year. And what's excluded are events that do not comply with 33B, social functions, receptions, backyard, block parties, Capital campaigns for permanent facilities or equipment, those types of events are restricted. And I'll open it up for questions.
Any questions? Sounds good, Joe.
All right, thank you, sir.
Code enforcement, multifamily inspection, revenues and expenditures. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, council members. Shane Diller, your Code Enforcement Director. One of the components of code enforcement improvements we're looking at for the next fiscal year involves improvements to our multifamily inspections program. And one of the things I want to walk through today is the request specifically and what we're asking for there, and then the revenues and expenses related to those asks. So, as you know, our apartment properties, the conditions continue to age. Aging properties require additional attention, receive more complaints, especially needed in the exterior of those properties, where oftentimes you'll have properties put money into repairs, often code required, to the interior of units, but the exteriors are not always as well maintained. Currently, our staff of 5 inspectors and 1 lead officer, the supervisor there, has about 11,000 apartment unit or fourplex units in their portfolio or caseload. Right now, the city has 1,459 apartment units with permits approved and under construction, and another 1,715 new hotel rooms are in the permit approved status or under construction. Hotel inspections are also something that the multifamily unit performs each year. So the solution that we're proposing is to add 2 additional staff to that division, a supervisor, which would be the second one. Both of those are in green on our org chart here, and then an additional inspector. That would provide basically 2 teams of a supervisor and 3 inspectors to be able to take on the work that the division does. Specifically, adding the inspector allows us to implement a program where we would be able to proactively inspect the exterior of properties every 90 days. Interior inspections proactively are not something that's terribly feasible because we have to provide notice and get permission to see those units. So those are typically done through complaint throughout the year, with the exception of the one-time licensing. But the exteriors are something that we can inspect as proactively as staffing allows for. So the program we've got lined up would have each inspector visiting their complexes no less than every 3 months to make an exterior inspection to address issues related to blight, trash and litter, abandoned vehicles, things that contribute to the sightliness and the health and safety of the complex. It also puts them on the complex's properties more often, which can improve the outreach then to tenants, especially in our more lower performing units. Much of the work we do is through complaints and information from tenants after they've tried to work with management and have not been successful there. So having folks on the property more often will allow for more outreach opportunities and connections with tenants there. This should, in turn, improve the reporting of interior conditions that aren't being addressed properly. Again, that reduction of 11,000 roughly right now units per inspector that we have would come down to about 8,100 per inspector, roughly a 26-28% decrease that we would see there. And then it also prepares the department for the continued unit increases that we see in multifamily and hotel rooms in the city. As far as the supervisor goes, the ability to resolve complicated matters and complaints that come in more quickly would be helpful. And then the second supervisor in that unit would also be able to help us better execute the programs we're talking about with the exterior inspections I just mentioned, in addition to improvements to our risk rating system that we're currently mapping out and plan to implement. And then continue to improve upon a system we have where we increase communication with complexes and tenants during weather-related events like freezes or heat waves, where we see many more complaints and issues with heating and air conditioning systems, water systems going down in those events. And then, of course, the division is also responsible for short-term rental registration and enforcement and having more staff to help us address issues that come in related to short-term rentals is always helpful. The supervisor also assists in reducing that caseload math that I was talking about. The supervisors, lead officers, we call them right now, also carry a small caseload. So they add to that reduction to be able to get those numbers down for the staff handling each of these complexes. So to get into the numbers a little bit, I won't go through each line here, but the cost for those two positions, when you include salaries and benefits, the supplies and training, uniforms, various things that go in there, vehicles, IT and fleet support that goes on, comes out to about $202,000 a year. That's in the first year with the $265,000 number there, and then the ongoing of the $202,000 that you see there, because the vehicles are front-loaded with as capital purchases in the third column there. So the programs we operate are run through a licensing program. There's fees that tie to those licensing. So we look at what the department expends, both in time and motion studies and also in overall costs, and we can average out what the improvements we're asking for would conceivably cost, and then how that translates into the fee structure that would recover those costs. What you see here is a breakdown that takes what we have licensed by category with our multifamily licensing for level 1 and 2 complexes. Those are the vast majority of our complexes, all but about 5 or 6 of them at this point. Right now, they're at $13.16 per unit, and we're proposing to increase that to $16.70 per unit for a difference of $3.54. That would increase the revenue for that function for about $174,000, the bulk of what we're looking at. We also have an increase there in the level 3. We charge level 3 complexes about a third more than the level 1 and 2 complexes, because we find that from time and motion studies we've done, we spend more time, and should, in lower performing complexes. So we charge them a higher door fee to recover that cost. The fourplexes is an interesting change we're proposing, because right now we charge them at the level 1 and 2 door rate of $13.16 per unit in a fourplex. And we're proposing to move them to the higher tier of $22.50, where the level 3 and 4, if we had any, complexes would be. The reason we're proposing that is because, A, we've got one staff member who primarily just works fourplexes and mobile home parks. Those fourplexes receive a much more frequent, expected to be every month or 6 weeks, visit. We also find that the conditions of the fourplexes are often not as well maintained as the apartment complexes that have on-site management, on-site maintenance, various things that fourplexes don't typically have. So we're proposing to truly recover our costs there, to move them to the higher tier in the multifamily licensing ranking there of $22.50. That would result in a difference of $9.34 a year per unit, but in the next slide I'll talk a little bit about how that impacts the typical property. Our short-term rentals, we're proposing to go up 50% or another $100 to $300 from $200. And then manufactured homes would go up a slight amount to $972 per space. We're not proposing any changes to our semi-public pools. We license all semi-public pools at hotels, gyms, the apartment complexes. That's a separate license that our people go out and they inspect to certain standards related to the pools. We're not proposing any increase there, because oftentimes the staff that's on site to do the other inspections are able to work the pool inspection into what they're doing there, and so we don't feel like there's an additional burden that we need to capture there with the work that's going on. And then we're also proposing to improve or increase our re-inspection fee, a fee that we adopted last year when a complex or property does not comply with the notice of violation. We recover our costs for the times we have to go out, because we don't believe the taxpayers should bear the burden of the non-compliance. And so we're asking to move that from $75 to $100. What I've just described there comes out to about $204,333 in the first year, which is just slightly over our annual ongoing costs, but well under our full cost recovery for the first year costs with the vehicles included. So what does that mean to a typical complex? Our average typical size level 1 and 2 complex is about 194 units. So the change we're looking at there would result in an additional $687 a year in their licensing fee. For level 3 complexes, it would be about $1,250. For the fourplexes, and again, it was a sizable, almost 70% jump year over year, but because there's only 4 units typically in a fourplex, that would be $37 additional a year. And then for a manufactured home park, which has 67 average spaces, and what we have would be $169. We feel as though these fees are certainly manageable as far as what the market would be able to bear and what the complexes would experience there. And so we feel like we're comfortable proposing these changes. For benchmarking purposes, and this is exceptionally hard to do, we drive all of our cost recovery models through time and motion studies and cost recovery, but then we do like to benchmark and see where we stand regionally. And you can see that in comparing our numbers to Irving's numbers to Arlington, Plano, Frisco, and Dallas, it's fairly well all over the map as far as the complex cost goes. The methodology in which all of these cities operate their multifamily programs is also different, which is why it's very hard to compare apples to apples there. But on short-term rentals, you can see that moving to $300 from $200 would put us pretty well online with where almost everyone is, with the exception of Arlington, that is at $500 right now. Of course, outreach is important. We spoke at the Apartment Association of Greater Dallas in July. It was more a multifamily one-on-one or 101 presentation that we gave. So we talked about the program and how it works and how the complex managers and owners can partner with us best. But we did include some information about the fact that we were bringing program improvement recommendations and did commit to the leadership at the association there to continue to keep them up to speed and to come back and present or meet when they would like to, as things solidified and approvals were made and things were much more certain. So to recap, again, our complexes, our fourplexes, they're aging. We're also getting increases there. So we're looking to improve our response to complaints. We're looking at improving our proactive inspections. We've got risk rating revisions that we're working on that will also see additional inspections performed and a deeper dive into the ratings themselves. All of those drive the needs for additional staffing. The fee increases you're looking at, which is notable that many of these fees have not been increased since 2008. So I think that we've done very well to manage and to work well, and now that we're looking at some decent sizable improvements to what we're doing, it's time to relook at the numbers. And though it's very difficult to compare, we have based our cost recovery on our time and motion models and really just looking to recover our costs, and that roughly speaking, we're not well outside the range for the region. With that, I'm available for any questions.
Brad. Couple quick questions. One of them may be slightly a legal question, KO, so, but I like the idea of adding an inspector because I think that makes you more timely. Are building and standards, do they get those inspection reports like in a packet on a repeated basis?
When you say building and standards,
The building standards commissioners or whoever's on that committee, I'd love for them to be able to get those reports.
They are presented reports in cases of properties that, how do I put this politically correctly, that are distressed enough to qualify for their work. The vast majority of what we do in multifamily does not end up in the Building and Standards Commission's flow of things. If we did have any of these properties, and we have had them in the past, I think Teresa can tell very good stories about properties that were multifamily that landed in Building and Standards. Right now, we don't have any on our radar that are to the extent that need to be in the Building and Standards Commission process, so there's not a direct flow of information of the risk rating reports and the inspection reports that we do to the Building Standards Commission until a property gets so severe that, in fact, it needs to be a commission case.
I think it may be good for them to have ongoing information on whatever quarterly basis or something, because they may be viewing something as a resident that they may think, oh, well, this one isn't as highly rated. The other comment I have is, so on the fees, I mean, you haven't raised them in a long time, and so that makes sense. And also, here's my legal question, though. Can we take a harder look at complexes or whatever properties we're expecting on the basis of also what they're charging? Because the drastic increases in the outrageousness of the cost of housing going up so much is, you know, it's clearly a kind of a national problem too, but can we look at a property and what they charge to the standard we should expect they give our residents? You know, to me, that's been on my mind, is if they're gonna charge people an arm and a leg to live there, then those properties ought to be in tip-top shape.
Let me answer both questions. First, on the Building and Standards Commission, because they are a quasi-judicial body, we do have to be mindful of the information that they get. So generally, it's packaged in like a case. And so you wouldn't be providing ongoing information unless it related to a particular case. Now, if there was some educational piece or something, that would be different, just to kind of educate them if we were planning to shift the types of cases that were being brought to them. I think on the second issue, generally, we don't take a look at, we'd have to really think about like what they charge. We're not regulating their business side of it. We're really regulating the health and safety piece of it. And maybe I can get some more information from you. I get the concept here. If they're charging exorbitant amounts and the property is substandard, there is a disconnect there. But generally, cities aren't regulating the business side. It really is more the health safety piece and the habitability of structures.
So a topic for future discussion, but I mean, I'm hearing every day more and more about short-term rentals, and I think we're gonna need to take that forward and look about actual inspections of those and what we're doing in our neighborhoods. I just got another one, a couple of us did, about, you know, it seems like there all kinds of bad things are going on with regard to some of those, but I really think we need to bring that forward. Now, I think KO had previously sent us something. There's definitely legal implications of whatever we do on that, so we don't violate the state statute, but it is of massive concern to our residents. That's what I can say, and so I'd like to bring that forward, Al, or something on, or whatever committee, on whatever it is we're gonna do, because it's a problem.
Kyle? Yeah, I 100% agree with Brad on having short-term rental inspections on those things. On your adding teams and having been more visible in the multifamily, is there a way in which you could partner with the police department as a way? Because I know we have we hear it, some good folks that live there, and then you got some knuckleheads that live in the apartment complex, and I just didn't know if better presence or having that there could build some relationships so things can get reported better, so.
Certainly, yeah. We have some ongoing efforts now that the police department's team that works on problems and community issues, Sergeant Kraft and her officers and our folks visit complexes that any one of the departments is having issues in, and we've done some work in the past few months to address some of those things. And then we're having ongoing discussions as to way to improve that and work deeper together. So yeah, we'll continue to explore that.
And back on the short-term rentals, you know, you and I visited a couple of months ago about starting to hear of short-term rentals of apartment units and outside of apartment complexes.
Yes.
So is this going to be something you can be able to start to gather some data and get some ideas on how that's working in those complexes as well?
Yeah, we certainly have the ability to know where they're at in the complexes. The company that data mines short-term rentals, they catch them all. They just filter out to us the ones that qualify for registration. So we'd be able to know where they are, and we can connect and communicate with the managers in those complexes, and then also compare either complaints we've gotten, which are few in apartment complexes, or information from PD about calls for service and see if there's a trend there or something that's needing addressing.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Al?
Yeah, Shane, I'm really glad you focused on 4 and 3 units, because I think that's a real area that you can do something with. It's hard when you start to go to a duplex, because
Yeah.
Dennis Webb's favorite subject of ACUs will come up. Yes.
Oh, ADUs, not ACUs. I'll tell you what ACU means. I didn't want to. What does it mean?
This is live.
We don't want to know at this point. So I think there's a pretty good consensus, Shane, that we can do to get it in this area. And I agree that it seems to me the phone calls I've been getting lately, or the emails I've been getting lately have been basically in the newer apartment complexes where the heat's not working, or the air conditioner's not working, or the water's not working, or, you know, it just seems like even though they're paying $3-4 grand a month, they still have some challenges. So I think having the visibility so that if nothing else, people see a car or a vehicle coming through with the City of Irving's logo on it, they'll probably stop and let you know what's going on in the unit.
They often do.
The other thing that was kind of interesting is I had a mayor say to me the other day, how much do you charge the apartment people for water? And I said, well, what do you mean? He goes, well, in our city, we charge every apartment unit a $5 a month fee for water. I said, well, what if they pay by the whole facility? He said, then the whole facility pays $5 per apartment unit. And they said that it's the city just south of us, so I'll let you know who they are and what they're doing, Chris.
That's interesting.
But I was thinking maybe that would be something that we could do as far as inspections too. Just do a blanket. Each unit, if you had 300 and some units, you just had to pay X amount a month. No, I don't know. But anyway, because to me, really, I appreciate your cost recovery, but I think more than anything, we need to make sure we have the inspections. But I do think more and more we've got to start looking at cost recovery, because our numbers are such that we don't have that extra cash to do some of this stuff. So I think cost recovery is important, but more than that, I think it's important to have this inspection visible in their multifamily. Philip.
And just one point that Shane alluded to, but I wanted to make you aware, he is looking at reevaluating just the ranking system, the rating system, and what qualifies as a 1, a 2, or a 3, or 4. We've had that system in place for some time now. It's worked well, but what we've seen is kind of I guess in academic circles, they call it kind of grade inflation, where everybody's kind of concentrated toward the upper end of it, and it's hard to distinguish between a high 1 and a low 1 when there might be a big difference between those two. So that's something we're evaluating, and we'll be coming back in the next few months with a proposal on how to redo that risk rating system.
Chris, did you have?
Yeah, so Mayor and Council, in the proposed budgets, we are looking at having this rate increase and then having this hiring of these 2 individuals. If there's a council consensus direction, we'll make sure we bring forward the ordinance to make that fee change. Just wanted to look around and get the
nods.
Yes. The nods. All right, very good. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Pavement management assessment. Dan, you're going to tell me that after we've spent $200 and some million, we've only got $400 million to do? You're not going to tell me that, are you? Or are you going to tell me that?
Good afternoon. I was hoping everybody kind of be a little tired before I started this conversation, but I guess the lunch didn't put anybody to sleep. Dan Vigil, Traffic and Transportation Director, here to talk about the pavement management system. This is also added in the budget here and everything to reevaluate the whole city. And since we have some new council members, I thought I'd back up a little bit, kind of go over some of the scope, some of the benefits, although this looks like a long presentation, it really is not, but just some very basic backup. Strategies, results, work plan activities, and always we had questions. First of all, we have 1,440 lane miles, 550 centerline miles of street. We have already developed a street rating system, put it in GIS. What this will allow us to do is to repeat that, so we'll have, in a sense, 2 data points for every road within the city. And it helps us develop a financial model. The benefits are we get a condition assessment, not just the structural strength of the road underneath it. That would be the PCI, the Pavement Condition Index, but also the rideability. Do you go up and down a lot? Things like that. This is a tool that helps us assess in prioritizing our street maintenance and CIP projects. We don't just look at the brute score, we also look at traffic volume and different issues like that. So it's a very comprehensive look, but it's not just pinpointing on everything. With the ultimate goal, though, is to be proactive in this asset. This is one of your largest assets in the city right here. What we'll have a vehicle similar to this go through it, and what this vehicle is nothing but a van loaded, it could be something different, but loaded with computers. It's doing lasers, it's doing photography, it's doing anything vertical with GPS, and it's measuring all the undulations of the road while driving the posted speed limit. We're assuming that's how you're gonna do it, is you're gonna do the posted speed limit, but you're gonna find out the roughness of the road, you're gonna find out the rideability, and then all that gets rated. Going to a street here, a typical design life, if you did nothing to it, would be about 20 years. Obviously, it depends on pavement design, traffic loads, soil conditions, weather. If we have a bad winter, that tears the roads up. If we have a wet spring, that tears the roads up. And more importantly, just maintenance schedule, what we do to maintain the roads. We have different classifications of roads as expected in a major city. You have your big arterials, your belt lines, you've got your MacArthurs. You got your O'Connors, your Riversides, then you have your more minor arterials like a 4-lane divided like a Story, your big collectors like Ranch Trail, and then your minor collectors like a Findlay, and all your local streets. We have all those in a plan. That's part of the whole comprehensive plan for the city here, and that's really the skeleton of the city. This is where not just the roads are, but all your utility corridors are the same: electric, gas, water, sewer. The inventory last time out, we had 438 miles of jointed concrete pavement and about 360 miles of asphalt pavement. We then break it down into the different classifications. That's important because different classified roads have different thicknesses. They also have different subgrade and other issues, so there's a different cost associated with each one. And as expected, your largest segment of roads is residential, and that's about 275 miles. These numbers will all go up with this next one. So what you do basically is you take a very detailed scientific approach on the distress, how bad is the distress, and how much of the distress is on that section of road. That's a qualitative measurement. And then what you want to do is put it in a grade from 0 to 100.
Get some nice bright colors there, Dan.
That's right, that's good. We want to be good. This is kind of a degradation curve of a concrete street. It's not linear. What you'll notice is as time goes on, when it starts to go down and go bad, it goes bad fast. Same thing with asphalt. It has a similar type of life line. So what you do on a pavement life curve, and this is just an example, in these areas here, you'll have a number, and this doesn't necessarily on the bottom, each tick mark isn't a year, but what it's representing a certain amount of time, that the road will appear to be doing very well. You're not going to notice any issues with it, but then once it starts to go bad, it goes kind of bad fast. And the reason is, that's when you start getting your cracks in the road. If you haven't put the crack seal in it, maintained it, water's getting to all the subgrade. When you get into the subgrade in Irving, you have clay soils, and then that gets the roads to start to move, and then it goes down quickly. So that's how that works. So what we do is when we get these scores, we'll have your different A, B, C, D, just like you'd have in school there. At the very start of a road's life, when it's put in, there's very minimal maintenance. We do look at it. If there's something we need to correct on it, we'll do it. But really, there's going to be very little maintenance. When you get to the level of service B, you're going to have to start to be proactive. We're going to start putting it on our crack seal list and start looking for other issues that are happening. When you get into C, this is when we're doing a lot more. We may have to start even getting into panels at this point, but we're looking at crack sealing. We're looking at potential overlays and stuff of like the pavement restoration. and we're keeping an eye on those roads, and we got a lot of roads in these areas right here. And then D, this is where we're definitely going to start doing the resurfacing. And the goal is, when you do the maintenance technique, your goal is to always move a grade letter higher as you go back. And then there comes a certain point, and I'll call that E. Any amount of money spent down here is really going to give you very little to almost no result. You're just throwing money away at that point. So on the street degradation curve, in 2015, we were about a 71. Maintaining those current levels, our expectation in 2020 was to be around a 60, and a 25 if we'd been in the 40s. Now, with the Road to the Future, we've had 7 years into this. We've obviously changed our funding levels. So this star here in 2025 will be back up somewhere in here. Where? I don't know until it's a story. We're on page 10. We're not at the end of the book yet. So we'll have to see where that will go. But what you try to do is, and it's the same curve again, as the life of each road, and it's not just the entire road, there are different segments of the road, as they start to deteriorate, you use different maintenance activities to try to bring that back up, and it kind of looks like a sawtooth. And when we do the more major rehabilitation, that would be your overlays, that's when the condition of the road, the pavement condition index, has gone a lot more south. Then your goal is to bring it back up, and you're just repeating that. The goal here is maintenance is a lot cheaper than rebuild, and we're still using the structural integrity underneath the road. And what we do here in Irving is we actually go out the year before, like what we're doing this year, we're doing panel replacements and we're doing corrections on the roads we're going to do next year with the overlay. So we started on Walnut Hill last year, and we get the most severe panels that we can get, and then we're overlaying it now. So our goal is to minimally be right around this area here, which is where we thought we'd be in 2020, but I think we're going to be much higher up. So back in the year 2015, we were at a 70.2. A, B, C, we're in the top 3. We had a bronze medal. So deferred maintenance impacts. Deferred maintenance rises every year due to the amount and type of activities required. You just don't want to defer any maintenance. And a satisfactory street is, unlike wine, streets don't get better with time. They are still degrading every year. It's, and it's a huge system. This is 1,400 miles. You can't touch the whole system every year, but you do everything you can. And then the unsatisfactory streets will go down because the curve is much steeper there. So at the current funding levels, preventive maintenance and all that, I don't believe we're going to be anywhere in the 70s. I want to be very honest with you all on that. It's not that what monies have been put forward to this aren't appreciated. It's just, even though the roads that we're fixing, and we've done 77 miles already in 7 years, the whole system, you got to look at the whole system, there's still many, many miles out there that we haven't had a chance to address their needs. Poor condition roads are going to increase, and more than anything else, as time goes on, you just create a backlog. It's like damming up a river. It just keeps filling up. So it's the same thing in the maintenance game. So the work plan is the most expensive and least cost-effective treatment is pavement reconstruction. That's necessary, mind you, for roads that have already failed. It's just the slowest method of fixing them, and it's also the most expensive. Lower cost activities, bless you, are incorporating the roads. That's the overlays, that's the crack sealing, that's the mud jacking that we do. We get more bang for the buck, and we can get a whole lot more roads done in a satisfactory manner and save the residents a lot of money. So whenever we do all this, it's, these numbers, when we do that, we're improving the system, but any numbers that we also show, if there's new drainage systems or, any utility adjustments, that's never in a. This is a very rough look at how the different flow chart that we use. We actually developed this in-house uniquely for Irving. We do have roads we have a number of concrete roads where structurally the panel is good, but if you drive it, it drives poorly. And your driving experience is different if you're depending on the vehicle. If you're in a nice luxury sedan, you can go over a lot of these bumpy roads and have the smooth ride, but if you drive a sports car or a big truck, it's going to be very rough. So it's a qualitative measure for the driver if you think the road's good or bad. So what we do is we look at not just the condition or the structural integrity, but also the ride index, and we put those together. We run them through basically this process here to help us determine. Here's the results of the first 7 years. We have them all broke down per classification, per the year and how many miles we did for each one of the different classifications. We started out working on the arterials and aggressively. Why? Those are your thickest streets. Those are thick concrete streets. Those are your most expensive to fix. And you have the most amount of traffic. That's goods, services, and people are all using those roads. Not like all roads aren't used, but those have your highest volumes. And then we took it down a couple notches. Now, currently what we're looking at is starting to work on the local, since we have about 275 miles of local streets. That's the majority of our inventory. We want to start working on that and get these numbers up here. But so far, to date, we've done about 77 miles or 14% of the system. So we have been very aggressive out there working on this. All the results are on the back wall there we have on those exhibits. If you want to see all the roads that we've done and what we're doing this year, we also have CIP back there. They have their exhibits back there so you can see everything your Public Works group is doing. We're definitely staying busy. The team I have in-house is Brenda. She's a person who works with us on our GIS, incorporating also work orders. She also knows how to run all the computer programs, because Lord knows I don't. Chris Collier, myself, and then we also use Patrick Force in water utilities, as well as our fields operations manager in streets, Chris Chauffet. Any questions?
Kyle. Dan, over the last, 7 years since we've been doing this, do you have a percentage idea of what your cost of material has been to do what you're trying to do? Because we've kind of budgeted the same amount of money over the years. I know Chris and I have had some conversations about, as you get further down and costs keep going up, you're able to do less and less.
Yep.
So if we were really to try to make somewhat of a bigger impact, is it somewhere we're gonna have to probably end up putting more money towards you?
Yes.
Okay.
Brad.
I'm probably close to out of time for today, but we'll see. So, no, great job. And I remember that truck, I think it had more technology than F-16, and they were out there, and one prominent Irving jester, rest his soul, was lampooning, like, you don't need that. I could tell you where the bad roads are, but that was a scientific study of the grading of roads, and it's made a big difference. 14% was $100+ million. So we've still got room to do more at a great cost, but I think it's really good to look at the data. It helped us. It also, like, you were very popular on our road shows, pun intended, I guess, when we did town halls. The neighbors really appreciated the information and the graphics of it. So I think it'd be worth you going out again and we do some of those, because if you look on the map, I mean, I think that really the council, but the staff, Chris, everybody, to say that we haven't done any streets or repairs in South Irving is absurd. If you look at those maps, and there's people to this day that still say that, and it's not true. Now, there's always room to do more, and certainly not everything's perfect. We get messages, because when your street needs fixing, there's no, you want that right now as a resident. So, but with that said, those maps are a good testament to a lot of the good work you've done. And I think also I've seen you guys be smarter and proactive about the maintenance and like putting some surfacing over that actually keeps you from that curve, the steep curve going down. And so that's really paid off, some of the new technology and the new things you've been doing, because it's a lot less expensive. And then some people are worried, well, you made this concrete street into blacktop. No, it just put it over the top and sealed it in. And so, I think the city's been very innovative even since I started serving on like making really good use of money. And again, yeah, it's not perfect. I don't know how much it would be to concrete every street in Irving, but it would, we'd go to way more than $1 billion in debt. Billions. So good job. And I agree with Kyle, like as costs have gone up, $100 million doesn't go as far, right? So we need to be thinking and looking at that. And it's money, and so we have to be judicious and smart about that too. But I agree, it's not gonna get as much done as it used to.
Chris. Thanks, Mayor. Mayor and Council, you have, as part of the budget, there's $500,000, I believe, that has been set aside to bring in this equipment and go through like we did 8, 9, 10 years ago now, this process. The Roads to the Future was our first attempt at a 5-year program. We were doing $2 million a year, which would have gotten us on the street in front of your house once every 200 years, right?
Whether you need it or not.
Whether it needed it or not. And where that $100 million came from was just simply a goal. If we were doing $2 million a year, let's just go up to $20 million a year. And we figured out a way to do it. I agree with Kyle and Brad. I believe it's time that we begin to up those dollars. What I would like to do is after we get this done, how long is it going to take if it's authorized by council?
It'll be ready by it'll be done a calendar year.
Okay, so it'll take about a year, which means we're in year 7 now, we'd be into year 8. By the time we get this information, we're gonna begin to start really our 3rd segment of a 5-year. What I think would be a good goal for the city to shoot for is if we could go from 20 million to 30 million per year. That would be going from 100 million to 150 million to invest in these streets, because you're right, we are just not getting as much of a bang out of those dollars as we used to. How we're going to do that, I have not told Brett that yet, so Brett, surprise.
Yeah, actually.
He's going to beat me up after this, but I think that would be a good goal to see if we can get there. Gentlemen, right now, I have no idea how we're going to get there. I don't know. We'll figure it out, just like we figured out how to get up to 2 million to 20 million. But we need to continue to increase our investment in streets. We have to do that. It's still the #1 issue that our residents identify each year, the #1 issue. And yep, we've made great progress. Dan, you and Pat and everybody, you've gone out there and you've knocked it out. But it still is not impacting as much as we really want it to. And I am concerned that the costs are going up so significantly that $20 million just is not going that far. And we can see it with what happened with MacArthur. We'd originally had 10 million in the bond program in '06. It ended up at 28 million, Pat? 28 million. And we only had set aside 10 million in potential authorization.
Almost tripled.
Yep, almost tripled. So we'll set that up. If we can go from 100 to 150 million, then we'll figure out a way. So Brett, let's talk. Hey, surprise. Thanks.
No, I think, Dan, the best thing that happens is we have that machine, because otherwise it comes down to personalities. It's like, okay, my neighbor's on my back because he wants this done, or I want this done because it's in my neighborhood, where this way it says, look, here's the priority, here's where you are, year 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. And everybody knows they have to wait their turn. So if it takes the personalities out of it and it puts it into an arena where we as council members can say to those individuals, you're on the list, it's just not this year. And let them know when it is.
Yeah, I agree. It's a scientific, it's not what I think, it's.
Yeah, it's not
it's just
by
what it
base,
is.
Just because I drive the road and my car's low, doesn't mean that that's the road we need to fix. All right.
Thank you, sir.
And there's nothing wrong with D grades either, because I made a bunch of those in my days in school.
Well, D for diploma.
Bite your tongue, Shanae. Yeah, as I get up. Huh? I'm with you, Shanae.
And now we'll hear from Todd.
Good afternoon. I'm Todd Reck. I'm the Water Utilities Director. I'm going to run through, kick off the enterprise fund discussions and talk about our water and sewer fund. So cover several major topics. I'll start off talking about the operating budget, and we'll compare 2024 numbers to 2025 so you can see where the increases are coming from. We'll also talk about our capital improvement program, projected revenues, what our water and wastewater rates, what we're proposing there, and our rate benchmarking results. And a lot of this y'all have already seen. We've been to A&F committee meeting, we've been to TNR, so a lot of this shouldn't be a surprise. So in our operating budget, three major categories. We have O&M, so that's all the people, the equipment, all the parts, everything from reading meters to billing, everything it takes to do all the services to provide water and wastewater services to all of our customers. So that's all put in the O&M piece of the budget. And then the capital, you'll see debt service. We talked about that a little bit earlier. And the other piece of that's going to be our annual cash-funded projects. So we always try to fund about 40–50% of our annual capital program with cash. Excuse me. And then finally, on the contracted treatment pass-through cost, Irving made the decision many, many years ago, back in the late 50s, early 60s, to not be in the treatment business, so we don't treat our water or wastewater. So we're part of a larger group of cities on the wastewater. I think there's 20 cities part of TRA's system, including the airport. And the wastewater side in Dallas, there's over 20 cities that participate in that big regional system. So these are essentially costs that we're passing through to our customers for both water and wastewater treatment. So this is a pie chart I like to show every year. It just shows the big pieces of our budget. If you look at the three I just talked about, how much of the budget they make up. Total budget this year, we're projecting a little over $141 million. What you see in gray, that's the biggest part of our budget now, and those are those pass-through treatment costs. The biggest piece of that being TRA at 28%. And then what you see in blue, that's our capital. So you'll see debt service, the other part of the capital, non-bond CIP. They're actually just about the same this year. The non-bond also includes a little bit of other capital funded out of our budget. When you look at the green, that's the O&M part, so that makes up less than a third of our budget. We're different than most other departments that only 12% of our budget is salaries and benefits. And then you look at the other parts of our O&M budget, some of that's transfers at 7%, 11% is going to be things like power, all the pieces of pipe and parts and stuff that we buy continually to keep our systems up and running. So this is probably the most detailed slide I have that really shows second column where we are this year and then looking ahead next year, 2025. And what we're projecting the cost to be. And you can see the dollar change and percent change. And I've got some comments on what's driving each one of those costs. And you've heard today about salaries and benefits, what the increase is there. We do have a new FTE that'll help with monitoring the front desk at our building at Valley View and helping with some of the training that we have that goes on every week, as well as coordinate with contractors and fire hydrant meter checkouts and payments, et cetera. Looking at supplies, utilities, and outside services, we have increases in our meter cost. Those are going up about $200,000 for all the meters. We buy about 4,000 to 5,000 meters a year as part of our replacement program. We're doing more sewer maintenance. We're trying to get out and proactively find issues in our sewer system, so we're spending more money on maintenance there as we find issues, and then we're adding some training classes to help our employees get certified and give them opportunities for internal advancement. And you can see the increase in the transfers. We transfer money each year to the general fund, IT, and fleet for the services that they provide to our department. And then debt service, that's adding the 2024 bond sale cost. That adds about $500,000. Non-bond CIP, that's a bigger jump this year as we're trying to get back to get over the 41% or over 40% of cash-funded projects. We've used some of our savings in previous years to make up that gap in the past, but trying to get to our budget is back to funding, a full 40% of cash-funded projects. On the water treatment side with Dallas, that's gone up a lot more this year than it has in the past. They've got some increases in chemical costs. You'll see that on water and wastewater. That's a big challenge for our industry right now. And then also some additional cleaning. They're doing a lot of construction at their treatment plants and cleaning basins more often, and some things that are starting to hit our budget. So that's why you see a big increase there this year. And the wastewater treatment, I listed a lot of things. I sent out a read file memo on Friday with a lot more detail there, but TRA's provided a lot of information on what's driving their cost increase. And they're Cost actually went up this year about 10%. We were able to reduce that a little bit to 6.7% as we looked at some of the historical trending on expenses and the revenues we were bringing in, able to not pass on the full 10%. So overall, we're looking at about a $10.3 million increase in our budget. So moving on to capital, I want to highlight just a couple of projects that are being funded out of the current year budget. We are investing a lot of money into our systems. You can see some of the pictures of the carbon pump station, and we'll come back here in a couple of weeks at TNR and give you a lot better update on where we are in construction. But you can see the buildings coming up, putting a lot of pipe in the ground and making a lot of progress. We're about 50% finished with that project, and that's a $38 million investment. And then tanks, we rehab tanks every year. You know, most of our tanks are steel. We're continually sandblasting the coatings, putting new coatings on, repairing corrosion. That's a never-ending thing to extend the life of our tanks. And the one that we're just finishing up right now is our Walnut Hill elevated storage tank. So that's up off a gateway just south of 161 and 114. So this shows the overall capital improvement plan just to show you how much money we do invest back in our system. So over 5 years, we're going to invest over $250 million back into our water and wastewater systems, almost $50 million this year. A little different breakdown this year. You'll see wastewater mains, water mains about a third, and then you'll also see metering and tanks about a third. Last year it was pump stations that were that other third, not so much on the tank side. So trying to catch up on some of the tank maintenance that we have to do, recoatings, and then we're also building a new tank, the Esters elevated storage tank. And this is a breakdown. We showed this in a previous presentation, but just wanted to show you how the breaks down with bond funding, cash funding. This is strictly the water system CIP, and it just so happens this year about 2/3 of our CIP is going to the water system, with the big project being the Esters elevated storage tank, as we're rebuilding that and actually relocating it as well, adding about 1 million gallons of storage capacity. So just a little more detail on that. We're estimating the cost at $12.5 million. It's almost impossible to estimate construction costs these days. They keep going up, but that's our latest stab at that. We're just getting started on the design. We're looking at where exactly we're going to put it on the site, working with police and fire, since it's right adjacent to their property, on their property. It's currently in the parking lot of the training center, and looking at moving it, if I can get Victor to cooperate, to his old fire station location where he tore it down. So we're still negotiating. We're still working on that. So he wants money, and I told him I was going to start charging him for water if he wants money. So we'll work it out.
So Todd, what's the difference in building a tank today than it used to be? I mean, the costs have gone up, obviously, over the last 5 years.
Yeah, it's crazy how much they've gone up. We built the 1 million gallon tank up off of Beltline, Royal Ridge tank, and that's only a 1 million gallon tank. I want to say that was 3 or 4 million, and that was 5-6 years ago.
That wasn't that
This
long
is a
ago.
lot bigger tank. It's 2.5 million gallons, but we're looking at 12.5 million. I wouldn't be surprised if it comes in even more than that. It's just the costs have been crazy lately. We're seeing fewer and fewer bidders on a lot of projects, and fighting that battle. So wastewater CIP, it's typically going to be putting money back into our pipes. You can see how that breaks down. Continue to focus a lot on the Hackberry system, as y'all are aware. Spent a lot of money down in the Urban Center with the Urban Center lift station. We just are wrapping up the big tunneling project down there, 60-inch wastewater line, and we'll continue to work our way up into that system to provide additional capacity for growth. Have condition issues with some of the big pipe, as well as capacity issues with that. And this shows the breakdown of our revenues. Most of our revenue is going to come from our rates that we charge our customers. You can see in blue the water rates, green and the wastewater rates, the revenue they generate. And if you remember, about 5-6 years ago, we really started to focus on the wastewater rates because we were under capturing revenue on the wastewater side. It's really 2 separate utilities, 2 separate parts of the fund, and trying to get to where each utility, the rates that we generate, pay for that, the cost of that actual utility. So we're closing in on that. And just a couple things about our rates. We are essentially a separate city business. We don't get any revenues from taxes, whether it's sales tax, property tax. All of our revenues come from the rates and fees that we charge our customers for the services we provide. Obviously, revenues have to meet or exceed our expenses. We have to have reserves. Our revenues fluctuate quite a bit year to year depending on the weather. We can have a wet year and underperform on our revenues, so we have to have money essentially setting aside in reserves. We have to have money reinvested into our infrastructure every year. You don't have a successful utility if you don't invest in your infrastructure. It all falls apart, and then you have huge expenses to get it back to where it needs to be. And the bond rating agencies, you know, they want to see extra revenues are generated, so cash reserves are a big deal to them. We're pushing for 120 days cash reserves, and that's what's built into our rates. And then the debt coverage, you know, once you pay for your operating expenses for each dollar of debt, you have to, it's this 1.8 times ratio, so you got to bring in $1.80 in revenues for that dollar of debt. And they just want to make sure that because we have fluctuating revenues every year, that we have plenty of revenue to pay off the debt. So that's part of the deal for that. And this is what our rates look like for 2025, and then looking forward to the next 5 years. This was just actually presented a couple of weeks ago. The total bill increase, we're looking at a little over 7%, and that's what we had in our 5-year plan that was presented last year. A little bit of a rate increase in water. Most of that continues to be in wastewater, and that's really where a lot of our costs have been increasing through the years is wastewater. These are the comparisons showing typical customers. You know, the customer uses a minimal amount of water, 3,000, that's our minimum rate. You'd expect to see a $1.30 a month increase. Going up to 10,000 gallons, customer, a little bit larger family, maybe a little bit of irrigation, a little over $6 a month. And then when you get into summer and customers are using a whole lot more water, about $8. But most people are going to fall between the $1.30 and $6.30 for their increases per month. In bill comparisons, we still benchmark really well. I think everybody's familiar with that, even with our proposed rate increases. And this assumes that none of the other cities on the list are raising their rates, and we all know that most, probably all of them will. But you see we still compare really favorably, especially on the lower end. And again, these are minimum bills for customers. And then you get into a little bit bigger bill, still towards the bottom end of that. And again, that assumes nobody else is raising their rates. So we'll still be in good shape on that comparison once we get through it. And this is one that Dallas, they sent out a questionnaire about a month and a half ago, asking all their customer cities to come back. And this is water and wastewater rates combined. They just have a little different way of benchmarking, but you can see we compare very favorably to all of their customers and customer
We
cities.
need to publish this one. And when we do stuff, I mean, because realistically, this is everybody's information that they sent in to them. So we're really about $2 lower than, and then, I mean, we're at 68 and Duncanville's at 165.
Yeah. It's kind of
We'll
crazy
get this
how
out on the website
high
and
some of
publish
them are.
Yeah, I've seen it, but
in water bills.
yeah, that's why it's on the water bill.
And this shows, I mean, they benchmark 8,300 gallons water, 5,700 gallons of sewer. So it's kind of in the middle of the two benchmarks that I provided earlier. And then in summary, we continue to provide some of the lowest water and wastewater rates in the Metroplex. And it's been a good year. We had an improvement in our bond rating with Moody's, as y'all are all aware.
Yes.
That's been a long work in progress by a number of people. And certainly thanks to you all for supporting the rate increases and getting us to that point. We continue to provide significant investment in our infrastructure, and that's always going to be a key to having a good utility, putting money back in the systems. And no issues with the EPA and TCEQ, and that's certainly not something to be taken for granted. They did an audit a couple of weeks ago, TCEQ, and everything came out really well. So proud of that. And that's a lot of information, but be glad to answer any questions that you might have.
Any questions of Todd? Kyle?
No, I just want to say, in the read files, that y'all been putting in those pictures and kind of a breakdown of what's going on with projects. That's been really, really helpful. When people start to ask questions about why is this taking so long, what's going on, and then you have that read file, and you can present that read file to them and say, look, this is where we're at, this is what it's costing, where we're at, we're doing, and it paints a better picture for them to understand, especially when you come across those that are in the construction business and know better than we do. So I just want to congratulate y'all for doing that and providing that information to us, because it really paints a true story of what we're doing and how we're doing those painful things that we're doing when Chris wants to put orange cones all over the city. To be able to tell that story to our residents, what we're doing and how we're doing and how we're doing that process. So I just want to say thank y'all for putting that in there. It makes my job easier, so thank you.
Great job.
All right, thank you.
Municipal Drainage Utility Fund overview. Pat, you get to talk about this?
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, Mayor, Council. Pat Lamers, Director, CIP Department, and I'll be presenting the MDU Fund overview. So just by way of overview, we'll look at the fiscal year 24-25 budget summary, then we'll look at the 5-year financial plan, and then changes from fiscal year 24 to fiscal year 25, and then just look at some of the major drainage projects that are currently underway. So as you recall, Mayor and Council, back at the May strategic planning meeting, you authorized an increase in the drainage rate by $1 per month, that $1 per year increase. We currently are at $12 per month on a typical residential lot. As of October 1st, that will go to $13 per month. And based on that raise, the revenue that will generate for fiscal year 24-25 is $16.8 million. So out of that, salaries and benefits, $4.5 million, operating expenses of $782,000, our participation in the flood control districts of $578,000. Then the debt service is $6.1 million. And then the transfer to non-bond CIP at $2.8 million. What this is the smaller neighborhood drainage improvements. We use funding for those projects. Also included in that is road repairs associated with drainage work that we do in the streets. So $500,000 of that, the traffic department will use that to bring the roads back to original condition. And then in the budget, heavy equipment supplementals of $305,000. $1.2 million transfer to general fund risk and tech and the VERF. And then we mentioned this morning, the supplemental for the litter control positions and the associated equipment was $800,000. This is the 5-year financial plan. So going back to year one, if you recall, the initial rate was a $2 per month increase on that standard residential lot. So it went from $4 to $6 that first year. And then every year after that, that first 5 years, it went up by $1.50 per year. Again, these are monthly rates. Now beginning in fiscal year 24-25, again, currently we're at $12 per month. It will go to $13 per month. And then you can see the subsequent years going up $1 per month through the next 5 years, and the associated revenue that those increases will obtain. With that rate increase and the bond capacity that can be supported with that rate increase comes to about $55 million. So in fiscal year 25-26, we be looking at issuing bonds of $15.6 million, and that will cover our drainage project on Brock Bank. And then fiscal year 26-27 would be West Irving Creek Phase C, and that $4 million will be for the design of that phase. And then the following year, $35.2 million will fund the construction of West Irving Creek Phase C. We kind of touched on this morning when Walt went through the litter control. So these are the changes in the MDU fund from fiscal year 24 to 25, and it is primarily the adding of additional staff to focus on the drainage channel litter control. And that, as we mentioned this morning, consisted of a supervisor and 3 maintenance workers. And then the equipment that are part of the supplementals are given here. So we showed this to you back in May. So these are the future projects for the drainage channel project. So the first 2 I mentioned, those first 2 projects on the list will be funded by that rate increase that you authorized. But unfortunately, that doesn't go very far. So we have many more projects on the list that will still need to be addressed. So with that $1 per month increase, gets us the first 2 projects on this list. And then just to recap the major channel projects that we have in progress right now, the Embassy Channel is in construction right now. That's where the Rochelle Bridge, they're doing work in that location. The good news is that 272 homes will be protected from the 100-year flood risk with the completion of that project. West Irving Creek Basin Phase A, that will be going to bid within the next 2 weeks. And then we will award that in October and start construction later this year. 165 homes will be protected from the 100-year flood risk just on that Phase A of the project. The Delaware Creek Basin, this is north of 183. This project is in design right now. We're looking to be ready to bid that in spring of 2025. 29 homes protected from the 100-year flood risk. And then a future project, West Irving Creek Phase D, that currently is in the design, and 31 homes protected from the 100-year flood risk. So it's a very quick, high-level review of the MDU fund. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Mark.
So I mentioned the terraces before, and that's something that's going to have to be addressed. And I don't know whether city or DCRD or both, probably both, need to be working on that to come to a resolution, because we can't leave that with the Debt Homeowners Association to address. Peck can explain why not. But then I had a question also about the portion of Hackberry Creek that goes across the old Exxon property. So that was maintained by Exxon, right? Or not maintained by Exxon? What?
I think that's private.
It is private. So what's being done with that? Nothing?
Yeah.
That's to your point, to the point you're making, as plans come forward on that, that's something we got to keep our eyes on so that we don't end up with it
Right.
not done properly.
Okay. Is that something we should look at now?
Well, it probably depends upon what they're going to do. I mean, I think
Right now, we still don't have any formalized plans from the developer on what they're planning on doing with that. We've been continuing to have conversations, but they're still working on their vision.
Okay, thank you.
But good point. Al?
Yeah, on that same point, DCRD is aware of it, and they're waiting, just like what our city manager said, for the final development plan. But there's also a move to pull in, and it may impact that LCA is looking as part of this whole thing. So it's let's hope it gets done. It might be able to handle that then. Okay.
Pat, seriously, on the terraces, is there something we're looking at on that?
Again,
Mayor, if I may.
Sure.
It's a private property, so we have to watch with the public purpose doctrine. So we're not allowed to go on private property to do improvements, because it's not our property, it's a private property.
Yeah, I get that. And so, but that's not a solution, just to say it's private property, because it presents other problems. And so we got to come up with some agreements, some easements, something working relationship with DCRD. They pay into DCRD, and so DCRD is willing to help out on that. And so I don't know what we need to do to actually formalize that more. So it's no longer, well, it's private property, so we can't go in. So now there's this big problem. Let's scramble together to do something about that, and then it just recurs again. So.
And there's a number, in Mark, I hear you. These private drainage easements have been a challenge throughout the city. There's a number of them all throughout the city, and we've been approached I've been here for 10 years, and this would be the 6th, 7th time that we've had different private drainage issues have conversations with the city. We'd be happy to look at it. I'll get with Dallas, and we'll have those conversations. But I would say this respectfully: if we move forward and absorb as a city one of these private drainage easements, you're going to have all of the other private drainage easements come in and say the city should take care of our area as well. So that could be a definite concern.
For discussion purposes, though, it would be kind of nice, well, not nice, it would be interesting to find out how many of those we really have.
Yeah, so we can pull that information together. We'll find out what those private drainage easements are. We'll get a little bit more information about what's going on out to crossing, and we'll come back and we'll bring that to TNR, and we'll just walk through that. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Pat.
Thank you.
Solid Waste Services. Travis, we haven't heard from you in a while. Well, I don't know. You always get good information.
Travis, what do you think about automation?
No comment. All right, good afternoon, Mayor, Council. Travis Schweitzer, Solid Waste Services Director. Obviously, I'm going to be presenting the Solid Waste Services Fund. And as an overview, we'll go through the 24-25 revenues, and then follow that up with the 24-25 expenditures, cover some changes from FY24 to 25, and then I'll walk through our landfill capital improvement projects. We've got a number of I think, pretty neat projects going on at the landfill that I want to provide an update on. All right, so looking at revenues, Solid Waste Services Fund sits at just over $23 million in revenues. The biggest portion of that is the monthly fees that we charge. That's $18 million. Then the landfill sale of capacity is $3.5 million. That's where we sell disposal capacity to one private hauler, and they get to utilize our landfill. Looking at the expenditures, we've been mentioning all day that we're a service industry, and so our expenditures are people and benefits. You see the $8.5 million in salaries, the $2.1 million in benefits. The other piece to solid waste is the equipment. We have to maintain our trucks and landfill equipment. That comes in at $3.2 million. We also have cost allocations and transfers in the budget. Cost allocations are $2.1 million. The biggest allocation there is to the general fund at $1.65 million. Then we also have transfers where we transfer $1.1 million to the general debt service fund, and then we transfer $3.5 million from our operating budget into our own solid waste vehicle replacement fund. Some changes from 24 to 25. We are developing a 5-year rate forecast based on twice a week bagged trash collection. There will be alternative collection models included. This is the work that our consultant is doing. Out of that will be a 5-year rate forecast, providing us insight into what our future costs will look like and necessary rates relative to those different models of collection. We anticipate this being complete by the end of the calendar year this year, and we are proposing no rate increases for FY 24-25. All right, this is the aerial of the landfill. A lot of you all have seen this aerial before, and I'll just briefly go through this. Excuse me. Kind of orient everybody. Hunter Farrell Road runs to the east and west on the north side of the landfill. MacArthur is off the map here on the west. Nursery is off the map to the east. We are currently disposing of trash in this area of our middle tract, this cell here. We are currently excavating this area here to make our new middle tract disposal cell. You'll notice this area over here on the southwest area of the landfill. This is an area of the west tract that does not have trash yet in it. The reason for that is our maintenance building sits in that area. That maintenance building was built in 1982, so it's over 40 years old. It's served its useful life, and obviously it needs to not only move but be reconstructed. The new maintenance building will be constructed in this area here on the southern end of the landfill. And then we also are constructing a new Citizens Convenience Center. The current Citizens Convenience Center is over here where the red dot is. That's where individuals can drop off recycling, tires, metals, household trash, that sort of thing. And there's a better way of providing that sort of service, and we want to do that construction in this area right here. All right, looking more into the middle tract and west tract. The middle tract is this large rectangular area here in blue. It's approximately 17 acres in size. Once it's fully excavated, it'll be about 85 feet deep. And then with all of that excavation, there'll be approximately 1.5 million cubic yards of dirt removed from that area of the landfill to make room for that disposal cell. The west tract is much smaller. It's only about an acre in size and will be about 23 feet deep once it's fully excavated. These next series of slides are different pictures of the landfill projects that we have going on. This is looking to the southwest. You see over here where I have the cursor, that's the frame for the new maintenance facility. You see it going up. This was fairly early on in the excavation of the middle tract. So you see these different pieces of equipment setting up their jobs. This is a more in-depth view of what's going on. This is looking to the northeast. You see that we have multiple, sometimes 2, sometimes 3 excavators working, and they're paired with articulated dump trucks, very large dump trucks that are it's just a rinse and repeat where these guys are continuing to excavate this cell. They do this in kind of a stair-step fashion, and it's kind of neat to see them work. It looks like a big sandbox with a bunch of Tonka toys going on. Trying to give y'all some perspective here. Again, you see the new maintenance shop. It's going up in this area. The excavation taking place here. This is looking directly to the south. A little bit different view. I wanted to give y'all some depth perception. You see how deep it's going. It's even deeper now today than when this picture was taken. The dirt from this excavation is going over into this area of the landfill here. We'll use it for daily cover as we begin to receive trash into the new cell. All right, moving on to the new maintenance shop. This top picture here is the current maintenance shop. You see in the background how the elevation is much higher behind it. One of the problems that we have with this maintenance shop is, and you can't see it because the doors on the other side of the shop are closed, but after a rain, it just fills with mud from the runoff, and we have to scoop it out. And you can see this was taken on a fairly muddy day. What we're wanting to build is something like in these 2 pictures down below. Our maintenance shop will be configured slightly differently, with the doors being on this end of the maintenance shop and this other end, as opposed to on the sides in this picture. And here you have an idea of what it'll look like on the inside. It's a simple metal construction. It does have a 15-ton bridge crane, which you see here in this yellow bar here. It's about 4,900 square feet in size. Just a couple of aerial shots of the maintenance. The maintenance facility. All right, our new Citizens Convenience Center. This will be a place for our customers to dispose of household trash, recycling, metals, tires, and the idea here is to have an elevated deck where customers will come up and pull into one of these stalls and then offload into an open-top container which is recessed down below. This will provide our customers with the ability to dispose of these items here, not only when the weather's good, but also when the weather's rainy. Currently, we have to close the landfill to the public once it rains. It's simply too dangerous to have passenger cars and trucks alongside the heavy equipment down on the landfill. Plus, it is very likely in wet weather for those types of vehicles to get stuck, and it's just very, very problematic. All right, this picture to the left is looking to the west. You see Hunter Farrell Road right here. The entrance to the landfill is right there. This is just another shot looking to the north. You can see the beginnings of the bays being constructed here, and customers will just come in and pull in here, offload, and then back out. Now, with all this construction going on, we've, believe it or not, we have a lot of visitors to the landfill, but not all of them are two-legged. I call these two Romeo and Juliet. They like to come around quite a bit and see what's going on. They just love it. So I thought I'd put them in the picture here for y'all. Lastly, we have our drainage improvements. The landfill waste footprint is just shy of 140 acres. Over time, these drainage ditches have silted in, and we need to reestablish them to better handle and dispose of our stormwater runoff from the landfill. So there'll be various locations along the western edge of the footprint, a little bit on the south, and then various locations on the eastern side of the footprint. This project is not yet kicked off, but it will be starting very, very shortly. And with that, I'll answer any questions.
I think those are probably Jim Wagner's dogs. I'd say, has there been a llama over there lately? Questions? Luis?
Thank you, Mayor. Can residents expect any relief from stench complaints, especially in the near, right up north from that?
Yeah, from time to time, there obviously can be odors with solid waste. I will say that primarily, though, the odor that's experienced there is the wastewater treatment facility, TRA. It's not the landfill. In fact, the state comes out from time to time and we'll take, odor readings. And, knock on wood, we've never had any sort of complaint from the state regarding odor from the landfill.
Okay, thank you very much.
Good.
Questions? I think that's good to know, Travis. I think a lot of times people ask, they assume something's happening there. They don't realize that what we do to make sure that doesn't happen. And so to your perspective,
sure,
that we do have people come out with, and they do measure the odors. So that gives us something to be able to respond to.
Sure.
Al?
Yeah, hey, Travis, you're going to have 3 buildings, and you're going to maintain the office where it is?
Yeah,
and
the
then
current
the convenience location, and then the workshop?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
You
I
bet.
just wanted to get.
Yep.
Okay.
All right. Thank you, sir. Internal service funds overview, the fleet vehicle. All right. Here's the duel. This is what keeps the city running. They keep the wheels turning.
Good afternoon, sir. Debbie Jackson, Fleet Business Operations Manager, with Larry Spain, Fleet Maintenance Manager. Just a friendly reminder, we have 1,452 vehicles and pieces of equipment with 33 fleet employees, which we have 2 vacancies that we've kept open for about a year. The market's a little slow on hiring right now. Fuel stations, we have 19 locations with 27 tanks. Impacts on our budget. Major increases to the budget. $341,430 is for fleet software replacement, which was a supplemental request. The current vendor that we've had for 18 years for our software is doing a phase out of our current system. So with IT's help, we did an RFI, which was a request for information, went out and tried to find the best system available, because obviously in fleet we keep things for 17 to 70 years. Overtime, certifications, outside work, and fuel tank repairs are things that we're trying to work on this year. So we've had some increases. Some decreases have been $497,000 for fuel, which we took fuel from $4.50 per gallon to $3.80 per gallon. We did take the usage of 1,090,000 gallons up to 1,160 gallons. That's an increase of about 70,000 gallons. Different things throughout the city caused that, which are different programs, more routes, more driving. CNG went down $14,000, and our motor vehicles, I'm very proud to say, went down $40,000 due to the city manager's office allowing us to buy 2 new vehicles for our fleet motor pool, a Suburban and an Equinox. And we've used these vehicles for different departments throughout the city for travel and training when they go to Houston, Austin, whatever. These newer vehicles have been safer to drive, lower cost to keep. So we're very thankful for those. Vehicle and equipment purchases. We've told you this many times since 2020, what a challenge it's been to purchase and acquire these vehicles. We've ordered 550 vehicles and equipment since 2020. We've received 449 in, and we're down to 101 awaiting delivery. This is great news if y'all remember back in the 278 vehicle times. So we're really pleased that we're back within the 12-month, 18-month period for most of the vehicles. Capital improvements, construction of new fleet facility. We're so excited about this, folks. It's a 3-phase approach. They're going to be breaking ground October of 2024, and construction will be approximately 2 years, and it's going to be challenging out at Briary, but we're so excited for this opportunity. New fuel tank replacement. This actually changed to Fire Station 11. We've had some mechanical issues lately, so we subbed this out from Fire Station 9. Plus, we're doing various fire station tank reconditioning, tank sealing, paintings, new hose reels, etc. Just trying to make sure that we can keep all of our infrastructure up and get the most time out of it that we can. So is there any questions?
So, sometime we get a chance, I'd just like to see the layout of where the new building's going to go on the lot and how it fits in with what's...
It's going to be, yes, we'll absolutely send that to you, but it's absolutely maximizing all the space we can, so.
Yeah, I know you're real tight in there now, so I was just curious how you're going to build it and keep everything in there before you get to tear the other one down.
Yes. Yes.
All right, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Technology overview.
Good afternoon, Chad Powell, Chief Technology Officer. I'm here to talk about our technology fund. And I just want to say I get the award for having the shortest presentation of the day. So taking a look at our technology fund, we are an internal service fund. We get all of our revenues from transfers from the general fund as well as the enterprise funds and the other internal service funds. We had a starting fund balance of $6.4 million. We saw $18 million in revenues, and we had $17 million in expenditures, and we're projecting to have an ending fund balance, a healthy fund balance of $6.5 million. The chart listed on this slide kind of gives you an idea of the breakdown of the budget for the technology fund. The biggest expense is equipment maintenance, that is both software and hardware maintenance. So that's where we replace all of our computers, our servers, all of our hardware. That's also where we pay for all of our 98 supported applications that we use throughout the city for software maintenance.
Chad, if I can, if you could go back to that previous slide. Mayor and Council, when 10 years ago, this fund did not exist, and we were spending about $2 million a year in replacement of our vehicles, and we were very, very, very far behind. And we spent a lot of time pulling this, I'm sorry, on our IT. I'm sorry, I'm still stuck with Debbie and, sorry, Larry.
Still on the 17 to 7.
Yeah, yeah. And so we just simply weren't spending enough dollars. And just like our fleet and just like some of these other funds, we put these internal funds, service funds together, and we now have the dollars to be able to move forward and keep up with what we need to keep up with on an IT basis. So thank you, appreciate that.
Yeah, absolutely. We were very appreciative and that was the brainchild of Mr. Litchfield, so. And then on the next slide, I wanted to touch on the proposed projects for fiscal year 25. On the column where it says funding sources, I've listed out all of the different funding sources. I just want to give major credit to our budget team for being creative and identifying funds that our goal is always to minimize the impact to the general fund. And so with all of these new projects, we're only looking at $16,000 impact to the general fund. In terms of our projects, we have a very robust project request system that the IPO office has put in place, and We spend several months getting all the information from the different departments for projects that they're requesting. We take a real hard look at them. We have a quantitative approach to how we measure the cost versus whether or not we have the resources and the capacity to be able to complete these projects. We started with over 50 project requests for this year, and through that weeding down, we were able to get it down to these 20 projects. I have sorted the list in terms of the cost, and so to start off, we have three technology requests for the police department. A lot of this may be a little redundant because we've covered them in previous presentations today, so I will be brief. But the biggest one for police is going to be their gel door control system replacement. That's over a 15-year-old system that is in desperate need of replacement. Debbie just touched on our their fleet software replacement that we'll be working on. We have out at our Valley View Municipal Complex where water and traffic operate, they are looking at replacing all of their cameras in that complex. We have 4 Parks and Rec projects, all of which are video camera replacements, and that's at Millennium Fountain, Williams Square, the Valley View Service Center, and the soccer complex. Also touched on earlier today was the library. Their line of business application is going to be replaced this coming year. We have 4 court technology projects, which was touched on earlier today. The Arts Center has 3 projects, and those are putting in IT infrastructure at the Bear Creek Museum, which includes Wi-Fi, internet, and then they're also looking at replacing their box office ticket system, as well as some additional camera upgrades. We have a replacement project for City Hall AV, so we have the 3 meeting rooms up on the 4th floor, as well as the what used to be the Parks Conference Room across the hall. And then lastly, we have 2 fire technology projects slated for this next year, one of which is a mobile training application, and then they also have an asset management software that they want to implement. And with that, I'll entertain any questions.
Questions? Just from my perspective, thank you for all that you do. I know not that long ago, there was a big power outage, and I think your team came in the middle of the night and got everything up and running before any of us got here in the morning. And I think and where other areas along the city and other businesses across the city weren't even up and running till noon or later that day, you had your team in here that evening, or after midnight when the power went out and got us up and running. And I know that's just one of many that happened. That's just one I happened to hear about. So I appreciate your team always being there and everything that you do.
Thank you.
All right. Building improvement overview. Pat, are we going to construct anything?
Oh, yes. Good afternoon again. Pat Lamers, Director, CIP Department. I'm going to go over the building improvement overview just to provide a little background. As part of the budget process for every year, our building services team will make an assessment of all city facilities to look for repairs and improvements that are needed for the city facilities. That might be HVAC related, generators, roofs, those type of things. But then at the same time, we also put out a request to all of the department heads for their input on any facility needs that they might have. So we compile all that information, we prioritize it, and then in our sit down with Chris during the line item budget review, we go through that list. So this presentation will just provide you the projects that are in your budget. So first of all, we have funding that we have current capacity for, and the projects listed on this page are under that category. So the first one, a big one, is the Animal Care Campus. We currently have a animal care campus expansion project that we will be bringing to you on August 29th for award for construction of that project. But we did not have the capacity funding available to address the HVAC in the animal care campus. So this $1.7 million will allow us to replace the air conditioning system at the animal care campus to provide a better, more efficient system that is actually designed for that environment and provide better air quality and so forth. So also at the animal care campus, we have a replacement of a walk-in freezer. At the Police and Fire Training Academy, we have some repairs to make on the facade. And then at the Public Safety Complex, there's some heaving of the sidewalk around the training building and the burn tower. Out at Briar Yard, we have 2 ice machines to replace, as well as some work at the car wash out there. The South Library, we need to replace some glass. On the north side, they have a special tinting feature that is not operating now. At the Rock Island Warehouse, some painting, replacing 5 HVAC rooftop units at the Auto Pound, 2 HVAC rooftop units at Lively Point, and then repainting the Ruth Payne House exterior. So that's a total of about $2 million. Then projects that will be funded from the BRF, the Building Repair and Replacement Fund that is in your budget. That will be replacing the Police and Fire Training Academy generator, also replacing generators at Fire Station 6 and Fire Station 7. All of these generators are about 20 to 25 years old, so they've seen their expected life and are need for replacement. So total of those 3 projects, $830,000. And then funds from the City Hall Complex Bond Fund. Basically, this is funding that is not being spent on our elevator replacement. So it's about $400,000 that's available. These funds have to be spent on the City Hall Complex, which includes the Jack Huffman building. So we have 4 projects at the Jack Huffman building that we will be doing using these funds to replace boilers, roof replacement, repair plumbing in the basement, and then electrical repair as well. So a total of $400,000. And then our enterprise funds, water utilities and solid waste services, some projects that they've identified for their various facilities are listed here. HVAC work and at water utilities and generator out at the landfill. The restroom trailer will this is a trailer that we have at Trinity View Park right now that will be relocated to Travis's maintenance bay that he's building out there now. So, and then ICTN generator. There is no generator at the ICTN building right now, but this will be installing a new generator. So the total of those, basically enterprise, well, ICTN really is an enterprise, but total of $1.3 million. So total building improvements, all those is $4.6 million. Be happy to answer any questions.
Questions, Pat? Pretty cut and dry.
Okay, thank you.
So we're going to have the cooler replaced here in a couple weeks, so we're going to be without air conditioning, correct?
That is correct. Yeah, the first week in September will be, or first weekend in September we'll be doing that.
Our first day will be at a council meeting that we won't have air conditioning. We're going to make it a very short council meeting. I'm just kidding.
It's one way to get them in and out of here. We'll do this economic development, and then we'll take a break for a few minutes.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Philip Sanders, Assistant City Manager. I'm here to talk to you about our economic development funds and activities. Our economic development activities are really funded in 3 different accounts. 2 of those are in the general fund, and then we have a separate fund, the Economic Development Incentives Fund, which funds the bulk of our operations, which are our incentives. In the general fund, we have our operations account, which pays for our small group of 4 staff members who are responsible for working with our great partners at the Irving Las Colinas Chamber on business recruitment and retention. They manage and negotiate and write all of our incentive agreements. They manage our public-private partnership agreements, the music factory, the hotel, and all of our economic development incentive agreements, making sure that each party complies with their obligations. Our Economic Development Fund primarily funds our contracts, programs, and projects in our economic development activities. There is a transfer from the operations account over into our Economic Development Fund every year of about $2.3 million to help fund a portion of our contracts with the Irving Las Colinas Chamber. That funds about 2/3 of those. And then the expenses out of that fund are our programs, which I'll talk about here in a minute. Again, the revenues in that Economic Development Fund, again, the bulk of that would be the $2.3 million transfer from the operations account. We do receive some rent from the meeting space in the Westin Hotel, and also the main stage lease at the 222 East Irving Boulevard has some rent payments. In some years, we do earn revenue off the sale of property, primarily in the Heritage District. These would be the McDougal properties that when we have a project we sell, we'll receive revenue, and that's accounted for in this fund. We don't anticipate any sales of property, or at least are not budgeting for that, although we may have some. We're just not budgeting for any land sales in the coming fiscal year. And then the theme towers are the billboard-like structures on the former stadium property. This is the anticipated revenue off of that lease. We're actually renegotiating that lease right now. This is our estimate of what we think the revenue will be in the next fiscal year, and then some interest income off of the fund balance we have in that fund. The expenditures we're anticipating at $3.8 million. The bulk of that is what we pay the Irving Las Colinas Chamber for services on business recruitment and retention, also the International Fairs and Sister Cities contract. And we have another contract with the Irving Hispanic Chamber of Commerce to help support small business, women and minority-owned businesses, and development in South Irving generally. We also fund our downtown and corridor enhancement grants of about $300,000 annually out of this fund. And there are some other expenditures, printing, building and property maintenance. We have to maintain and mow the properties that we have and the buildings that we own, the 222 building specifically. Some modest professional services, legal notices that we have to pay for related to our economic development incentive agreements, and then some legal services where we have to hire an outside counsel on a specialty project.
Philip, if I may, Mayor and Council, Philip had mentioned that the transfer from the ED operations over to the Economic Development Fund itself is about $2.3 million. As you can see, with the cost of our contracts there, Philip had mentioned we're about 2/3 of the way paying for those contracts from an operational transfer from the general fund over to the Economic Development Fund. We've been slowly eating into that. My goal is to have the full cost of taken care of from the transfer of the general fund economic development operations over to the Economic Development Fund itself. In the meantime, we're continuing to use some of that fund balance that's been built up in reserves through the sale of property and other revenues to help balance that out. But eventually, we do need to ensure that the transfer over from the general fund over to the Economic Development Fund covers the full cost of those contracts. It's going to take a couple years to get there, but we need to begin to focus in on that. We are not increasing it this next year simply because we just didn't have the dollars to do so. But it is a focus area.
Chris, does the theme tower lease funds still go to the chamber?
No.
No, they do not.
The lease on the theme towers goes into this fund, the Economic Development Fund. It does not go to the chamber.
Yeah, they used to go directly to the chamber. When we redid and renegotiated our contract with the chamber 7 years ago now, we then took all of those revenues, and then we now transfer those dollars directly from the Economic Development Fund over there to the chamber, so they were not harmed.
So to the city manager's point, this is just a fund summary. We start the year, we expect, with a fund balance of just over $3.2 million. We'll bring in revenue of $3.1. Our expenses will be $3.8, which will decrease that fund balance. We do have some fund balance commitments that we have to set aside and make sure that we're accounting for future expenditures. Per our contracts with the Irving Las Colinas Chamber, there's a contingency amount that we set aside of $250,000. And we also have a committed fund balance of $575,000 in anticipate of repaying North Central Texas Council of Governments for a grant that was provided a number of years ago for the city to acquire 3 properties. We've actually sold one of those. There's 2 more yet to sell. but we do have to maintain a committed fund balance to cover the repayment of that obligation. We anticipate at the end of the fiscal year we'll have 1.7 million remaining in that fund balance. So as the city manager's point, that fund balance is getting smaller and smaller, and we'll need to figure out a way to fully fund those chamber contracts over the next few years.
Philip, do we have any time frame on those buildings we bought that the council of governments worked with us on? I know we do.
I know that one of them we're targeting to put out for an RFP this year. There's two left. There's another, the one on the corner of Main and Irving Boulevard we want to sell. There's one other one I'll have to, I don't know that we have a specific time.
I just remember when we did it, that actually I think the Starbucks was one of them too.
Well, that was one of the McDougal properties, where the townhomes are on Irving Boulevard and just west of Britain. That was another one.
Okay. That we had. I just remember when we did that deal, and I know with the other payback on Irving Boulevard, there's a time frame on it if it runs out at a certain point. I didn't know if there was a similar time frame on these
the COG has been patient with us. They want this program to succeed. It was kind of a pilot program when they did it, and they've been patient with trying to get these back on the market.
Thank you.
Our next fund is our Economic Development Incentives Fund. This is where the vast majority of our economic development activities occur. This was a fund that was set up about 4 years ago. Thanks to Mr. Litchfield, has set up these funds to help us account for expenses that we had previously just taken out of the general fund. The revenues in this fund are primarily property tax and sales tax. Each one of these, whether it's property tax or sales tax, goes to depends on the type of activity that it's paying for. Usually an incentive is associated with either increased property tax revenue or increased sales tax revenue. We do get some state sales tax revenue for the Texan Hotel. This was a program that the state offers to rebate a portion of the, I guess the $480 million that we send to the state. We get $500,000 back, so never let it be said that we don't get anything. And then some franchise fees franchise fees go into this fund associated with the DFW revenue sharing. We have to share back with them the fees that we collect, or at least a third of those. And then we do have a transfer from the general fund, which we'll call the TIF ratchet down, and I'll talk about that in the next slide. This is a way to build up the fund balance in our Economic Development Incentives Fund, which has been very successful. And for the first time this year, we'll have $650,000 being transferred from our Convention Center Hotel. This was anticipated when we built the Convention Center Hotel, that revenues associated with that would be shared with the hotel, and this is the first time after we filled all the other reserve buckets that we're able to see some increased revenue off of this. So, and then we do have interest income of just over $800,000. How we spend that, let me talk about the TIF ratchet down first. This is as the allocation to the TIF decreases over time, we have a strategy of allocating 1/2 of that decrease, or the revenue that's a result of that decrease, toward economic development. This year we anticipate that of being just over 1.7 million. You can see the previous years how that has increased as the value of the TIF has increased. Right now that allocation is at 60%. That'll remain 60% for 2 more years and drop down to 40 and then down to 20 unless that allocation is changed by the council. The expenditures out of the incentives fund are just over $29 million. That's 2 major buckets. First is our standard economic development incentives, which is $18 million. And then, as we discussed earlier this morning, the DFW revenue sharing agreement, we transfer $11 million back as a result of that. Under the incentives, $11 million is for property tax rebates. This is where we enter into an agreement with a company to come and perform certain activities where we see an increase in property tax revenue as a result, and we share a portion of that revenue back to the company. Same with sales tax. We have some companies where they have come in, we have agreed to rebate back a portion of the increased sales tax that result from their investment in Irving. There are some incentives, the development incentives, the $421,000 that are not associated specifically with an increased property tax or sales tax. These might be what we used to call job grants, or they may just be a straight grant that we give to a company in exchange for them investing in Irving, but it's not specifically associated with an increase in taxable value. And then of the $500,000 that the state rebates us on the state sales and hotel occupancy tax, $450,000 or 90% of that, per the agreement we have with the Texan, we rebate back to the Texican Hotel. This year, we're proposing to include $300,000 to fund a retail center rehab grant program. This is something we've done a couple of times on an ad hoc basis that has been successful, where we'll provide an incentive for a retail strip center to do exterior improvements to their property, repaving their parking lot, enhancements to the architecture, just reinvesting in the physical appearance of the shopping center. It has been successful on a couple of different occasions, so we're going to fund that and probably put out an invitation for those that might be interested in this to partner with us to improve some of our retail shopping centers.
Philip, I saw that Weitzman has got, that's the second phase that he's doing. Yeah, he's gotten a lot of that repainted and he's refinishing that. So I think, to me, those are the two that really stand out that we've, if you look at Beltline and 183 across from the mall, you know, we were able to redo with the target being the base. They then signed a 10-year or 20-year lease. I can't remember what it was, based upon the remodel there. And now he's doing the second phase, which runs through, is it Granada or whatever they're called?
Grande Center, yes.
Grande Center, I should know, but I don't. They're in the process of redoing that as well in that area. So I think that's a good example of where you see two big retail centers that have really changed the way they look.
Yeah. Those have been successful, and we're hoping to replicate that by having a standard ongoing program, hopefully, if this proves successful, to do that in future years. The DFW revenue sharing is what it is. Property tax, sales tax, and the franchise fees are rebated back to the airport and the cities that own the airport.
Philip, one other one, apologize, sales tax rebate, is that all, that number includes every sales taxes that we collect and then we rebate back? So
Lennar is our biggest
so I guess,
contributor to that.
now would that be sales tax then that would the DART would receive a matching penny on?
And Brett, you can, before I say no, go ahead.
Yeah, well, it's our sales tax
It's our
that comes
penny.
back. There's no agreement with DART to give their penny to, or any agreement that we have.
No, I guess what I'm saying is they get theirs, right now there's 2 pennies being charged.
Yeah.
We've repaid ours back, but they still get theirs.
Yes.
My point being that I have these discussions all the time at DART where they talk about us being partners, which you can pull me off the ceiling when they start that BS. But anyway, when I start talking about how much, you know, that they give, I try to explain to them that, you know, we got $500 million tied up in a convention center and entertainment, a hotel. We give 100% of the sales tax back to the entertainment venue. They get to keep their full penny. And then, you know, plus millions of dollars through the TIF that we've built around that monstrosity out there that they call 2 stations, of which, when I asked at the transportation convention, how many people in the room of 147 people, because I counted them, had taken mass transit to come out there, not one person raised their hand, even though we have a station right next to the convention center. But anyway, I'm on a tangent. My point being that when we talk about this, that's $5,900,000 that we've reinvested of our penny back into make things happen.
Mm-hmm.
So that, it just frustrates me because there's not a partnership of some kind when it comes to rebating this money back. And we're creating opportunities for them to get their penny by giving our penny away. So I just wanted, I like that number because that gives me something else to argue about.
Yeah, all of
or
these,
complain about.
the sales tax revenue and the property tax rebates are revenue that is generated as a result of increased economic activity that a company is bringing to the city. So,
thank you. Sorry.
Let me just talk about a little bit about one of our funding strategies for the Economic Development Fund. When we have a grant that is not associated with a particular revenue stream, like a sales tax or a property tax rebate, we have to set that money aside in a fund balance to make sure that there's money to pay for that. our strategy has been that as those payments come due, we release those obligations, that committed fund balance obligations, back into the general fund balance so we can use it. And it's actually transferred money from the general fund to cover those obligations, and then we release the fund balance. It helps us build the fund balance in that, in our incentives fund. The fund, this fund summary, will begin the year with a fund balance of just over 18 million, 32 million in revenues, 29 million in expenses. Will leave us a fund balance of 21.6. We do have a few remaining fund balance commitments for agreements that we have entered into in past years. Those are noted here. And then after we reserve that fund balance, which is fairly modest, we'll still have $21.1 million in available fund balance. That seems like a lot, and it is. But in perspective, there are cities with Type A and Type B sales tax economic development corporations that will earn triple or more that amount in a single year. This is what we're competing against in the economic development environment. And this has taken us about 4 years to get up to 21 million, and it's good, but we need to keep that in perspective as to what we're up against.
And Philip, I'm just going to say.
I was going to share with Chris, but he didn't agree with me on this, that the city of Dallas is, you know, they're finally realizing they got to get in the economic development game. So they've put a, you know, I think they put a nice little pool together about twice that size, and they're out there wheeling and dealing, and their thing is speed to the market. So what they have done is they have authorized the city manager to enter into any type of a agreement with a new company of up to $1 million and not have to take it back to his council. So in our perspective of what that would have meant for us, the deal with Fox could have been handled by Chris. The deal with the data warehouse in South Irving could have been handled by Chris. Now, I'm not forcing this on Chris, and he doesn't want it. But I bring it up just to show you what our competitors are doing because of the 2-week time frame it takes to get before us, and then another 2 weeks before it's approved, and the process that it takes down the road on a $200,000, $300,000, $400,000 deal, or even a $700,000 deal. So speed to market is more of a challenge today than it's ever been. And that's what we're starting to see cities do. In addition to having the large dollar funds, they are not wanting to wait to go through the process on something that under $1 million, that they're willing to just make that decision and move on down the road. So, and again, I'm not advocating for that. I just kind of ribbing Chris, but the reality, I just wanted to mention, this is what we're competing against now in a lot of these arenas. Is this type of thing. Okay, you can defend yourself, Chris.
Thanks, Mayor.
Hey, I'm all for it.
I think there's 3 already.
Was that on the agenda? We're talking economic development here.
I do agree with the mayor. We need to. We definitely.
You've got him tongue-tied, Mayor.
I'm giving you money to spend.
Can we go to 2 million? Just kidding.
Of course, it may be more difficult for them to get it from him than the 9 of us.
That's probably going to be the issue. Why didn't you give it to them? Or why did you give it to them? So, it's going to be you either love it or hate it. This is just another example, Mayor and Council, of how 4 or 5 years ago, this fund did not even exist. And we've been able to set aside $20 million. Coming up on 21 million, it looks like. 21 million. I agree with Philip. It sounds like a lot of money. It is a lot of money, but in the economic development world, that will be very competitive. It's good that we've gotten there. We set up, you may remember years ago, we set up our 5-year long-term fiscal plan. And specifically, we looked at ways to build up an economic development war chest for being competitive in an ultra competitive environment here in North Texas. And we set up certain policies. For example, when incentives are transferred over from the general fund into the incentives fund, if they are not claimed by that company, they don't go back to the general fund, they stay in the incentives fund. As Philip just mentioned on the previous slide, as we release some of those reserve fund balances, we're able to build up this incentive fund as well. So we've been very successful with that to go from $0 to 21 million. We need to be very strategic with this. We will continue to be very strategic with this. But again, this is another very good, successful story of how we've been able to build up reserves to be able to be and maintain our competitive nature here in Irving.
Yeah, as much as I complain about it, Chris usually figures a way to figure it out so that we have money.
Any other comments on this one? Okay. The final economic development fund that I want to talk about is our entertainment venue operating budgets. We have several, and I want to walk you through how we spend money from and for the entertainment venue. There are three primary sources of revenue associated with the entertainment center. The Brimer Hot, which is a 2% hotel occupancy tax on all room nights in the city, goes into a special fund specifically for the entertainment center. There is an admission tax of 10% on each ticket sold on any show in the entertainment center. And then there are sales and mixed beverage taxes on transactions that occur within the entertainment venue that all stay within the entertainment venue itself. There are a variety of restrictions and uses of these revenues. Specifically, they all have to go back into the property or into the agreements that we have with our tenant. I want to talk about the Brimer tax first, which is hotel occupancy tax. We're able to charge this because of a special state law that allows us to, but it also says you can only spend it on three main categories: venue construction costs, maintenance costs, and operation costs. As we receive revenue from this Brimer tax, there's a prioritization of how it's spent. First, we want to fund the debt service on the city's bonds that we issued for the construction of the facility. We want to make sure our administrative costs are covered. We want to fund the maintenance and operation reserve next, and then reimburse the company for any construction costs that have not already reimbursed, and then for any other lawful purpose, which would be maintenance and operation costs. We are anticipating from that Brimer revenue just over $7.1 million this year. We start each year with a little bit of a fund balance, and this is primarily to do with the way that sales tax comes in, how it's booked. I think sales tax is usually delayed about 2 months of each fiscal year. We don't collect until the next fiscal year, so we're going to begin each year with a little bit of a fund balance. The expenditures from that Brimer revenue, that hotel occupancy tax, the bulk of it is for debt service, $3.9 million in the coming year. Anticipating administrative expenses of $271,000 will be transferred over to a separate sub-fund we have set up to track administrative expenses. And then that will leave an excess of about $3.2 million that can be paid to our tenant for the reimbursing for the construction costs, which is one of the authorized expenses. That $3.2 million is actually what we will earn in the current fiscal year, but won't be paid out until next fiscal year after we close all the books and determine what the final number is. Administrative expenses, we're calculating our staff time at $271,000. We basically do an evaluation of what it costs us to manage the agreements associated with the venue. We have one full-time position who spends the majority of their time on these agreements. We have legal expenses. We have financial costs. We have a number of different departments that are involved in managing those agreements every year. Every year we do an audit of all their subleases to make sure they're complying with the master lease. That costs us about $7,000. And then we do an annual inspection of the property. We hire ASM Global to come in and do a top-to-bottom review of all the physical facilities. They write a report, and then we make sure that in their annual work plan and budget that Brookfield, who is our current tenant, is budgeting for all the expenses that we identify in that annual inspection. And then legal services, there's always, these are complicated agreements. There are sometimes litigation associated with these agreements. Right now we have litigation with the comptroller relative to some rebates of some state sales tax that we feel we should be getting that we're not getting. The administrative expenses, again,
Philip,
I'm sorry.
My apologies. Do you have an updated number, or KO, do you guys, Janet, have an updated number of what we're at that the comptroller would owe back, that we feel that they would owe back to the developer on that one?
I don't. Yeah, I'd have to calculate that.
All right, thank you.
It's just a 10-year deal, isn't it?
Yes.
So pretty soon we're going to be past the 10 years and it's never been given any of our
We're
money.
5 years into the 10 years.
We're 5 years into the 10-year and we haven't got any dough.
It's at least a couple of million, if not two or three.
We've gotten some. The largest, I shouldn't say anything, should I? Yeah. Okay.
Well, that's right.
I won't say anything.
Yes, or
We shouldn't be
we
talking
can,
about
we
it.
can send a confidential that gives
I
some
could feel
updates.
my
It's all
spidey
about
sense was getting heat over here from this side, so. All right, we allocate the administrative expenses in a separate sub-fund to make sure we're tracking those. We do begin the year with some fund balance. I think we anticipated that our legal expenses from the ongoing litigation will be higher in previous years, and that, I think Janet will give you an update at some future meeting, but haven't spent all those, so we still keep those in the fund, knowing that at some point we'll have to use those. We do transfer that $271,000 from the primary fund to cover our annual administrative expenses. We do earn some interest off of that as well. And then the expenses are, as we talked about. We do have a maintenance and operation reserve that has to be funded from these Brimer revenues, this 2% hotel occupancy tax. It is fully funded. We do not anticipate having to add any more to that maintenance and operation reserve. And then after all those obligations are paid, there will be, in the next fiscal year, about $2.8 million left over that can be rebated to the company to cover construction costs associated with the venue. Admission tax is the next source of revenue. Again, by law, we're allowed to charge a 10% admission tax for tickets sold. We require in our lease that the company, before they can spend that money, have to submit an annual work plan and budget. The council approves that work plan and budget, and it does include as a priority to make sure that they're covering any maintenance issues that we identify in our annual inspection of the property. In our work plan and budget, again, the primary source of revenue is that Brimer revenue that we account for, the admission tax, which is estimated about $2.5 million for the coming year. We also include in their budget an estimate of what their revenue would be for the off-premise advertising. According to our most recent amended lease, that revenue can only be spent on maintenance and marketing of the entertainment venue, and that's accounted for in their annual budget, which is on the next page. This is the draft budget that we have reviewed and submitted. The primary revenues, again, are listed about the total are $6.6 million. You can see the main sources of where they propose to spend the money: advertising and marketing, cleaning and maintenance of repairs. That's we have about, I would say, about $1.3 million of maintenance items that we've identified in our annual inspection that they're covering in their budget. We also make sure that their insurance premiums are paid for out of this budget, that the parking lease with the Urban Towers is paid for out of this budget. That's where the bulk of their expenses are. The $2.8 million from the excess Brimer, they're anticipating to reimburse them. Actually, that'll accrue this year. They actually won't get paid until fiscal year 26-27, which will be the next fiscal year. The final source of revenue is the sales tax and mixed beverage tax. There's two different types of grants. The first, we do rebate back to our tenant 50% of the city-generated sales and mixed beverage tax. It's $429,000. We also rebate back to them the state sales tax that's generated on the property. Again, we're estimating that at 1.3, so that's another little bit of money that we get rebated back to us from the state. And then the expenditures are obvious. That's just a pass-through of money that we receive and then pass through back to the company. The other type of grant is the grant that we pay them to reimburse them for costs associated with this most recent remodel and tenant improvements. This was the new grant we entered into in January of this year. We anticipate that's generating just under $500,000 a year. It has a little bit of fund balance from the last fiscal year that we haven't rebated to them yet. They're not eligible for any rebates until all of their improvements are complete on the plaza. Then they can submit receipts proving up expenses, and we'll reimburse based on those provable expenses. And that is the entertainment venue.
Questions? Al?
Yeah, Phil, and probably Chris on this one. The 30 million that went to our Brookfield, right?
Yes.
Is that going to be returned, or is that an investment into the actual property that, I mean, how's that going to be?
The only way they get that back is when they submit to us expenses that are qualified expenses associated with the physical improvements to the plaza and then the tenant improvements in the qualified lease spaces. And the maximum that they can get back is the 30 million. And that has to be reimbursed in a specific time period. So it's not in perpetuity.
Is there a time period?
There is a time period. Yes.
What is that?
It's graduated. Certain lease spaces, they had to submit reimbursements in the first 5 years, I believe. And then there's a couple more that they have a little bit more time. I think the maximum time they have is, what, 10 years? Yeah, 10 years total to submit reimbursements.
Okay, thanks.
But we just pay that back with what we have.
We pay that back with what we have. If
So
we don't,
we may never get to the 30.
that's correct.
Because we're only paying back potentially how much a year?
Right now, it's $500,000.
Yeah, so we're only paying back $500,000, so it would take 30 years.
Well,
60 years.
60. And they don't have that. They don't have that amount of time.
And to clarify, and I'm glad you asked that question, but to clarify, we own those improvements.
Yes.
So to me, it's investing back into our center that we own, and we'll own those improvements. And so
That's a very good way of looking at it. It's our physical asset. We have a tenant that's operating on our behalf. We're reimbursing them for improvements they're making to our property.
And they're making it all up front.
Yes.
And we're reimbursing them back.
Yes.
All right, no other questions? Let's take about a 15-minute break.
kids is, if you'll remember, we put in the read file at the end of June, we turned 15 of the 1,410 PID accounts over to collections, and we've already received 5 of those collections back. So now we're sitting at 99.29% collections for the year with only 10 accounts outstanding. So that is comparable to what we've seen in prior years.
Why don't you just put the presentations in the read file and the results of the people that paid?
So yeah, we can do that.
All right.
We will do that.
Okay, cost of municipal service benchmarks.
I believe we have Ebony coming up.
Yes.
All right, awesome.
Former budgeteer Ebony Roundtree will come up and make this presentation. First
We're,
swan song.
We're on number O, letter O.
Good afternoon. My name is Ebony Roundtree. I'm the Solid Waste Services Departmental Finance Manager, and I'm going to go over the cost of municipal service benchmarks. So on the first slide, it's just going to show the benchmark cities' property tax rates. Currently, we're number 8 at 0.5891, right in the middle. This slide shows the average taxable home value. Right now, we're at $306,927. And that puts us at number 7, which again is pretty much right in the middle. This is our proposed cost of service changes from current fiscal year FY25 or 24 to 25, which is about $21 monthly and $256 annually. There's about a $13 increase for property tax, $2 for water, $5 for sewer, and $1 for MDU. EMS and solid waste are saying the same. And this is the combined cost of city services amongst all the benchmark cities. We're estimating $3,574, or $1,766 of that is utilities, and then about $1,800 is property tax. And this is a direct comparison of all of the benchmark cities, and once again, we're pretty much right in the middle at $3,574, and this is based on the average taxable home value of Irving with all of the cost of services.
So on that, on that last one, a house in Louisville, it's at 20, it's the difference in the cost. Okay, never mind. I'm looking at it wrong. Thank you. Brad.
Well, here's what I was going to point out. I think maybe you were going here, maybe not. But these are really good slides. Like, if you see the property tax rate, I think slide 2, and then the average taxable home, slide 3, like, so some people want to point to, well, let's be like Plano. Well, we don't have the home values of Plano, Louisville, Frisco, McKinney, Richardson, Denton even. Now, Carrollton, kudos to them because they've got a pretty good tax rate at a lower value home. And of course, these don't necessarily account for businesses, but like you were pointing out about our friends in Dallas are at 0.7357. So yeah, they could cut it, and they're at 0.7357, and their home value is above ours. And so that goes to show you how, if you go way up, you can come down a little bit. And I don't suggest we do that at all. But if you look at where we are, it makes sense. All these cities with a lower rate below us have a lot more valuable homes on the next chart. And so, and significantly more value in like Frisco, McKinney, and Richardson, and Plano. So, good for them for doing what they're doing. But to me, when you look at those charts, it makes a lot of sense.
Brett and Ebony, and again, this comparison is are projected versus current that we know of with the cities at this point. So this graph will change for other cities and might move and shift our position on this.
This is probably our least favorable look at it. We could probably come back after they adopt their budgets and show you apples to apples.
Yep.
Yeah, I think, Brad, I was kind of trying to figure out how to get to that point as well, that basically if you look at, the average price home in Frisco is $557,000, and the average price here is 300 and some. So, and then if you look at the tax rate, they're at 4.43. Well, they've got a lot higher value of real estate than we do, so they can reduce it. If our average house was the same, that would be interesting to compare us to a house value at that level based upon our cost to see what a true difference was. But anyway, Al?
What's the, I guess, I'm trying to pick the right word. The measurement that we use, does the DCAD appraised value, what is it we're using? Is DCAD? It's already too high, but anyway, that's besides the point. But that's what we're using.
Yes, these are all from the
what I figured.
central appraisal districts for each county where the homes are.
And some counties are easier to get than others. Just to say Dallas does a pretty good job of doing comparative data. Others, you have to really go back in and work to get it.
Any other questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Community budget input.
We're going to have Frank from the budget team come up and do the community budget input. We're trying something a little different this year. Rather than just give you the raw data, which we can also provide, we tried to summarize comments by category and also show what we have done in this budget to match community input to what's in the budget to address.
And when I looked at this, I really kind of like that idea because, the challenge you run into is that somebody asks you a question and you try to answer it. Well, here you can answer it. You can say, basically, what are you doing with this? Okay, here's the 3 things we're doing with this.
Well,
so I appreciate that.
Since you like it, this is Shannon's idea. So this good on her for developing this.
Okay. Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Frank Slaughter, Senior Budget Analyst. I will be briefly going over community budget input. On today's agenda, we're going to talk about the public input process, code enforcement, communications, litter control, landscaping. Road conditions, park security, and senior
I like this
program.
guy. He's honest.
All right. Public input opportunities. Citizens have opportunities during, our council meetings to speak, as well as the Ask the BFF email, as well as through City Secretary's office and public hearings. We received 14 comments. 12 were submitted by email, 1 by City Secretary's office, and 1 by City Manager's office.
So we had 14 people.
Yeah.
All right.
Do we know if it's the same person? We do.
For code enforcement, provide more funding for code enforcement officers to expand patrol and help maintain property standards in our ordinance. Add 2 full-time positions of a code enforcement officer and a supervisor to address multifamily inspections to help improve response times to complaints, revision of the risk rating system, increase proactive exterior patrols, offset by fee increases, pending council approval. Communications, providing more funding in the city's communication department, fiscal year 24-25 in the proposed budget funds, internal communication supervisor and customer service specialist position reclasses, as well as adding a part-time customer service specialist to address customer needs, the purchasing of a Irving Community Television Network van and equipment for mobile communication activities. For litter control, providing more funding in the city's budget for litter control and landscaping. For the fiscal year 24-25 proposed budget funds, landscape maintenance for Irving Boulevard, adding mowing and litter cycles for TxDOT, adding additional litter abatement crew 4 positions, which is funded in MDU. Road conditions, providing more funding to address poor road conditions for fiscal year 24-25 proposed budget funds, increased to normal paving material budgets, street milling and overlay, Fugaro restudy of roads, which is funded in the non-bond CIP. Park security, providing more funding designated to park safety. Overnight security officers were added to the Heritage District in fiscal year 23-24 budget and are continued in the fiscal year 24-25 proposed budget. Irving Police Department increases patrols to specific parks when issues are identified. For fiscal year 24-25, proposed budget funds included lighting projects, security cameras, and Wi-Fi at various park locations. Lastly, for the senior program, providing more funding to address the needs of an aging disability population, an existing program for senior residents in the home repair program, which provides emergency, minor, and major home repair and accessibility improvements to Irving seniors. For fiscal year 24-25, proposed budget funds includes funding for Mustang Park, multi-generational facility, and aquatic center with the estimated opening date of fall 2026. Any questions?
Since we had that few, I think let's send this, once we approve the budget, let's respond to those individuals that sent the information so that they know that we have included it in this year's budget, and we did hear from them. I don't know, it's probably not the place to put it, but I would say under, and they say provide senior age or disability population. The other thing we could put in there is the $5,000 homestead exemption for our seniors and disabled as another benefit that we put into the budget this year as well. Anything else? All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. I'm sorry, Al.
Yeah. I noted, Joe, that we had said January of 2027, and I just saw 2026. So, would you fix it?
Yeah, we'll get that taken care of.
Okay, that's all.
Have faith, Al. I think it's going to be 26.
That's what I'm trying to get at.
Okay, Q, Future in Focus, Year 4 funding requests.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Lauren Hale, Strategic Services Senior Manager. Some of the things that I have highlighted for y'all in our Future in Focus presentation today has already been covered by Shannon and Chad and Pat, so I will try to cut out a little bit of the redundancy so that we can get out here on time. So, all right, so today I am presenting on our Future in Focus updates. Like y'all know, the Future in Focus program started out as a 5-year planning exercise, which we're going into year 4, and this year we have transitioned into a rolling 3-year outlook. So at the beginning of every budget cycle, we ask the directors to sit down and vision out kind of the trends and the big ticket pivotal items that they're going to need in order to kind of adapt over the next couple of years. And so y'all heard that a lot over the last 3 months, from May 30th to the last council meeting, where all the departments presented to council their 3-year outlook. 3 Through the budget process, the executive team and the finance department strategically funded a number of the different future and focus requests, which again, those are your big ticket pivotal items, while maintaining a balanced budget. They also approved a number of supplemental requests that may not have made it to the future and focus check sheet, but are still things that the departments have identified as a need. In addition to supplemental requests, whether that be personnel, IT, CIP, et cetera, we also have our departments sit down and identify which of the initiatives and programs they're going to be driving their staff to do and start launching over the next year. So we publish those for transparency on our organizational strategy dashboard. This link is up here, but you can always find it on our website. And with that, I will go through the 5 different pillars for the future and focus strategy. Behind the PowerPoint in your binder, you do have the 11x17 future and focus check sheet that you're used to seeing, as well as a list of every single supplemental that we did receive and process. All right, so under Vibrant Economy, we funded 2 major ticket items. That was your retail center improvement program that Philip talked about earlier, and our placemaking initiatives that are coming out of TIF 2, both of which are $300,000, and they are going to help us respond to the 2024 resident survey emphasis areas of economic development and redevelopment. We have 2 department initiatives that are beginning and will be reported starting in FY24-25, which is that multifamily rehab loan program, which was on the Future and Focus. However, y'all funded that this current budget cycle for $2 million. And then our neighborhood-based planning phase 2. So our planning department was doing neighborhood-based planning phase 1, and they're looking to launch and lift off phase 2 next year for the Heritage District. Under infrastructure investment, we proposed, again, y'all heard a lot about the MDU. I've called out just the heavy equipment, not necessarily personnel. So that $800,000 for MDU for litter control, 305 of that is that tracked excavator and case skid steer. Street milling and overlay, that's what Dan presented to y'all earlier for $500,000. Again, that is going to help us respond to our 2024 resident survey emphasis area. That was number 1 on the resident survey, was street and sidewalk maintenance. We've also added a GPS safety system to our solid waste services trucks for about $66,000. Our department initiatives in this area are, we have a lot of CIP projects coming online. You heard that from Pat. And water utilities projects as well that you'll be able to see and track through our dashboard, including our tank rehab and their master plan update. Under sense of community, we have the Lee Pool startup costs, as well as the special event program and our homeless diversion program. So you heard the city manager talk about that $1.7 million. That was for our parks that was set aside in non-bond CIP. That Lee Pool startup cost for about $60,000 is coming out of that 1.7. You heard about the special event program from Joe, and then our homeless diversion program that Imelda covered at the Community Services Committee last August 1st is going to be in there for $450,000, and that addresses some of the second highest rated resident survey emphasis area. So department initiatives under sense of community, the communications team is going to be launching 2 initiatives. One of those is that customer relationship management software that is Catalyst, if you remember the 311 software that came to y'all a couple council meetings ago, and was initially funded by ARPA. And then they're going to be developing a neighborhood services program strategic plan. And you also heard at August 1st, Todd and the Arts Center they have a very robust strategic plan, so you're going to see that roll out as well. Under government sustainability, so this is where we kind of put a lot of our staffing. We have the cross-training, the field inspectors to become multi-trade. We have split that up into 2 years, and this is the first year for $20,000. We've added a paralegal for CAO, a water utilities administrative assistant who's going to be at the front desk of the Valley View Municipal Center. And then not on this slide, we have also added an IT business analyst to help Chad with all of those projects that he has coming down the pipeline. And then we have a scale house, a attendant for solid waste services, as well as the Medic 8 personnel that's coming online. We will also be absorbing a grant-funded mental health clinician in the police department so that we can maintain those services. And we will be reallocating a portion of our housing and redevelopment administrative specialists to the general fund so that they're no longer purely grant-funded and they can do other things to help out Imelda's team. We've added an employee recognition platform, and we've identified funding for about 4 different innovation program projects. This is a program that we run every year and is open for employees to pitch ideas for. And then our department initiatives under government sustainability, I really wanted to highlight the city secretary's office because they have 3 technology projects that are coming online that are really focused on the transparency and the ease for the residents and the staff. So, all right, under Safe and Beautiful City, we have funded an office space expansion at the South Irving Library. So you will see 2 offices pop up on the 2nd floor and modular space offices. We have the UV systems at North Lake and Heritage. We're replacing a Cimarron shade structure, and the Irving Boulevard landscape maintenance has been added in. We absorbed some costs for the SAFER grant, which covers 12 firefighters at about $699,000. We'll round that up to $700,000. And that covers about the 25% of the first year for the grant. And then this is the year of camera upgrades. We're really focusing in on a lot of security cameras, which again, you heard on Chad's. And then we had multiple police equipment enhancements that Shannon covered on her slides, but didn't want to take up the whole slide. But those are gas mask replacements, traffic cameras for the real-time crime center, LiDAR replacements for traffic enforcement, the tactical medic program, hobble restraint devices, red dot sight transitions, helmet cameras, and covert trackers. And then our initiatives under Safe and Beautiful City are going to be the code enforcement has 2. It's your rapid blight identification response, and that's going to be a proactive code enforcement program with the multifamily complex improvements that y'all heard about from Shane. And the police department is working on finalizing their staffing and their space planning studies this year as well. So with that, with everything that you've heard today, we have officially hit all 5 of the resident survey top 5 emphasis areas of streets, homelessness, economic development, code, and housing. So yay. And with that, I'll take any questions.
Hal. This is more of a, I guess, a rhetorical question as opposed to questioning. I think the survey is good and what you're doing, so thank you. But what catches me is when I hear or see forecasting, then government sustainability. Do we go through a process of also looking at sunsetting programs and or what we're doing? You know what I'm asking, right? It's a spectrum of activity. Yes,
Sunsetting,
city manager.
yeah, sunsetting programs, yes and no. We'll go through in our fiscal year process, in our budget process, we'll look at the different line items. If they are associated with different programs, then yes. And yes, we have sunsetted different programs. But do we have a formal sunset program relative to timeframes or a formal review every like 5 years? No, sir, we don't.
Chris, that's why I made it rhetorical. But at the end of the day, it'd be good also to show that we are doing those things. That it's just not always what I call mission creep.
Thank you.
John.
Thank you, Mayor. So this one, I debated talking about this item or the next one, but since this is a request that was not included, I'll bring it up on this one. I wanted to talk about one of the fire department's supplemental requests. Some of the guys in the fire department asked me to bring this up, and so I guess I'd like to talk to the chief about this, I suppose. But this is the backfill overtime for paramedic training. So I was hoping I could get some information from the chief on backstory on what the need is here. I see, my understanding is we are kind of at the bare minimum. So how much wiggle room does that give us? Is that bare minimum like we have everything staffed but just barely, or does that have padding added in? And how much would this supplemental request, if it's the latter, or sorry, if it's the former, how much would this get us towards somewhere where we have enough padding to not feel like we're one cold away from, having an unstaffed position?
Got you. Victor Conley, Fire Chief. Councilman, the city manager and I are going through a lot. We're looking at a lot of things to fund this supplemental. Mm-hmm. As he's mentioned, it's a tight budget. I understand that. We're not in any jeopardy of losing staffing or shutting anything down. We're trying to get caught up. Medic 8, we try to when you look at putting an ambulance in service, most people think, well, you got two personnel on it per day for 3 days, so you need 6 people. Well, that's not accurate because you got people that's going to take off vacation, sick, workers' comp training, whatever. So we hire it at a 1.5 ratio, but we also keep 15.5 medics. That's our average per ambulance to keep these ambulances going, you know, for whatever various reasons. So we're not in any jeopardy of losing or cutting back a service. We're trying to make sure we got enough resources where we're not overloading the people that we have. So we've got plenty of people to do it. What we don't want to do is overload them with special events, with forced overtime, as well as staffing this Medicaid ambulance when it comes in service. So the city manager and I are looking at different options, tight budget. We're going to get there. We've got some stuff in mind that we're going to talk about right now. We're going to try to get it to the mid-year and then look at it again. So we're working through it. There's really no concern for the people to be questioning it because we're going to move forward and we're going to make it happen.
Okay, I'm very glad to hear that,
Okay.
that you're going to be working
All right.
towards funding mid-year and all that, because that was going to be my suggestion. I understand, you know, it's a tight budget. And,
Yeah.
you know, if I'm up here saying, well, I think this should be funded, there's one obvious question and I don't have an answer for it. So that's not the assertion that I'm making. So, well, I'll end my comments there. All right, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Anybody else? Comments? Chris, did you want to go?
Thank you. John answered your question and give you some detail on what the chief and I are looking at. From a mid-year perspective, right now we still have baked into our budget the peak ambulance, or the peak Medicaid. That's about $300,000. We're anticipating the actual units to come in. That's what we've been waiting for. We've already funded Medicaid. We've been waiting for the actual vehicle. That's coming in January, I believe. Once we have that, we will have then those dollars that we have set aside for the peak ambulance that we can then use over towards some of this paramedic components. Whatever that is, that might be $220,000 of that $300,000. We'll keep an eye on that. Another area is that when we finish and complete our market study with our public safety, civil service components, right now we're budgeting at 5%. We've previously budgeted at 3.5%. That was the challenge that we experienced this year when we budgeted for 3.5%. We'd been pretty consistent with that, but we had a very strong year with some of our competitor cities that we ended up a little over 5%. This year, we're budgeting at the 5% level. We don't know where that market study is going to end up. If we have any dollars available after we apply what we learned from that market study, we will then apply those dollars as well. And in talking with the chief, we think that that will get us pretty far and pretty close to where he needs to get to. And then as we look into the next fiscal year, we'll automatically have that $300,000 from the peak ambulance component already baked in, and we can look at what we would then need as a remainder for next year. So we have some approaches to it. You're right, it's a tight year. We weren't able to get it in officially rolled into the, baked into the base budget, but we have some ideas to try and help them out. I hope that answers your question. I think.
Just to follow up, and I think you had another part of that question, was the amount. The way we come up with that amount is when we send people off, they leave the fire service, they go to a 40-hour week, basically go to college for 9 months, and they just get crammed with a 2-year course in 9 months. And so they're not in service here riding on any apparatus. They're out of our system, so there's an overtime cost. And that's what, that's what those dollars are for, is cover that overtime cost at a driver's rate for those 9 months for the people that are going, the 9 people. So we put that in the supplemental years ago when we talked about it, and we've kind of rolled along now a little bit further down the road. And that 700 that we're talking about in there will cover those costs while they're out of the city. And that's what we're working towards covering. Okay? All right.
Thank you.
Luis?
Well, just wanted to make a couple of general comments. This is my first budget retreat, obviously. And, I appreciate the work of the city manager, making sure that all the numbers are nice and squared. listening to the concerns of the council. Obviously, I got in here in the middle of the process. Most of the budget was essentially ready before I was elected, as there was a runoff. So it is interesting that what really got me elected was a growing sense of uncertainty and lack of, just even if the crime rates don't seem to reflect that, there seemed to be a growing sense of uncertainty among the residents, and this is something that, of course, we were not able to include it perhaps in this budget, but I know that there's some stuff down the pipeline for 2026. Our chief police is working on that, and I'm very excited. I think, the residents will be very, very happy about that. So just looking forward to that. All right.
Okay, we're through this. We have 2 items left. I'm going to just go around the table. Kyle, anything you want to add? Brad? Al? John? I see head shaking. Abdul, you okay? Any questions? Yeah, I just want to make sure, because once we get through this, a lot of times everybody's like, well, I was going to talk about this, but I think we're close. I think the staff's done a great job, and we've got two other items here for action items. The first one is calling a special election for the city of Irving, Texas, to be held on Tuesday, November 5th, 2024, for the purpose of submitting to the qualified voters the question of whether Chapter 174 of the Texas Local Government Code, collective bargaining, should be adopted for firefighters. We have to adopt that today. Questions, comments, discussions? Brad?
So my understanding of this, reading the law and us having prior conversations, is I want to be pretty clear to the public. If the association, or actually anyone, really got the signatures to put this on the ballot, which would be the lesser of 20,000 or 5% of the number of qualified voters voting in the political subdivision the preceding general election for state and county officers, we had to put this on the ballot. This is not a signal of we're for or we're against anything. It's required by law that there was, I guess, the 5% of the valid signatures, because that's lower than 20,000, and so we are required to put this on the ballot.
Yeah, that's correct, sir. This is a ministerial action at this point because Shanae, and you'll see it in the findings of the ordinance that's before you, that outlines the process that we've gone through. So on April 11th, the city received the affidavit of petitioners committee requesting a petition. Shanae's team prepared that. And they issued that petition on April 15th. On May the 14th, the petition was returned back to the city secretary's office, and on May 31st, they timely completed that review of the petition. On June 13th, you passed a resolution accepting the city secretary's certification of the petition, and also you stated that you would bring back this item, which is just to order the election, so you're absolutely correct. This item is just ordering the election, which you must do by law because the requisite number of petition signatures has been confirmed by the city secretary's office.
Brad, to answer your question about the number of people who voted in that Irving election, it was 43,617 Irving voters voted in the November 22 election. That was the last state or commissioner's court election. So we had to default to that number. 5% of that number gave us our petition signatures necessary.
2,000 something?
It was 2,181 signatures necessary, and their petitions contained 2,426 signatures that were valid.
This also requires us, if it was successful, to adopt this I think within 30 days after the beginning of the first fiscal year of the political subdivision after the election. So what is our fiscal year again, Brett? When does that actually begin?
October 1st through through September 30th.
So it'd be the next October.
Yes.
Now there's, I talked to KO, but I just want to make sure this is on the record, but, so if it's successful, there could be a repeal election as long as you wait a year. And the signature requirement's the same, and then it goes on the ballot the same, but it has some very weird language. Basically says the language for a repeal would be repeal the adoption of the state law applicable to firefighters, police officers, or both is applicable, that establishes collective bargaining if a majority of the affected employees favor representation by an employees association, preserves the prohibition against strikes and lockouts, and provides penalties for strike and lockouts. And then that's the language that goes on the ballot, which doesn't seem to match what happens if repeal was voted for. But a repeal would not be subject to the association agreeing with it, would it?
No, it wouldn't. And the ballot language that is there is it tracks the same ballot language for the adoption. And so although the voters, once the voters vote, if they vote in favor of the collective bargaining, it also requires a majority of the affected employees to vote in favor of representation by an employees association. So although the language on the repeal tracks that, and one could think it does then require a majority of the affected employees to then approve the repeal, that is not the case. The subsequent section in the law says that if the voters vote in favor of the repeal, then the collective bargaining provisions are void with respect to the city.
So I want to be clear again. Once this is voted on, and we have to vote for it, really, there's no choice. It's not an expression of, well, all the council voted to put it on the ballot, they must be for it or against it or whatever. It's simply a legal duty. So I don't want anyone. There'll probably be people posting anyway that say that, but it's not the case. And then secondly, we're all entitled to our private opinions and being able to put our private views forward, I guess, individually or not, as we could in any election. But once we vote on this, we can't use really a city resource like a phone or me in City Hall or any of us to advocate for collective bargaining or against collective bargaining. And so this came up when we had voted on the City Hall project, and then people kept asking us, well, what do you think? And it's depending on the venue. We may not feel very comfortable with it, and we don't. After this, I would assert we probably shouldn't give any public expression based on state law, which state law kind of hamstrings us from really speaking about it. But and I'm not commenting for or against right now. I'm just making clear, because there will be a lot of comments said after this by whatever groups. It is up to the citizens to vote on it. It is up to the residents. And I know, we've had commentary up till now, and we still can until we vote on it. But I want to be clear about that we're still subject to that state law about commenting on ballot initiatives. Is that correct?
You are, sir. The state law, it forbids us from spending any public dollars advocating for or in opposition of this. I have previously provided some legal advice. If there are deeper questions about that, we can go in executive session for me to remind everyone. But yes, that's the same rules that applied to the bond election are also the same rules that would apply to us for this measure election.
That answers it.
Let's do that. I got a couple people wanting to understand what we really can and can't do. So Cale, you want to read us into executive session?
Sure, I can do that. Time is now 4:43, and the Irving City Council will convene into a closed executive session pursuant to open meeting.
on item number 1, the ordinance calling. We, through our discussions, are going to be
Make sure, hold on, Mayor. I want to make sure that this is on the air and being, ICT and Lee.
No.
Did not get it back on the air.
He said he's on.
Yeah, I think they're on. They're just lights aren't on, but he can hear us.
Okay, as long as it's on the air. All right.
So we're back in session. KO just read us back in. On the ordinance calling the special election, we are going to, after discussion, move that to a meeting on Monday. So we'll be posting that. Do we need to take action on that for that, or we just need to verify that's what we're doing?
No, we just need to know that that's what y'all would like to
Okay.
do, and we'll repost tomorrow for Monday.
Okay. And then the second thing we have to do is express intent to adopt the proposed tax rate if the city council determines an increase in revenue is necessary by adopting a tax rate that is above the new tax rate. This action is needed to comply with state law. So I need a motion. Brett?
Well, I'm going to move for approval, but I also want to make a comment because I think that's state-required language. This proposal keeps our current tax rate. It does not raise the tax rate. And that's the maximum tax rate we could go to is the current tax rate.
And I'll second his comment.
So we have a motion and a second. We have to do a hand vote here because we don't have, so all those in favor, please raise your right hand. And it passes unanimously. All right. At 5 to 6, we'll stand adjourned.
I didn't think you'd be excluding you from counting with the 7.
you.